Hey everyone, welcome to this new and amazing video on digital marketing tools. To shine in the world of digital marketing, you should be a master in digital marketing tools, and here in this video, we bring you the top digital marketing tools for 2023 with in-depth explanation of digital marketing tools. To give an overview of tools, keyword research plays a crucial role in digital marketing. So we will begin with keyword research tool, that is Google Keyword Planner, followed by Google Analytics and Google Search Console. These will help you in website analysis to take growth decisions and optimization of website for the search engines. We will also cover other tools like Google Ads, Google Tag Manager and Google Data Studio. Moving ahead, we will also cover Facebook ads, YouTube ads, Pinterest, Mailchimp for email marketing and much more. Having hands on these tools will make you grab the best job opportunities. A skilled digital marketing manager salary in India ranges between 3 lakhs to 18 lakh rupees per annum. However, in US, the salary ranges from $104,000 to $130,000 per annum. On that note, if you are looking to become a digital marketing expert, listen to what our learners say about our courses in their own words.
Change is inevitable, but growth is optional. For me, both came hand in hand. I successfully changed my career from software development to digital marketing, and Simplilearn presented the perfect route. Hi, I'm Rimaz Rauf from Dubai, and I have completed the PGP in digital marketing from Simplilearn with Purdue University. When I shifted to Dubai from Sri Lanka in 2015, I joined a group of company as a software engineer. But my interest in content creation attracted me towards the marketing industry. Intrigued by the marketing functions, I decided to take up a challenge that would change my life forever. I aimed for a career change. As risky as it was, the rewards were truly overwhelming. Even though the journey wasn't easy, the PGP in digital marketing with Purdue University acted as not only a catalyst, but a game changer for my career change. With no professional certification in marketing domain, it was difficult for me to transition and change my career towards completely. So I decided to upskill with a professional certification program. I chose Simplilearn because of its tremendously high weighting. To be rated as one of the best education portal online worldwide is surely promising. Not only were the ratings high, but also the courses were economically charged. The modules were very informative and amazing. I still refer to those. While in the final stage of my course, I told my superior about the certification program I was doing, and then they offered me a digital marketing role in the marketing department as a digital marketing executive. Yes, that's how smooth it was. After working for a few years in the same company as a digital marketing executive, I switched to a new role as a digital marketing manager. With this, my skill upgraded, my salary increased, and my self-confidence boosted alongside numerous other positive outcomes. I had a chance to take a challenge and change my career domain altogether, and I took it. So currently, I am pursuing Masters of Masters program from Simplilearn, where I would complete 8 Masters program, including Artificial Intelligence, Cloud Computing, and DevOps, and many more. Growing requires moving out of our comfort zones. Keep learning, keep growing.
So without any further ado, let's get started to understand Google Keyword Planner. Over to our experts.
So before we go into Google Keyword Planner, let's talk about keywords. Yeah, keywords, we use them everywhere and they serve as the foundation of nearly every marketing campaign that we launch online. Whether you're deploying Google Ads, cleaning up content for SEO, helping your products to be found on Amazon, keywords are at the heart of how you connect with your customers or your ideal prospects. So they are used for pay-per-click and for SEO purposes. In the context of an SEO campaign, a keyword is a phrase, a query that the searcher types into the browser to get a list of results. Examples of SEO keywords could include words like accounting software, QuickBooks for self-employed workers, or online bookkeeping solutions. Now, PPC keywords are used for your advertising like Google Ads. You add the keywords to your Google Ads setup to help determine when and where your ad should appear. Yep, so somebody types in a query, Google matches that query with ads that contain that query. Yep, and then with various calculations it will show the ads that best answers the query. So a great keyword list can help improve the performance of your ads and help you to avoid a high price to pay for your ads. Poor keywords can ultimately cause you to have higher price to pay for your ad and lower ad positions. So at the beginning of any SEO or PPC campaign, you should plan to invest time to do your keyword research. Much of this process can be automated, and Google Keyword Planner is a fantastic tool that can help you with that. But remember, in the end, it's still humans who need to look over the list to properly determine the keyword relevance. So let's have a look at some of the features of Google Keyword Planner and what Google Keyword Planner actually is. So Google Keyword Planner is a tool that helps advertisers find the right keywords to target for their Google ad campaigns. Yeah, it helps you research the keywords for your search campaigns, and you can also discover new keywords related to your business. You could identify your competitors' keywords and get ideas around the keywords that your competitors are using. Additionally, Google Keyword Planner will give you volumes, estimates of the searches that those keywords receive and the cost you would potentially pay when you use those keywords in your advertising campaign. Yeah, so Google Keyword Planner allows you to see how often certain keywords are searched for on Google, and it provides data of the cost of running the ads for those keywords. So you get also suggestions for related keywords. It's great if you don't really know where to start as far as finding keywords for your ads. So very important to know that Google also provides the average cost for your ads to show on searches for a keyword. So it's easier to pick and choose which keywords best suit your strategy and your budget. So Google Keyword Planner is a useful tool for identifying the most effective keywords to use in your ad campaign. And, as I said before, as well for estimating the potential cost and reach of a campaign. So knowing how frequently keywords in your industry are searched for is extremely important for your campaign, because you wouldn't want to target keywords that no one is using, but you also want to target keywords that have a ridiculously high search volume because they tend to be more competitive. And when they're more competitive, you will have to pay a higher price to target those keywords. So to summarize, Google Keyword Planner helps you discover new search keywords. It shows you average monthly search numbers for those keywords. It helps you to determine the cost, and it helps you to create new search ad campaigns. So all in all, a very powerful tool that you can use for your Google ad campaigns, which is also completely integrated with Google Ads. So the keyword list that you create in Google Keyword Planner, you can then bring directly into your Google ad campaign setup. So here are some important terms related to Google Keyword Planner. So there is keywords, of course. Keywords, now what is a keyword? A keyword is a word or a phrase that users type into a search engine to find information on a particular topic. From an end user perspective, you could say it's a query. Yeah, and advertisers use those keywords to target their ads to users who are searching for specific products or services, or have questions around problems that they have. Now, search volume is the number of times a particular keyword is searched for on Google over a certain period of time. So Keyword Planner provides you data on search volume to help you understand how popular certain keywords are. Match type refers to the way in which a keyword will trigger an ad. Google offers several different match types, like broad match, phrase match, and exact match. It goes from exact match, where Google will actually only look at the exact word or phrase that you specified as a keyword, compared to broad match, where it will look at a much broader sort of range of keywords in relation to the search term that you defined in your Google Ads setup. An ad group is the container for your keywords. Yeah, it's a set of keywords that are related to a specific theme or topic. So ad groups are used to organize and structure your ad campaign, and each ad group can have its own sets of ads and targeting options in relation to the keywords that you specify. Keywords can be negative, as we say. Yeah, so negative keywords is a word or phrase that Google will not show an ad for when it comes to certain search queries. Yes, so it helps you to avoid wasting impressions on irrelevant searches, and thereby it improves the relevance of your ads. So if your keyword is accounting, because you're selling accounting software, you don't want people who search for accounting jobs to see your ad, because they will not be interested in buying your accounting software. So you can specify jobs as a negative keyword. As I said earlier, Google Keyword Planner will also give you traffic estimates. Traffic estimates are estimates of the potential reach and cost of an ad campaign based on the selected keywords. And Keyword Planner provides those traffic estimates to help you with your budget setting and targeting options for your campaigns. There are important metrics as well that are related to Google Keyword Planner, and therefore of course also related to Google Ads. A cost per click is the amount that you will pay each time a user clicks on your ad. Yeah, that's why we call Google Ads pay-per-click advertising. You're not paying, by default, you're not paying on when people see your ad. You will pay when people click on your ad. And of course, what you want to know for your campaign, what is the average cost per click? You also want to know what the click-through rate for your campaign is. That is a ratio of the number of times an ad was clicked in comparison to the number of times it was shown, and that expressed as a percentage. So two important indicators, cost per click and click-through rate. Finally, there is a very important term, is what we call long-tail keywords. Yeah, they are more specific keyword phrases that visitors are more likely to use when they're closer to a point of purchase. Yeah, so a normal keyword can be dog food. Yeah, and you see it has a very high search volume, which means the higher the search volume, the more likely you will pay a higher cost per click, because the competition is very high for those keywords. Yeah, so what brands do, what the companies do, is actually they step away from the intense competition on the long-term keyword or the short-term keywords like dog food, and they move to longer-term keywords like how to make dog food at home. It gives you a lower search volume, but the chance that people will engage with you on your ad is bigger because they are closer to that point of purchase. Okay, so those are long-tail keywords. Right, so let's have a look at some of the Keyword Planner features. So to summarize, Google Keyword Planner gives you search volume data for keywords. Once you put the keyword in, you get that volume data, but it will also give you ideas for keywords. And it will actually automatically group those ideas for you in potential ad groups that you can use. It will then give you traffic estimates, and you can use filters as well to make your keyword list more specific. Right, so let's have a look at how Google Keyword Planner works. And it's important to understand that before you can use Google Keyword Planner, you will need to have a Google Ad account. And you can create that by going to Google Ad. You will have to put in your credit card or debit card. But as long as you're not publishing any campaigns, you won't get charged by Google. So there's no risk for you to when you enter your credit card details. Okay, and then when you're in, I'll show you in a minute where you can find it, then you just start entering your keywords, and then Google Keyword Planner will do the rest for you. So let's have a look at how Google Keyword Planner works. First of all, we need to go to Google Ads. So let's type in Google Ads, and I assume, or the fact is you will need a Google Ads account to be able to access Google Keyword Planner. So when I sign into my Google Ads account, I click here on the account that I want to use for this demo, and this takes me to the Google Ads interface. So this is of course a different topic to talk about Google Ads, which we will do in other videos. For now, it is important to find out where do I find Google Keyword Planner and how do I access it. So when you click here on the top on Tools and Settings, you will here see all the tools that you have available for planning, for your shared library, for bulk actions, for measurements, setting up your Google Ads, billing for your Google Ads. But here under the planning, you see Keyword Planner, and that takes you straight to the Google Keyword Planner. So here is the interface. So here you see plans that you've created for keywords. So you can save your keywords into ad groups. You can save those ad groups into plans. And what you can then do is import those plans, as it were, in your Google Ads campaign. But what we're particularly interested in for now is how do I discover new keywords and how do I get search volumes and forecasts. Those are the two areas where you can get data about your keywords. So let's start with looking at discover the keywords. So here you go. And there's two ways to find keywords. You can start with keywords. You can also start with a website. So what you do here, you put in the keywords that you want to look for. So I can here put, for instance, SEO. I can put in link building, and I can put in a keyword research. And click on that. Yep, so I can unfiltered, unrelated keywords, I can put that in and entering a site, so I can make it as specific as possible, but let's go for these three keywords. Get the results. And here you see my three keywords, and here you see a whole range of keyword ideas. And that is of course, very powerful, very useful information. These are all words in relation to my three words that I specified: SEO, link building, and keyword research. Now, what is the data it will give you? The average monthly searches, you see that here in bands from 10K to 100K, from 1K to 10K. It will give you the competition level for the keywords. Now bear in mind, this is competition level for Google pay-per-click advertising. It is not a competition level for the actual keyword. So, and then here you see the top of page bid, the low range, and here you see the top of bid, high range. So that is kind of the interface. Here you have your keyword view, you can specify your columns, you can exclude ideas, so in this case adult suggestions, and here you can add filters. And here you can refine your keywords, and we're going to have a look at that in a minute. Here you can specify the country. So we've got United Kingdom. You can say where do you want to search for, and here you put in the period, and that is in this case January to December 2022. So that is sort of the high level interface when it comes to getting ideas for keywords. So let's go back and do a bit more details on this. So let me take a word like t-shirt, and what are the ideas that I'm getting, and I click here, get results. So here now I'm getting a whole range of ideas, on keywords. So now there may be keywords that I don't want in here. So this is where I can specify and refine my keywords. So here I can say do brands or non-branded. So I don't want any keywords in relation to specific brands. So I can take those out. So your Nike keywords are gone. So your Adidas keywords are gone. So it is a lot more specific now. So you can also say, for instance, I don't want t-shirts with, no, I don't want Playboy t-shirt. So what I can do, I can go to filters, I can add a filter, and here I can say exclude. In this case, keyword text does not contain white, for instance. So that will mean it will take all the t-shirts out where the word white comes in. So that is how you can get be more specific with your keywords and filter them to be more specific and more relevant for you. All right? So what you can then do, you can actually select a few of the keywords that you say, hey, these are relevant for me. And you can say, okay, I am going to put them in a plan. I can put them in an existing plan, or I can put them in a new plan. I can put them into an ad group. Or I can also look at the match type for those keywords. So I can put them as broad match, phrase match, and exact match. And then I can add the keywords to create my plan. Okay, I can copy the keywords. There's more that I can do. I can add them as negative keywords. So those are kind of the functionalities that you have when you search for your keywords. So let's have a look now at do a bit more on your keywords when it comes to competition and when it comes to long tail. So let's close this. Let's do a search on keywords for the term e-bike. So I'm going to get my results. And what I want to do, I want to look for the keywords with a low competition. So here you see the high competition and the low competition. I can sort them going up and going down. I'm going to sort low. And now remember, this competition is for ads. So this is not competition for your search engine optimization. So here when you look at low competition keyword, look at this one. Stealth bomber e-bike. Here you see that is a very popular keyword with low competition, which has a year-on-year change of 900%. So that is how you can find your trending keywords. So this could be a very relevant keyword for you. So there is also your 3 months change. So you can look at seasonal keywords. So I can also search for the term, for instance, holiday sweater, get results. And if I now look at my 3 months change, I can look at seasonal keywords. So look at this, Pull and Bear Christmas sweater, holiday sweater, ugly Christmas sweater. Funny. So here you see the sweaters specifically when it comes to seasonal patterns. So important that you identify those as well. Now, how do you find lucrative keywords? You're going to look at the top of page bid, and see if they have a commercial value. So what you do is you're going to look at the top of page bid high range, and from low. So here you see, we go back to high range. So here you see that these terms, like the Bowden Christmas sweater, has a fairly high top of page price. So a bid price, which means there is a good commercial value for this sweater, which also means that you could then use that for your SEO, because a lot of people will be searching for that keyword. So there's a high commercial value, and that is good for your organic ranking. So lots of features that you can get here out of your Google Keyword Planner. Okay, so now that you've understand the basics of Google Keyword Planner, let's have a look at some tips that will give you more functionality in the Google Keyword Planner. So one of the big issues that I have with Google Keyword Planner is the fact that my average monthly searches are in a range between here, for example, ebook. I didn't want ebook, I wanted e-bike. Yeah, so that is a range, so between 10 and 100,000 average monthly searches. Now, that range is so wide that doesn't do anything for me. So how can I bring exact average monthly searches into my Google Keyword Planner? Now, there's two ways of doing that. The first way of doing that is go to the forecast section for with the word e-bike, for instance. Yep, and I'm going to add a keyword, and I'm going to type e-bike. Yep, I'm going to add the keyword to the ad group, which is test. I'm clicking create, and I'm going to save my keyword. Now here you see what the details is that you get. Yeah, so I can get, based on this data, here you see the average cost per acquisition, number of clicks. But what I want to do here, I want to look at not the maximize conversions, but I want to look at the maximize clicks, and I'm going to apply that. Yeah, I'm going to put it into a slightly bigger, let's have a look here. Yeah, so here I have the data. So here you see I can get 2 conversions for £140 with a £5 average daily budget. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to click on the highest price, the highest budget that I would spend of this, of let's say 520, and let's see how that changes my data. So then here you see that with this highest price for the term e-bike, yeah, I can get about 30,000 impressions. And because I took the highest price, that would be giving me the highest number of impressions, so I could say that on average the e-bike for this period, the monthly number of impressions that you would get would be 30,000. Yeah, so that is a way to get more exact search volumes for your keywords. Another way of getting average monthly search details is by using an external tool called Keyword Everywhere. Keyword Everywhere is basically for Google search. So if I type in e-bike here in Google search, it will give me search volumes here in under the search terms, and I can see additional keywords as well. But once I've activated it, yeah, so I'm going to switch it on, yeah, so to get these details, I can now go back to my keyword ideas. If I do a refresh, and because I've activated the Google Chrome plugin, I go back to discover new keywords, I type in e-bike, I'm getting the results, and see what I'm getting now. I'm getting exact volumes, I'm getting cost per click, I'm getting competition, and I get trends for that keyword or those keywords as well. So this all of a sudden adds a lot of value to your Google Keyword Planner when it comes to the monthly search volumes. So a very powerful tool. Now, it basically works on the basis of credits that you buy. Each keyword that it shows you the search volumes is costing you 1 credit. Yeah, and you buy 100,000 credits for $10. That basically gives you 100,000 keywords as part of your research. So it is a good deal, I think, to get the credits for your Keyword Everywhere tool. Okay, so that is how to unlock search volumes in Google Keyword Planner. Let's look at let me switch it off to go back to the core functionality. Switching off Keywords Everywhere. Let's do a refresh. Yeah, so we're going to discover new ideas. We're going back to the e-bike and we're going to see that I can make my search results local. Yeah, with a local dimension. So here I can type United Kingdom, but I can make my locations more specific. Yeah, so I can also say, for instance, let's do London. Yes, so I now have United Kingdom and London. So I'm going to take United Kingdom out and I now have London-based search volumes. Yep, so that's what you can get by changing the location. I'm going to look at the popularity of search locations. So I'm going to look at forecasts. I'm going to, let's say, add, test is the keyword, the ad group. Here I'm going to type in Super Bowl. Okay, I'm going to click Save. And I'm going to change the location to the United States. Okay, I don't need the United Kingdom. So I'm going to click Save. Yeah, so here I'm getting my conversion data. But if I scroll down, then here you can see what are the top states when it comes to using that keyword. Yep, so that is a really powerful way to look at locations. You could also be even more specific. I can here say, okay, give me zip codes, for instance. So you can search by zip codes as well, and you can see how the popularity is around zip codes. So finally, what you can do here as well is to look at the various devices that people are using for those search terms. Okay, so that is it what I want to share with you on Google Keyword Planner. You've seen the basic operation, and I also gave you some ways to get additional functionality and particularly ways to get more detailed search volumes. So now that you've seen all the ins and outs of Google Keyword Planner, its functionality and how to overcome some of its shortcomings, let's close with giving you some tips and tricks on using Google Keyword Planner. First of all, make sure you use broad and specific match types when you enter your keywords to get as wide a range of keywords possible in your keyword lists. Also, make sure that you research your competition. Just go to enter the website of your competition and see what keywords come up with that your competitors may be using that you have forgotten. So you can then take those keywords and get additional keyword ideas around those keywords that your competition is using. Make use of negative keywords. I explained negative keywords earlier. Yeah, keywords like jobs, like free, like promotion. Yeah, filter those out in your keyword lists so you have the best sort of clicks in your Google ads. Google Keyword Planner is not the only tool. Combine your keyword data with other tools like SEMrush or Ahrefs and like the Keywords Everywhere tool that I explained to you and how that can enrich the data you have in your Google Keyword Planner. And then finally, experiment with different keywords and ad groups while you're running your campaign. Google will give you campaign results, it will give you suggestions, it will give you the most popular keywords that people are using. So every time check your campaign settings and your ad groups and your keywords, and you may want to fine-tune those.
Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast.
Hello everyone and welcome to this Google Analytics full course video by Simplilearn. Today we will understand Google Analytics, which is the best analytical tool provided by Google to check up on our website. We will understand how Google Analytics works, how we can use it to measure the performance of our website. We'll also understand how to set up goals and create events that will help us keep our website on track. Next, we will look at Google Tag Manager, and towards the end, we will unlock the mystery of how to rank at #1 position on Google. It's not that hard as you think it is. We have Rob with us, who has more than 15 years of experience in digital marketing and analytics, and he will take us through these topics. Over to you, Rob.
Welcome everyone, this is Rob Sanders with Simplilearn, and today we're going to talk about Google Analytics. I'm very excited to be with you today because Google Analytics is one of my favorite Google platforms and my favorite topics. So let's talk about what we're going to cover today, and we're going to start out with how to set up a Google Analytics account. And so we're going to talk about everything that entails, including creating your Google Analytics account. We're going to talk about setting up a property in your account and what a property is. We're going to talk about setting up a reporting view in your property, and we're going to talk about installing the tracking code. So those are the series of steps we're going to go through today in terms of setting up a Google Analytics account. So let's get right to it. And so really the one prerequisite here when it comes to setting up a Google Analytics account is to have a Google login and ID. So when you actually go to Google Analytics, you need to be able to sign up or sign in. And so once you actually sign in, then you're going to go walk through a series of steps. But really, that's really all you need to get the account going is a Google ID and login. So if you have a Gmail account or an other email account that you use for other Google products, then you're good to go. That's all you need to do. So when you actually go to sign up for Google Analytics, you're going to be asked to set up a new account. And these are the series of steps you're going to walk through or go through to set up a new Google Analytics account. So you're going to choose an account name, and then you're going to choose a property name. Okay, so the account name can be anything you want it to be. The name of your company, your name, whatever you want to name it. The property name is really the website name. So what website are we talking about? So here I'm going to set up a fictitious website name for now. It's called Demo Simplilearn. So the URL for this website, Demo Simplilearn, is going to be demo.simplilearn.com. So that's the property. When we talk about properties in analytics, we're really talking about what websites we want to measure. And then you're going to be asked to choose an industry category. And so for Simplilearn, we're in jobs and education. But you have a number of different industries that you could choose from. It's as important. Go ahead and choose the most relevant industry that your particular business is associated with. Okay, and I'm going to talk about why that's important here in a minute. And then you're going to choose your time zone. And the time zone is also important because that's when the day starts in analytics and the day ends based on that time zone. So the data that Google Analytics collects starts and ends with that time zone. So very important to choose the time zone your business is located in. Okay, and then you have some additional options here. Okay, so you have some settings. And so the first setting is to allow Google products and services. So if you opt into this, then basically what Google's going to do is share some products and services with you via email. I would go ahead and opt into that. That's of course recommended by Google. It doesn't hurt to hear from Google on related products and services that may enhance your business. The second is benchmarking. So benchmarking to me is something you should opt into. So going back to that industry and category, we chose jobs and education. So by opting into benchmarking, basically what Google's going to do is share your data that it collects on your website, in this case demo.simplilearn.com. It's going to share that data anonymously with others in the industry, in this case jobs and education. And because you've opted in, it's going to do the same exact thing for you. It's going to share anonymous data on other websites in the same industry. And the benefit of that is we get to see what other websites or how other websites are performing compared to ours. What's the benchmark in our industry? And so the benchmarking to me is important, and I'm gonna go over that in a few minutes when we go over the different reports. But to me, I would always opt into benchmarking because this is the only report Google provides in analytics about how others others in your industry is performing versus your website. Okay, so it's a way to compare your website performance against others in the same industry. The other options here, technical support and account specialist, I would also recommend you opt into those, because then it allows you to basically allow Google access to your account, and they'll be able to help you if you occur or run into any issues. So these are the options in setting up a Google Analytics account. It's very simple, very easy to do. You're just entering in a few fields. Note that we talking about a website right now, so I'm talking about demo.simplilearn.com. But just know that if you want to track a mobile app, Google Analytics will allow you to do that as well. You just choose the option mobile app. So we're tracking a website. We want to know how users behave when they get to my website. And that's what Google Analytics is going to allow us to measure and look at. We just need to do a couple more steps in the process. So once we fill out these fields here, we're going to click Get Tracking ID. Now, I'm going to accept the terms of service. I'm going to accept another terms of service in relation to data protection. I'm going to click accept. Once I accept, I'm going to be able to get some tracking code. The tracking ID is the ID associated with your account. And so this number is going to be associated with your account. So your account ID starts with UA, and it's going to be this number here. Now the -1 is the property you set up. So in this case, I set up demo.simplilearn.com. If I wanted to track multiple websites under that same account, then I can certainly set up multiple properties. Just know that every property I set up in that account is going to have a -1, -2, -3, -4, etc., depending on how many properties I set up. So by default, I set up one property, so my first property ID is -1. If I set up a second property, the same account number, it's just going to have a -2. And that's important because that ID, that account and property ID, is going to be associated with that particular property or website. So again, once you finish setting up the account settings, then you're going to be asked to add some tracking code to your site. And that tracking code is going to be related to the account and the property. So notice my tracking ID up here. Notice the tracking ID in the snippet of code. Now, this snippet of code needs to go on every page of your website that you want to track. And you don't have to put it on every page, but if you want to track website behavior on every page of your website, then it needs to go on every page of your website. So if you're using a platform like Drupal or Joomla, or even more popular platform like WordPress, adding the tracking code site-wide is as easy as maybe adding a Google Analytics plugin to WordPress, for example, and then just simply plugging in the ID. Now, there's an alternative to adding the Google Analytics tracking code to your site, and that's Google Tag Manager. So Google Tag Manager is the way I would recommend going. So if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, I would recommend watching the YouTube video we have on Google Tag Manager. You can just go to YouTube, type in Simplilearn Google Tag Manager, and this will give you a nice overview of what Google Tag Manager is and how it works. But basically, this is the way I would go, and I would recommend that in addition to having Google Analytics, you set up a Google Tag Manager account. And then that way you can put the tracking code in Google Tag Manager. So if I go to Google Tag Manager and I just go into an account on Tag Manager, I can just simply put in the Google Analytics ID right into Tag Manager. And so if I have it in Tag Manager, then Tag Manager is going to be the place that holds the code and fires page view when somebody comes to my website. So that way I don't have to add the tracking code to my website if I do it in Tag Manager. So that's the recommended method for me, is to add the Google Analytics ID associated with Tag Manager. If you can associate it with Tag Manager, then that's the easier route to go versus putting code on your website. Okay, so again, take a look at the video we have on YouTube for Google Tag Manager. That's the route I would go. Now, once you do get the tracking code on your website, whether that be through Google Tag Manager or through a plugin, or just simply adding the script to your site, to pages on your site, then what's going to happen is you're going to start collecting data. So that's ideally the way it works. You need to add this code to your website. Now, if you're not ready to do that and you simply want to basically understand how Google Analytics works, then I would recommend getting access to Google Analytics demo account. And so if you just type in and search Google Analytics demo account, basically what you're going to do, you're going to choose the first listing there and you're going to go to demo account. So if you have a Google Analytics or Google login, then all you need to do is click on access demo account. And so what Google's going to do is put this demo account into your account. And so it's going to look something like this. So if I click on demo account here, it's going to add to my Google Analytics account. So I'm going to have then access to the demo account from Google in Google Analytics. So I would recommend going this route here if you're not familiar, you're not sure what you're getting yourself into. So think of the demo account as kind of a test drive. You're test driving Google Analytics before you even add any code to your website. So again, all you need is a Google account. And if you have a Google account and you add the demo account to your Google Analytics account, you're going to be able to see how analytics works. Okay, and so that's what I would also recommend. So if you're not ready to start adding code to your website, then what you can do is just simply add the demo account. And then once you add the demo account, you're free to peruse around Google Analytics to see the different types of reports it has to offer. Now, when you do actually set up a Google Analytics account, you're going to have some settings that you're going to want to pay attention to. So when you set up the account, you have the account name and then you have a property. So under each property, you have by default, you're going to have one view. And so here you can see this view here. So if we look at the account we set up a demo Simplilearn account. Property is demo Simplilearn. So that's associated with the website we're going to track. And then again, by default, under each property, you're going to have a view. And so by default, the name of the view is going to be called All Website Data. And so in that view is where all your analytics data is going to be stored. So you can see my screen here. There's a lot of different settings you have. You have settings under the account, you have settings under the property, and you have settings under the view. So we're going to talk more about these settings in future webinars for advanced Google Analytics users. But for now, know that there's a bunch of settings that you have that you can play around with when it comes to Google Analytics. Anything from adding users to your Google Analytics account, your Google Analytics property or view. You can actually set up goals, you can set up filters, you can set up segments, you can link up Google Ads, you can, set up remarketing lists. There's a lot you can do in terms of the settings as it relates to Google Analytics. So know those settings are there. They're located right down here in this little sprocket icon. That's the admin icon. So if you need to get to these settings at any time, you could simply just click on the sprocket or the admin icon, and then you'll be prompted to choose any one of these settings here that you want to edit or alter. So now let's take a look at some Google Analytics reports. So once you've actually set up your account, you have a number of different reports that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So we're going to take a look at customized reports. We're going to look at real-time, audience reports, acquisition, behavior, and conversion. So these are all the different reporting buckets, if you will, that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So if I'm an admin and I'm looking at the Google demo account, let's start out by looking at real-time. So if I click on the real-time report and I just click on overview, so basically what this is going to do is show me at this point in time how many users I actually have active on the website. Okay, so that's why they call it real-time reporting, because it allows you to see the behavior of users who are currently on your website. And so this is the overview report. under real time. And you can see here, I can see that 79% of my users are coming from desktop, 18%, 20% are coming from mobile, and then approximately 3% are coming from tablet. Here I can see how they actually came to the website. So this is the referring source. If they came from, say, search or social, I can see the source there, and I can see what pages they're active on. And then here I can see what locations, where they're located. And so if I want to see a breakdown of everything in the overview, I can certainly do that. If I go to locations under real time, I can see a majority of my users are coming from the United States. Okay, where are they coming from? I'll just click on traffic sources. And here I could see the different sources and mediums. Medium is the means in which the traffic was driven. So if it's Google, it's either paid search or organic search. So I can see here it's organic. Then I can actually see what content they're looking at on my website. So I can see currently I have 3 active users on the home page, 2 active users on the Google's Women's White Tea page, so forth and so on. Now, most importantly, if you have event tracking set up, so if you've taken a look at our Google Tag Manager webinar, you know that you could set up event tracking in Google Analytics to measure engagement on your website, whether that be a form submission or somebody clicking on the play button of a video. So if I click on events, I'll be able to see what events are firing. So here I can see we have event tracking set up, and I can see how many different events are firing on my website in real time. So here I can see e-commerce, somebody clicking on the quick view click, a couple of users clicking on add to cart, a couple of users clicking on the promotion click. And as these events are fired, you're going to be able to see them highlighted. So if something gets fired, it's going to get highlighted. And I could see that these are the current events that I have currently firing on the website. And that's what's currently fired now. If I want to look at the events that have happened in the last 30 minutes, I could just click on this link here, last 30 minutes, and it's going to give me an overview of the events that have happened over the past 30 minutes. Okay, so that's event tracking. And then more importantly, we can also look at what conversions are happening in real time just by clicking on conversions. And so now I could see I had 1 active user who entered the checkout. So that's goal number 4. So in analytics, you can have up to 20 goals. And so here I can see we have goal number 4 has already had 1 active user. And so if I look at the last 30 minutes, I can see I still have only 1 goal over the last 30 minutes, and that was somebody who entered the checkout. So that's real-time reporting. In summary, it just gives you an idea of what's currently happening on your website. And so for me, ideally, if I'm launching a campaign, or let's just say you do a new website redesign and you want to see how users performing and behaving, then real time is a good option for you. So you could see how things are happening in real time. Now let's jump down to audience reporting. So if I click on audience, this is just right underneath real time. I'm going to see a number of different reports available to me under audience. And so let's click on the audience overview report. So audience reporting basically allows us to get a sense of who is coming to our website. When I say who is coming to our website, it doesn't necessarily have to be a specific person. In fact, Google doesn't allow personally identifiable information in Google Analytics. Personal identifiable information such as a specific name, social security number, credit card information, etc. However, we could still paint a nice picture on who is coming to our website, meaning what country, city, or state did they come from, what language, what device did they get to our website from, how old were they, okay, were they male or female or other, what interests did they have, what browser did they use. So we can paint a nice picture based on all this information that Google Analytics is providing us under audience. So if I go to audience overview, here I can see I have all these different options available to me to get a basic understanding of who is coming to our website. So for example, I could see a majority of the people coming to our website speak English and are from the United States. Okay, in fact, that represents 61% of the users. And so Google Analytics does a great job of giving me an overall percentage. So if I have 100% of the users, I could see 61% of those users represented English-speaking users from the United States. 7% represented English-speaking users from Great Britain. And so when it comes to analytics, we have users, and users are broken down into two categories. They're either returning or they're new. So when you add the Google Analytics tracking script to your website, what's going to happen is if a user or when a user goes to your website, they're going to get cookied. And if it's the first time they've been to your website, what Google Analytics is going to do is store a cookie in the browser. So when that same user comes back another day in the same browser, Analytics is going to recognize that that cookie is in the browser. And so then Analytics is going to categorize that user as a returning user. Okay, so that's how Analytics is able to differentiate new versus returning. So if that user doesn't have a cookie in the browser, then Analytics is going to recognize that, store the cookie, and then count that user as a new user. And so when you're looking at Analytics, you're going to be able to see a breakdown of new versus returning. So here I can see over 3/4 of my traffic over the past week. Here I can see April 6th through April 12th, over 3/4 are new users to the website. Here I could see about 24% are returning users. Okay, so I can get a good breakdown of what type of users are coming. Am I driving new traffic? Am I driving traffic that's been to my website before? What language are they speaking? Okay, I can also paint a bigger picture. How old are they? What gender are they? Do they come from mobile? So let's take a look at some of these different reports under audience. And so if I skip down now to demographics, I can click on overview, and when that report loads, I can see now under demographics overview, I can see the breakout of age ranges. And so here I can see the majority of the traffic coming to my site again over the past week. Now, if I want to change this date range, I could simply do that. I can change the date range just by clicking on the date range and then maybe going, say, the last 30 days. And I can even compare it to the previous period or the previous year. I'm going to choose the last 30 days. I'm going to click apply. Now I'm looking at data over the last 30 days. And again, you can change the date range to any range you want. You can only go back as far as when you actually created the Google Analytics account. You can't go prior to that. So here I'm looking at the last 30 days and I can see almost 47% of my users were in the age range of 25 to 34. Now, when it comes to gender, I can see 66% represent males. So I can get a breakout of gender and age as well as interest. I can click on interest and look at the overview there and see what the interest is of the users who are coming to my site based on in-market segments or affinity. I can also choose language and location. So if I want to know exactly where my users are located when they're coming to my website, I can click on location. And here I can get a breakout. 43% of the users of the last 30 days were from the United States. More importantly, I can align my audience with goals. And we'll talk about goals here in a minute, but here I can see if I have an e-commerce website, I can see of those 43%, 0.29% of those converted or purchased something. And that equates to 94 transactions. So I can get a good sense of not only how many users are coming from a specific country, but are those users converting? If I click on mobile, and mobile to me is one of those reports I tend to spend a bit of time on because I want to know what devices users are coming to my website. And so for my website here, or this is the Google demo website, I can see mobile represents approximately 27% of the traffic. So desktop still represents a majority of the traffic. So for you, you want to keep an eye on mobile because mobile is definitely a majority of what people use nowadays. That's how people start their day. That's how they transact. via mobile, whether that's purchasing something, communicating, or searching. It all starts with mobile. So you want to keep an eye on mobile, and more importantly, you want to keep an eye on behavior. So Google Analytics is telling me that, yes, I have approximately 27% of my traffic of the last 30 days came from mobile. How are they interacting with my website? So if I look across this report, I'm going to be able to see different metrics. So if I'm measuring specific metrics against my dimension, in this case, the dimension is what we're measuring, and in this example, we're measuring mobile, I can see that the bounce rate is approximately 48%. And bounce rate means that if a user, in this case from mobile, landed on a page, they left the site without going any further. So they consider it a bounce. If they don't go to another page, if they leave the site from the page they landed on and they don't go any further, that's considered a bounce. So a bounce rate is the percentage of people who come to the site and leave the site without going any further. So in this case, we have 48% bounce rate. That's almost half of our users who come from mobile leave the website from the page they landed on. So is that good? Is that bad? Well, it's open to interpretation. It's definitely subjective. But you want to keep the bounce rate as low as possible. You want to keep people on your site, especially if you have an e-commerce website. You want people who come to your website to purchase. And so here we can see 48% mobile. In desktop, it's a little bit lower at 41%. Now, if I look a little bit further at engagement, I can see how many pages on average do mobile users look at. So versus desktop, it's a little bit lower. You can see 3.86. On desktop, it's 4.5. Now, if I look a little bit further in engagement, I want to be able to measure how long somebody from mobile stays on the website. If they're bouncing at 48%, but they're also looking at 3.8 pages, 3.9, almost 4 pages per session, then that means in this report, analytics is telling me they're spending about 2 minutes on the site. And interestingly enough, I can see that mobile over the last 30 days had more transactions. So 51 transactions versus 34 transactions from desktop. And interestingly enough, the e-commerce conversion rate is at 0.29%. That's higher than desktop at 0.07. It's lower than tablet, but it's higher than desktop. And mobile has the most transactions, and since they have the most transactions, they have the most revenue at 2,380. So yes, the engagement isn't exactly as great as it is as desktop, but we can see that people are still purchasing with their mobile devices. So it's something to keep an eye on, and mobile is something I definitely look at. In fact, since it's such an important report, one thing you can do in analytics is if you actually like a report and you think you're going to look at that report multiple times, then you can simply just go ahead and click save at the top here. So if I click save, I'm going to enter a name for this report. I'm just going to call it mobile report and click OK. And then what's going to happen is it's going to be located under Save Reports. And Save Reports is located under Customization. Customization is located above Real Time. Okay, so if I close that up, you can see Audience, Real Time, Customization. If I click on Customization, if I click on Save Reports, I should be able to see my Save Report here, and I do. So here I can see Mobile Report. If I click on it, I can simply go to the report I was looking at before I saved it. So Save Reports to me is a good feature in analytics because it allows you to quickly access a report that you've saved in the past. So let's take a look at one more report under Audience. And let's go to benchmarking. So remember when we were setting up our analytics account, we had the option to opt into benchmarking, and I recommended you do so. And so if you did actually opt into benchmarking, then you're going to be able to see how your site compares to others in the same industry. So if I click on benchmarking and then click on channels, what I'm actually able to do now is compare my website with others in the same industry. So if I go back to say jobs and education, and I choose education, all education as my industry vertical, I should be able to see websites that are in the same particular industry and how I compare with those websites. So I'm choosing all countries. I can narrow that down if I wanted to. I can just search for the United States. I can choose a specific state, and then I can choose a particular site size. So here I'm choosing sites by daily session. So these are sites that have an average of 5,000 to almost 10,000 sessions a day. And so in this vertical education in the United States, sites that have 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, that means that there are approximately 310 web properties contributing to this report, okay, based on this criteria I chose. Now, if my site is similar, meaning if I'm in the United States, if I'm in education, and I'm receiving 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, then I'm able to compare my site against 310 other websites. Now, Google's sharing this data anonymously from the other websites, and they're doing the same with your website to those particular websites' benchmarking reports. Okay, so it's shared data anonymously in particular industries and verticals. And so now I'm looking at a channel report. So if I want to see how I compare to others in my industry, then I can go ahead and see by channel. For example, am I driving as much traffic as others in my industry? And you can see I'm not. In fact, I'm 77% worse in terms of the amount of traffic being driven from organic search. So anything in red is going to show as a negative result, a negative comparison, whereas something in green is a positive comparison. So if I look at engagement, I can see that I might not be driving as much traffic, but I can see that the pages per session are better than the site average or the industry average. I can see if I go over again, looking just at organic search, I can see the bounce rate is better than the industry average. So the channel report under benchmarking allows you to measure how you compare to others in your industry. And you could do so by looking at location and devices. So if you opted into benchmarking when you set up your account, then you'll be able to compare your website against others in your industry, in your country, region, and based on the size of your website in terms of how many visitors or sessions you're getting per day. So let's go from audience to acquisition. So if audience is who is coming to your website, acquisition allows us to see how the traffic was driven to your website. So how did these users get to our website? And so under acquisition, if we click on overview, we'll be able to see an overview of how users, whether they're returning or new, came to our website. And so what analytics does by default is they have a number of default channels. And when we say channels, we mean analytics is grouping different channels based on how users got to your website. Meaning, how did users get to our website? Did they come via organic search? Meaning, did they type something into Google and find you in the organic listing? Analytics also groups users based on whether they came to your site directly, meaning did they type in the URL directly into the browser, or did they bookmark your website and come back via the bookmark? So they're grouping users under direct. They also group users under referral, meaning did they come from another website? They group users by social. Did they come from a social media platform like Twitter or Facebook? If you're running paid search, meaning if you're running paid search on, say, Google, then do they come from paid search ads? Now, if you're running display ads on, say, Google's network, Google's display network, that's a default channel. So analytics will group users there. So if they don't recognize a channel, then they're going to group it as others. So by default, Google Analytics groups users on how they came to your website via these default channels. And so I could see how many users came to the site from each channel. Now, if I want to drill down on this report, I can click on all traffic. And then if I click on all traffic, I can go to channels. I can look specifically at the channels report. And so now I can see organic search, again, over the last 30 days, is the #1 channel driving traffic. and they represent approximately, again, you can see this number here in parentheses next to the raw number of users. I can see that number is about 56%. So 56% of my traffic over the last 30 days came from organic search. And so those are the number of users. Again, as a metric, you're also going to have sessions. And you'll see sessions a lot as a metric. So users are broken down between new and returning. So every time a new or returning user comes to the website, basically what they're doing is initiating a session. So you can have a user who can come back multiple times. Every time they come back to the website, it's a session. So session is simply the start of somebody coming to your website, and the session ends when they leave the website. And so just like we looked at with the audience reports when it came to mobile, we can also look at engagement by channel. So just like mobile, we looked at bounce rate, pages per session, average session duration. We can do the same thing here with our channel report. More importantly, in addition to behavior, we can see conversions. And since we're running an e-commerce platform, we could see what the conversion rate is by channel. So organic search did drive the most traffic, and they did have the most transactions over the last 30 days. And the conversion rate in this case is 0.17. Okay, so how Google determines the conversion rate? They basically take the number of transactions and divide that by sessions. So that means that over the last 30 days, organic search drove 38,123 sessions. And of those 38,123, 64 actually turned into a transaction, which equates to 0.17, which also equates to 3,000 in revenue. So I'm able to determine not only how users are getting to my website by looking at the channel report, I can actually see if they're engaging and if they are converting. And notice when you look at a report in analytics, you can look at it by channel. You'll also get a summary. So here I can see a summary or a total based on my date range. So I could see over the last 30 days, I've had 54,000 users, 49,000 of them were new. Okay, that meant that out of those 54,000 users, I had 70,000 sessions. I could see my average bounce rate was 43%. The pages per session were just over 4. And the average session duration, how long did somebody stay on my website on average? About 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The average conversion rate was 0.14, and I had a total of 97 transactions totaling $5,500. Okay, and that's all over the last 30 days. So any report you look at in analytics is going to have a summary. And note that any report you look at in analytics is going to allow you to save it. So if it's a report you think you're going to go back and look at a future date, then you simply just have to click on the save button. Conversely, if you don't want to save it, you can simply just export it. So you can export it as a PDF. If I click on PDF, it's going to allow me to export that as a PDF. Now you have other options available to you as well. You can do a Google Sheet. You can export it as an Excel, or you can export it as a comma delimited file. So here you can see I can save it as a PDF if I want to. And if I click OK, it's going to save to my desktop or a location of my choosing. And then I can go back and look at it in that format at a later time. So that's the export feature available to you in analytics. Again, if you could save it as well, or you can export it. Okay, some other reports under acquisition. If you're running Google Ads, note that you can connect Google Ads to analytics. And this is key because now I can see how many people are coming from Google Ads to my website and are they converting? Now this is important because with Google Ads, I'm actually paying for the click. So you can see here, I'm running a report based on campaign data. So I could see what campaigns are driving traffic, how much I'm paying per click, and you can see on average I'm paying 34 cents per click. And then more importantly, I want to be able to see if they're converting. So you can see I've spent $810 over the last 30 days and received $858 in revenue. So you want to make sure that you link up your Google Ads account to your Google Analytics account. For this very reason, you want to be able to see how your Google Ads campaigns perform once the users get to your website. And so I want to see if they're engaging, and I want to see if they're converting. So there are all sorts of reports under Google Ads. So you can look at it by keywords, by search queries, by hour of the day. If you're running display campaigns, you can look at display targeting. So there's all sorts of reports under Google Ads. You just have to link it up, and you link it up under the admin. Now, there are other reports that you can look at. So if I go to campaigns, I can look at all campaigns. So if you're running all sorts of different types of campaigns, whether that be on Facebook, whether that be email, whether that be, other types of advertising, let's just say Twitter or Instagram, you're going to be able to see those campaigns here. And that's under all campaigns. And again, you'll be able to see the campaign name, and you'll be able to see metrics associated with those campaigns. And more importantly, you'll be able to see your e-commerce if you're running an e-commerce platform, or if you have goals set up. So you'll be able to look at how your campaigns are not only driving traffic, but two, are they converting? Let's go from acquisition reporting to behavior. So behavior reports are going to actually show you how users behaved once they got to your website. Once they landed on a page on your website, how did they behave? So when we looked at audience, we got a sense of who is coming. With acquisition, we get a sense of how the traffic got to our website. Did they come from organic, direct, social, etc.? The behavior reports allow us to actually measure how that traffic behaved once they landed on a page on our website. And so if I go to overview under behavior, now I'm looking at this graph here. It's showing me how many page views I've had. And a page view is simply, once a page is viewed, it's counted as a page view. So if a user comes to my site, they're initiating a session. And if they look at a page, then that page is going to have a page view. Okay, so a user can look at a page multiple times in a session. And every time they look at that page, it's going to count as a page view. So here I can see in this graph how many page views I've had, again, over the last 30 days. And if I look further at my overview report, I can see the specific pages and how many page views they've had. And I can also look at some other metrics. Okay, the average bounce rate, the average time on page. I can look at the exit rate, which means how many people actually exited, or the percentage of people who exited from that page. So I can dig deeper into my behavior reporting. So if I click on site content and I click on all pages, then I'm going to look at a report by page. This is my dimension. This is what I'm measuring, my page. And now I can see how many page views each page had over the last 30 days. Now note, you also have something called unique page views. So unique page views is equivalent to one per session. In other words, if a user came to my site and looked at the home page, then the home page is going to have one unique page view and one page view. Now, if the user in that same session looks at other pages, then every page that user looks at is going to have one unique page view. However, if the user goes back to the same page in the same session, then it's still going to be one unique page view. But in this case, the home page, if they look at the home page a second time, then the home page is going to have two page views. If they look at the home page 5 times in one session, then the home page is going to have 5 total page views and one unique page view. Okay, so that's why unique pages is equivalent to one per session, where page views is an accumulation of how many times the page was viewed in the same session. So in other words, you're always going to have more page views than unique page views. Okay, so this gives me a sense of how my pages performed. So again, I can look at total page views and then engagement. So ideally what you want to do with a report like this is, if a user is not engaging on the page, then that should tell you something about the page itself. If they're not engaging, if the bounce rate's high, if the time on page is low, if the percentage of exit rate is high, then you probably want to do something with that page. Now, these are all pages, but if I jump down to landing pages, my landing page report is showing me how many people actually landed on that page. And so here I can see under my landing page report, I can see the home page had 36,017 sessions in the last 30 days. That's how many people landed on the home page. So here I can see 71% were new sessions, meaning that I had a lot of new users who landed on the homepage. In fact, 25,000 or 52% of the people who landed on the homepage were new. I could see the bounce rates about 42%, but of those who didn't bounce, they went on to look at about 4.5 pages per session and spent about 3 minutes on the site. And the one thing I like about the landing page report is I can also see whether that particular page, in this case the home page, did it help contribute to a goal or conversion. And in this case I can see of those 36,000 sessions I had 22 transactions totaling $1,200 in revenue, and that's an e-commerce conversion rate of 0.06%. So the home page over the last 30 days contributed to 0.06% of the revenue. So this gives you an idea of when somebody lands on your website and they land on a page, is that page helping to move that person along? Meaning, are they not bouncing? And is that page helping to move people towards converting? And so that's what the landing page in effect allows us to measure, is the engagement. And in this case, we're measuring transactions. Okay, so analytics also gives us some other reports under behavior, including site speed. So site speed to me is an important report to look at, just like the mobile report. To me, site speed's important because what Google Analytics does is they take a sampling of pages. And in this case, you can see over the last 30 days, they sampled 2,835 page views. And of that sample, they came back and said the average page load time is about 4 seconds. Now, ideally, you want to keep it as quick as possible. I would say even under 3 seconds. Okay, now there are other factors involved with page load time. The browser you're using, the country that you're actually browsing that page from might not have the best infrastructure. You may not even be on the best internet network, meaning you're on a cell network or the Wi-Fi is not that great. Or you can be on a page that just has a lot of images or a lot of code that may slow it down. So there are other factors involved. And so what Google Analytics does is show you what those factors are. So here I can see by browser what the average load time is. If I want to look at country, I could see what country is contributing to the load time. Now, the great thing about the site speed report is if I go to speed suggestions, okay, what speed suggestions is going to do is it's going to show me the page load time by page. And then it's actually going to provide a link where I can actually click on to get suggestions on increasing the page load time. So for example, I can look at this particular page here, this Google redesign shop by brand / YouTube page, line number 5. If I look at line number 5, I can see the average load time of this page is 8 seconds, almost 9 seconds. Okay, that's an eternity to some people. Now, notice this link next to it. So Google's recommending 7 total suggestions. So if I click on 7 total, what it's actually going to do, it's going to open up a new window and it's going to open up another Google report called PageSpeed Insights. And PageSpeed Insights is going to give me some information about what I can do to correct the page load of that particular page. So look at the site speed report. It's important because there is a correlation between site speed or page load time and user behavior of that page. And there's also a correlation between page load time and a page ranking organically on search. So page load time is very important. It's so important that I'm even going to save it. So I'm going to click save and click on site speed suggestions as my name and click OK. And now that report is going to be saved under customization under save reports. Let's jump from behavior to conversions. Now, conversion reporting is arguably the most important section in Google Analytics, because what the conversions reporting allows us to do is see how people are converting, or if they're not converting, on our website. And so in Google Analytics, we have the opportunity to set up goals. Now you have the opportunity to set up 20 goals in your Google Analytics view. And so to set up a goal, okay, so you're going to click on admin, and under the view, you're going to see goals. And so if you don't even have goals, the first step is to create goals. And so you have 4 different goal types in analytics. So you have pages per session. So how many pages per session is, so if your goal is set to say 3 or 2, if somebody actually looked at 2 or 3 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. Okay, so if I look here, I can see I have pages per session set at 10. So that means that if a user came to the site, looked at more than 10 pages per session, then it's going to count as a goal. Another goal type is destination. So destination means that if somebody actually went to a specific page, then it's going to count as a goal. And in this case, I can see here that the goal is set to this particular page here. And so when somebody actually lands on that page, it's going to count as a goal. Now, there are 2 other goal types we can look at. One is duration. So just like pages per session, in our previous example, if somebody looked at 10 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. With duration, it's based on time. So in this particular case, if you set up a duration goal and the duration is set to say 1 minute and 30 seconds, then that means if a user comes to my website and they spend at least 1 minute and 30 seconds, then it's going to count as a goal. Okay, and then the 4th type of goal in Google Analytics is an event-based goal. So when you set up event tracking, you could turn that event into a goal. So if somebody clicks on, say, the submit button of a form, you can turn that event into a goal. So here you could see the category equals contact form. So you can always verify if a goal works just by clicking on verify this goal. And in this case, this event is turned into a goal. So anytime somebody fires this event, it's going to count as a goal. So you have 4 different goal types in Google Analytics. You have pages per session, destination, event, and duration. And so once you've set up a goal, then you can measure goals under conversions. So now if I look at goals overview, I can be able to see how many total goal completions I've had. So if I want to look at it by goal, I can just choose the goal option here. So if I want to look at, for example, goal 2, engaged users, this was the pages per session, I can see that I had a conversion rate of 10%, meaning that I had 7,000 of all the users who came to the website, 7,000 goal completions, meaning 7,106 users looked at 10 pages or more on my website. And so that's how you want to be able to measure whether users, wherever they're coming from, whoever they are, whatever pages they look at, you want to be able to look at the conversion reports to see if they're actually converting based on the goals you've set up, whether that's pages per session, duration, destination, or event. Goal conversion tracking reports can help you measure who is actually converting. And the great thing about Google Analytics here is that I can actually see by segment. So the default segment in a segment is just looking at a specific user set. So the default segment is always all users. However, I can choose a different segment. So if I want to choose, instead of all users, if I want to choose mobile traffic, I can select mobile traffic, hit apply. So I'm actually now looking at a subset of data. I'm looking at mobile traffic. So of all the mobile users who've come to my site, I can see 1,400 engaged or looked at 10 pages or more. Okay, and that's a 7% conversion rate. So the great thing about Google Analytics is you have the opportunity to set up 4 different goal types. Okay, based on those goal types, you can go to Goals Overview and look at the conversion rate of each goal, but you can also change the segment of that particular goal to see who exactly converted. Okay, another report I like under conversions is the multi-channel funnel report. So if I click on multi-channel funnel, basically what this allows me to do is see how different channels work together to convert. So remember the channel reporting we looked at under acquisition? Here I can see now how different channels work together to drive the conversion. So if I look at 3 channels, direct, organic, and referral, I can see all 3 together drive 2% of the conversions. If I look at direct and referral, 12.5%. If I look at direct and organic, 12.24%. So I can see how different channels work together. And so if I look at top conversion paths as an example, I can actually see how channels work together to drive the conversion. So in this example, I can see over the last 30 days that my top channel grouping was direct times 2, meaning that somebody came to the website directly, meaning they typed in the URL in the browser, or they bookmarked it and came to the site. Okay, they came the first time but didn't convert. But then they came back a second time via direct and then converted. So that combination is my top conversion combination of the last 30 days. My second best conversion grouping is organic search and direct, meaning that a user came to the website via organic search first, did not convert, and then came back via direct the second time and converted. So basically what analytics does is give credit to the last referral, meaning if you came to the website via referral, a referring website, and converted, then the referring website's gonna get the credit for the conversion. But analytics does a good job of showing you how different channels work together. So a channel may drive a lot of traffic like organic search, but that traffic may not convert the first time around for a number of different reasons, whether it could be brand recognition, price shopping, reading content, whatever the case. Analytics is able to measure if that channel actually did contribute at a later point. And in this case, we could see organic search drove traffic that didn't convert, but that traffic came back a second time via direct and did convert. So that's our second best channel grouping. And so the multi-channel funneling report, top conversion paths, to me is a good report to look at. So you can actually see not only how channels work together, but you can see sources and mediums and campaigns and how all those different campaigns and different sources work together to convert. So that's just a good report to look at. There are so many different reports available in analytics. There's so many that we haven't even gotten to yet. So my advice, if you look at the demo report, you can get a feel for each of these reports under each section, whether that be audience, acquisition, behavior, or conversions. Take a look at these reports, see what makes sense to you, see what you can use to improve your website performance. For this particular webinar, we're going to jump into Google Analytics directly and spend all of our time there because it's about learning practical application. So goals are important. Goals, let me just say this, goals are in analytics something that should be aligned with your business. And we call goals that are aligned with your business KPIs, or key performance indicators. So it's very important as a precursor that you know how to set up goals in Google Analytics, because if you're using Google Analytics, you want to measure everything against a goal. So without further ado, let's jump right into Google Analytics. So if I go to Google Analytics and I log in, okay, what I want to do is go down to admin, click on admin here, and admin will take you to basically a screen that looks like this, where you have a account column, you have your property column, and then you have your view column. Now, the view column is where you're going to go to set up goals. Okay, so every view in every property has up to 20 goals. Okay, so by default in analytics, you're going to have at least one view for your property. So if I have a property, I'm going to have at least one view. But if I happen to set up multiple views like you see here, then I know for every view I set up, I have 20 goals to work with. So where are those goals? So under the view, I'm going to click on goals. And now I can see I have 20 at my disposal. Now you could see here by clicking on the recording column, I can see I have, in this particular property, this particular view, I have 5 goals that are active. So you can use up to 20, but you don't have to have 20 active, okay? You can have 1 active, 2 active. My recommendation is at least have 1 goal. Again, when you set up a goal, you're going to measure everything in analytics against that goal. Okay, so in this case, we have 5 particular goals we're measuring. So we have 5 active out of 20 total. So if I don't no longer want to use a goal, I can simply just turn it off. If I want to continue using it, just turn it on. Okay, it's that simple. You can turn on and off goals. So here I already have 5 set up. So if you want to set up a new goal, the one thing you need to know in Google Analytics is in order to set up a new goal, okay, you need to have edit access, at least the view level, I would say at the property level. So you want to make sure whoever's in charge of Google Analytics for your organization, or if you're in charge, okay, you simply just want to go to user management, and user management, you want to make sure the email address you're using to log into Google Analytics has at least edit permissions. So you're going to need edit permissions to add new goals. So I have edit permissions. I'm going to go to goals and I want to set up a new goal. But before we jump in and set up a new goal, what is it that we want to achieve? That's really the question we want to ask ourselves. What is the goal of the website? Well, if it's somebody downloading something, okay, are you measuring that download via an event? Okay, are they filling out a form submission before they download? So if they submit that form submission, is that the goal? Or do you have an e-commerce site? Is somebody purchasing something? So these are things you want to ask yourself before you actually set up the goal. What is it that I'm trying to measure? Now, when you actually do go to set up a goal, you're going to click on the red CTA button that says new goal. So Analytics actually has some templates set up for you. Okay, you can see them here. Okay, if somebody's registering online or creating an account or reading review, downloading something, sharing something, you could choose all of these options here. What I normally do is choose custom. 99% of the time, I'm just going to choose custom. It doesn't really matter if you use the template or not. It's just a template is basically some free pre-filled configurations, but my recommendation is always just go with custom. You want total control over how to set up your goal. So we already have in mind what type of goal we want to set up. So for example, if somebody goes to fill out a form submission and they go to a thank you page after that, well, what's the URL of that thank you page? We want to be able to track how many people go to that page, because we know if somebody does type in or fill in a form submission and goes to that page, we know that they filled out the form. And so, for example, if I go to continue, I'm going to name my goal first. So I'm going to say thank you page as an example. Notice Analytics is assigning an ID. So notice this is goal ID 15. That means that that's the next available goal. There are 20 goals available in Analytics. And so what Analytics does is they group goals together. So 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, 16 through 20 into goal sets. So for example, goal 16 through 20 is part of goal set 4. And why does Google Analytics combine these goals into different goal sets? Well, because it's easier to measure and look at data by goal sets. So for example, if I jump into any report here, if I go to all traffic channels, and I want to measure how many goals by channel, I can look at it by goal set. So if I have goal set 1 selected, then I know any goal I have active in there between goal ID 1 through goal ID 5, I'm going to be able to see those goals in goal set 1. And now I'm going to be able to measure every goal I have active in goal set 1 against the channel. So if I choose goal set 2, whatever goals are active there, goal set 3, etc. Notice I don't have any goals 16 through 20 active that are in goal set 4. Therefore, I don't have that option available to me. So back to admin, the bottom left, navigation, again, goals. Okay, we want to measure somebody going to the thank you page. We have edit access. We're going to choose custom as our goal setup. We're going to type in a goal name. I'm just going to say thank you. Okay, this is goal 15. Now, this is the important part. Google Analytics has 4 different goal types: destination, duration, pages per session, or screens per session. So screens per session is related to mobile because Google Analytics measures mobile app activity. And then you have an event. So we're going to cover all 4 of these, but for the sake of this simple example, I'm going to choose destination. Why? Because if somebody goes to that thank you page, we're going to go ahead and put in the thank you page as the goal URL. So for example, destination is my choice. I'm going to click continue. Now, this is where I'm going to put the URL. So if my URL is just simply thankyou.html, I can just go ahead and put thankyou.html. Or if it's just thank you, then I can just do thank you. Depends on the website, depends on the URI structure. So whatever that URL is, that's what you're going to put in. And when you're done, you can verify it. So what Google Analytics does is actually will verify over the last 7 days if anybody's actually gone to that particular page. So if we click verify, we can see 0% conversion rate. So that tells us that if this is the correct URL, then we've had 0% people go to that page. This is just an example. However, if you didn't see a conversion, then you might want to make sure you check the URL here that you put in. And if you do see a conversion rate, then you know it's working. So Google Analytics actually has options. So we're saying thank you is equal to, so the destination URL is equal to thank you or thankyou.html or thankyou.asp or whatever that thank you page is. Okay, you do have options. So if you have a long URL, you could say begins with, and you could say begins with, say, thank you. So this is the logic. We're going to say, hey, if anybody goes to a URL that begins with thank you, then count it as a goal. Or you could say equals to. So if anybody goes to a URL that equals to thank you, then count it as a goal. You have one more option here, regular expressions. So Google Analytics understands the language of regular expressions. So regular expressions are just special characters used to communicate with Google Analytics in order to hone in on exactly what you're trying to track. So we can always say, starts with or ends with. So we can, use characters like the $, ends with or begins with. So we can always do that. So you can use regular expressions as well if you're familiar with regular expressions. If you're not, then you don't have to use them, but there are special characters that you can insert in that are used as regular expression. So if you're not familiar with regular expression, don't choose that option. You could choose the other option of equals to or begins with. Now note that on all 3 of these options, I didn't put the domain. So if my domain is ama-foundation.org/ and then thank you, I don't need to put the domain because Analytics already knows what domain we're tracking. So you don't have to put in the domain here when you're entering in this case, the goal URL. So you can omit the domain. So when you put in that URL, you know that you have 3 options to work with, and then you always want to verify that goal URL. You always want to verify it because if you see 0% conversion, and in this case over the last 7 days, then that should tell you something. Either your goal is not set up correctly or you just don't have any conversion. Either way, you want to double check that. Now, when it comes to the destination URL goal, you do have an option here for funnel. So if I turn on funnel, then that means I have the ability to track how people went through my funnel. So if I have a cart and I want to be able to check how many people go in and out of the cart, then I have the option of adding specific pages as part of the cart. So we could say, step 1, which is basically cart. We could say step 2, is billing information. That could be /billing. We could see step 3 is shipping information /shipping. And then step 4 could be, confirm. And that could be /confirmation. So whatever your URL structure is for your cart, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a cart. Basically, all I'm doing is putting in a series of steps with URLs as each step. And why do I want to do that? Because I can then track how many people go through my funnel that I've created. Okay, so here I could see this is my funnel that I've created for this particular goal. Okay, and the funnel is only available for the destination URL. So the funnel is available if you want to see traffic through the goal. Okay, and how people go through the funnel and where they drop off. Now you have an option here to make the first step required. So if you make that first step required, then that means you're measuring the funnel through the first step only. Now, if I turn that off, then I'm measuring the funnel through each step, meaning that I can measure people as they drop in and out of the funnel. Where if it's required, the first step, then I'm only measuring traffic as it enters in the top of the funnel. So you have that option available to you, the funnel. And then for all goals, you do have a value. So if somebody did actually convert, okay, Google Analytics is going to count it as a conversion. And you can assign a value. So if you're not an e-commerce website, then you may want to think about assigning value. If you are an e-commerce website, then Analytics has the ability to track e-commerce revenue for your website. So you don't need to add a value. But in this case, let's just say you're a nonprofit organization and you're collecting donations. And on average, over the past year, every donation that somebody contributed was equal to $5. Well, you can just go ahead and put $5 in there as the value for that goal. So that means that if somebody did go to, in this example, /thank you and convert, Analytics is going to count it as a goal and then assign $5 value alongside that goal. So if you're non-e-commerce, if you're, say, a nonprofit like this organization, or you're B2B and you want to track some value, then you have that option there. So with the destination URL goal, you have the option of adding a funnel. With all goal types, you have the option of adding a value. All goal types, and we're going to go through the rest of them, you have the option of verifying that goal. So that's the structure of setting up a goal. Destination URL is just one goal type. We're going to talk about the other 3 goal types, because in Google Analytics, there are 4 goal types. Again, destination is one of them. With destination, as you do have the option with all goal types, is you have to be able to choose your logic here. So we're going to cover that with the other 3, but just know when you set up a destination URL goal, you have the option of adding a funnel. Now, when you actually do set up a funnel, what's going to happen is Analytics is going to measure traffic as it goes through the funnel. So where do you look for that funnel information? Well, you want to get out of admin. You want to go to the left side navigation. You want to click on conversions, then goals, then funnel visualization. So based on the funnel you set up, you're going to be able to see traffic as it goes through the funnel. So notice on this particular funnel, we don't have the first step required. Why? Because I could see traffic as it goes in and out of each step of the funnel. So let's go through this funnel and see how people react. So here I can see the first step is the store front page. So over this particular period of time, I had 84 sessions enter the storefront page. So out of those 84, I can see 21 left the storefront page. 63 went on to the next step in the funnel, which is the cart page. I can then see 24 people went on to the cart page directly and 5 exited the site altogether. Okay, so that gave me 87 total. And from 87, I saw that 82 went on to the next page with the next step. What Analytics does is they give you a percentage. So in the first step, we had 63 move on to the cart page. Out of 84, that's 75%. So from the cart page to the create your account page, we had 94% move on. So We didn't have anybody enter in the create your account page. We didn't have anybody leave the create your account page. So we have 82%, 82, create your account, and then we have 82, move on to the payment page. So that's 100%. Okay, we have one exit. So we have 81 that proceeded to be on the payment page, which was purchase. So 81 of 82 is 98%. And we started with 84. So that gave us, plus the 24 that we accumulated along the way, so that gave us a 75% funnel conversion rate. So 75% of the people who entered in the funnel went on to purchase. Okay, so don't be confused with the overall e-commerce conversion rate. So 75% is the funnel conversion rate. The overall conversion rate for this particular goal is 18.45% over this particular period of time. Why? Because that takes into account all sessions that have gone to the website. So 18% of all traffic went on to convert, but those that did go into the funnel, 75% converted. So that's a look at the funnel. So if you set up a funnel, that's what it's going to look like. You have the option to measure everything from step 1 and beyond, or measure as traffic goes in and out of the funnel. So the purpose of this is we're going to be able to see where traffic drops off, how effective our funnel is, what pages we need to address in that funnel. Okay, so that's the whole point of the funnel, and the funnel is available with the destination URL goal. So if I go back to admin, if I go back to goals under the view, I can actually see what that funnel looks like. So here we chose regular expression. So this is what the URL is. Okay, you can see our funnel in each of the steps we have set up. Notice we're using regular expressions here. And then if we verify this goal, we could see over the past 7 days, 19% conversion rate. So that tells me something's working in this particular, with this particular goal, because we do have a conversion rate. Okay, so that's the destination URL goals. Let's now talk about the other 3 types of goals. So the next goal type we're going to talk about is pages per session. So if you're not sure what type of goal to set up for your website, at the very least, you should try and set up either duration related goal or pages per session related goal. So let's talk about the pages per session. So basically what this goal is going to allow us to measure is, for example, if we set the goal to 3 pages per session, then we're going to be able to measure if how many people went to the site and looked at 3 pages per session. So let's take a look at that goal. So if I open up the goal, here I can see 3 pages per session is what we're naming it. So basically what we're asking analytics to do is anything greater than 2 pages, which would be 3 and beyond, count as a goal. So if anybody comes to the site, looks at more than 2 pages, 3 pages or more, then it's going to count as a goal. And so here we can verify it. So if we verify it over the last 7 days, we could see a 4.12% conversion rate. And that tells me that 4% of my traffic over the last 7 days looked at least 3 pages or more. So you're probably asking yourself, well, what number should I put in for the actual variable? So in this case, we see 2. Well, what you want to do is you want to look at, on average, let's just say year to date, you want to make sure you have statistical significance. So you want to look at a period of time. So if you go to analytics, go to audience, okay, and then if you go to overview, and if I change my date range to year to date, I could see on average right now, I have 1.21 pages per session. So that's on average. So we don't want to make our goal 1 page. We don't want to make our goal 2 pages. We want to make it 3. So we want to be able to basically measure at a higher rate. Okay, why do we want to measure at a higher rate? Because if 1.21 is the average, then 2 pages per session really isn't moving the needle. So what we really want to do is get people to stay on the site longer, look at pages more during their session. So look at more pages. And so we want to be able to see what segment of the audience is looking at more pages, what channels driving traffic that's looking at more pages, what pages are contributing to more pages per session. So the whole idea is you want to hone in on what your goal is and see what's working and then see what's not working so you can make adjustments. The whole idea behind Google Analytics is to improve website performance. And so if our average is 1.2, then if we change it to just 2, it may not be good enough. So in this case, we want to up the bar a little bit. So we're going to choose 3. Now you can choose 4 or 5. That's perfectly fine. Just know if your average is 1.2, I wouldn't choose 1 page per session as my goal, and I probably wouldn't choose 2. So I'd set the bar a little bit higher. Now, the third goal type available in Google Analytics is also engagement related, and that's duration. So just like pages per session, we can measure how long somebody stays on the website, and we could set up a goal for that. So in this case, I have a goal set for 1 minute 30 seconds. So my goal type is duration. So if I click continue, then basically I'm asking analytics, in this case, anybody who stays more than 1 minute and 30 seconds on the website, count it as a goal. And so before you actually put in the number of hours, minutes, and seconds, you want to look at that average. So if you go back to audience overview, here I can see 1 minute and 7. So do we want 1 minute and 30? Maybe we could do that. Maybe we can go with 2 minutes. So again, the whole point is you want to set the bar a little bit higher than what the average is. And so here I can see over the last 7 days, if I verify this particular goal, I can see 8% of my traffic over the last 7 days stayed on the site at least 1 minute and 31 seconds. Okay, they stayed greater than 1 minute and 30. And so the whole point is you can hone in because this is a goal. I can go in, this is goal, okay, this is a goal here. And so I could see that this is goal 13. So now I can go to acquisition as an example. I can go to channels as an example. Since this is a goal, this is goal 13. So that would be in goal set 3. So I can actually see what channel is basically driving that goal. Okay. In other words, what channel is driving traffic that is staying on the site at least 1 minute and 30 seconds. And so that's the whole idea behind goals. So likewise for pages per session, we can go into channels. And here I can see we've have over this period of time, year to date, pages per session, we have 3% conversion rate. And here I could see, for example, organic search has a 13% conversion rate. Here I could see social media has a 10%. So I could see that people coming from organic search are staying on the site longer, or they're looking at more pages than any other channel. So just like duration or destination or any goal you set up, you can measure that goal against any dimension. Just because it's engagement doesn't mean you can't. You absolutely can. And so the whole point of engagement related goals is to figure out what's driving traffic to the site, but what traffic is engaging. So you want to be able to pinpoint that so you can improve website performance. Now, the fourth goal type available in Google Analytics is an event. So if you click on new goal, you choose custom, click continue, you have the option to choose an event. So an event is something that you can measure on your website that analytics can't measure by default. So if you want to measure PDF downloads or clicks on buttons or clicks on play buttons on a video or click on a submit button or click on an external link, you can measure pretty much anything with an event, then you want to be able to turn that event into a goal. So let's quickly summarize what an event is. So again, we want to be able to measure a particular event that happens on the website. So in order to do so, we need to identify that event. So if I go to, for example, this particular website here, and I want to measure how many times somebody clicks on the Donate Now button. Well, I can measure that as an event. So when you set up an event in analytics, you have to actually assign a category and an action for that event. So that's the first thing you need to do when you identify an event-related goal. First, you need to set up the event. And in order to set up the event, you need to assign a category and action. Okay, so once you identify what you want to track as an event on your website, you're actually going to go in a tag manager or have your webmaster go in a tag manager and set up a tag. And in that tag, they're going to assign that particular category and action. And so here you can see we have this set up. Our category is named Donate Now, and our action is Click. And that's what we want to do. We want to measure how many people click on that Donate Now button. So anytime somebody does that, then the category Donate Now is going to appear in analytics with the action Click. So when you actually do set up an event, you can go into analytics and you could test that event. So if I go to the website and I click Donate Now, okay, the reason why I have this as an event is because I'm taking to a third-party website to handle the donations. So here I can go into analytics and now I can see a category is being fired for header donate with the action Click. So that's my category and that's my action. So that category and action is what is firing after somebody clicks on the Donate Now button. So if I want to turn this event into a goal, I can easily do that. Now that I've set up the event, now that I've identified the category and action, I want to go back to admin and set up the event with these parameters in place. So it just turns out we already have the goal set up. So let's go through how this goal was set up. So first, we chose custom, we chose event, we gave it a name. So as a best practice, when you actually set up a goal as an event, or turn an event into a goal, I would add the prefix event : to it. And then that way, when you're identifying goals and you're reporting, you know it's an event. So I'm going to click continue. And now that I actually have set up the event already in Google Tag Manager, I've given it a category, I've given it an action. Okay, see here you can see we have a regular expression set up. So anything with the header donate or donate is going to fire this goal. So over the last 7 days, I have a 0.81% conversion rate. Okay, I could have easily put in equals to and put in whatever the action or the category, which is Donate Now, or I could have put action equals Click. I could have done that as well. So let me show you another example here. So if I do this, custom, continue, event, Donate Now, here's my goal ID. It's going to be an event. So all I need to do is put in the category and action. So Donate Now and then Click. So that's all I have to do, and that's my goal. So I can verify it, okay, to see if anybody's fired it. And basically, that's what I need to do to turn that event into a goal. Okay, so you need to set up for an event. First, you need to identify the event, set it up in Google Tag Manager, which is another platform. And once you've done that, then you have your category in action. Once you have your category in action, you're again going to go into analytics and then simply put in that category and action into the appropriate fields to set up your event related goal. Now, all events don't have to be turned into a goal. If you actually do set up an event and you're just not worthy of a goal, meaning it's not a KPI or doesn't align with your business goals, well, don't fret. You can always just go to behavior. Okay, you can always go to events. You can always go to overview and measure your events that way. So here you can see all of our events that are fired. Now we do have this one turned into a goal. So if it's important for our business, then we want to make sure we convert that particular event into a goal. Okay, if it's not important, for example, somebody's just clicking on a social button, then you don't necessarily have to turn that event into a goal if you don't want to. Know that it's sitting here under events, under behavior. So the point I'm trying to make here, if it's important to your business, and you're already tracking it as an event via Google Tag Manager, then feel free to turn it into a goal. All you need is that category. All you need is that action. And so one final note on that event related goal, just like any other goal, you can add a value. Okay, so if I have an event set up, I can choose to add a value here. Or in Google Tag Manager, if I've assigned a value to that event, so if I go back to the actual event in Google Tag Manager, you can see I have a value set up for $1. Then I could just go into analytics and say, you know what? I already have the value added. So go ahead and use the value added in Google Tag Manager. Okay, so I'm going to choose yes. Now if I choose no, I have the option to add the value here, just like I would with any other goal. So just keep that in mind. You can add a value to any goal type. With an event related goal, you can add the value right into the tag in Google Tag Manager, just as I've done here. So remember, when you actually set up your goals, whether it's a destination, pages per session, duration, or an event, you can just go ahead and choose that goal set that it's in and measure any dimension against that particular goal. So here I can see e-newsletter signups by channel. I can go into another goal set. Here I can see contact form submissions. Okay, I can see what particular channel is driving contact form submissions. Okay, so just know that you can align a goal against any dimension. So if you have e-commerce, you don't have to set up for goal for that. That's separate. But if you want to take a look at your goals in analytics on its own, you can just go to Conversions Goals Overview. Here, I can actually get a good sense of how my goals are performing over a period of time. So again, if I choose, for example, year to date, now I can see based on the goals I've set up, how many total goal completions, value, which takes into account the value we've added into these goals, okay, the total conversion rate. And here I can see it broken down by the goal I actually have set up. And I can see it by page, or I could see it by source and medium. So I could see Google Organic is driving the most goal completions, then Google CPC, Direct, and then I could see some others in here as well, contributing to goals. Now, I do want to point your attention to another report in Google Analytics that does take into account goals, and that's multi-channel funneling. So again, under conversion goals, multi-channel funnels, if I go to assisted conversions, I can actually see what channel in this example is assisting with the conversions I've set up. And so what do we mean by assisted conversions? Well, that means that if a channel, let's just say organic search, drove traffic to the website, and that traffic didn't convert when it arrived at the website and left, but it came back a week later via another channel, let's just say email. And when they came back via email, they did convert during that session. Well, what analytics does is they give an assist to organic search because they help drive the traffic to the website. So it's similar to the game of basketball. If I have the ball and I pass it to my colleague, and my colleague's the one who scores because they had the ball last, well, they get the credit for the point, i.e. the conversion, but I get an assist. And so analytics works the same way. They're always going to give credit to the last click or direct conversion, but they will give credits to the channel in this case that assisted with the conversion. So that's under assisted conversion, and that's based on the goals you have set up. You can highlight any particular goal here. If I want to hone in on, say, the donate clicks only, then I'm going to be able to see what contributed to that particular goal. So there's another report in here, top conversion paths, that I think is important. So after you set up your goals, you can actually see what channels in this particular example help to drive conversions. Again, this is year to date. So I can see all the different combinations of channels that work together to contribute to a conversion. So again, I can choose a specific goal, or I can choose all my goals. So Those two reports are under multi-channel funneling. There's also another report that I think is good, and that's time lag, meaning how long did it actually take somebody to convert. So here you can see most of our conversions, 265 year to date, happened on the day somebody arrived on the website. But I could see I did get some conversions a day later, 2 days later, etc. So you have time lag, top conversion paths, assisted conversions. They're all under multi-channel funneling, and they're all available after you set up at least one goal. And so if you're not sure what goal to set up, okay, don't fret. You can always at least set up an engagement related goal. So that's available to you. Duration, pages per session. You also have destination and event tracking. And they're all available to you. You have 20 available per view. Now, if you're not quite sure exactly what type of goal to set up, there is an option available in analytics, and that's the gallery. So you can always import a goal from the gallery. So in other words, we could take a look at what other people have set up in terms of goals. So you just have to click on the button import from gallery, and it'll take you to the gallery, and you'll be able to see what other goals others have set up. Today we're going to talk about how to set up event tracking in Google Analytics. So let's get started. So many of you out there have a website similar to the one I'm looking at now. This is a nonprofit that I work with, AMA Foundation, and like this website and probably like your website, you probably have some interactivity on there that needs to be tracked. For example, buttons. If you have buttons like this one that says donate or newsletter sign up, or there's a PDF download or a video that needs to be, tracked based on the amount of people who click on the play button. So, all sorts of interactivity on a website. Have you ever wondered how to track that? Well, there is a way to track that, because by default, Google Analytics can't track interactivity and engagement on your website like you probably want to have your website tracked. So if you have buttons and videos and things of that nature that you want to have tracked, well, you're going to need event tracking. And if you're in analytics and you're always wandering around the data and you happen to find yourself under events, well, if you want events on your website and you want data to populate under behavior top events, you're going to need to set up event tracking. So event tracking is a two-part process, and we're going to talk about that two-part process. The first part of that is to identify what you want to track. Okay, so if we go back to our example website here, AMA Foundation, again, we noted there's a lot to track here. We got a donate now button, we got a newsletter sign up, we have some social icons. Okay, we got a donate now button here, we got a play button here, we got all sorts of interactivity. We got a button here that says, purchase tickets for an upcoming event. I can go throughout the website and find different buttons and things to track. Let me just say this. There's no shortage of what you can track on your website with event tracking. So event tracking is just basically, in layman's terms, tracking engagement on your site. Because Google Analytics by default is only going to track page view data, meaning how somebody got to your website, what page they looked at, how long they stayed on that page, what page they left from. More or less, they're timing how long somebody stays on the website and what pages they look at. So there's more to a website than just how long somebody stayed on a page. And so in this example, we want to be able to track everything here, not just the donate now button, but everything, because once you get the hang of event tracking, then it's very easy to set up. Okay, so step one, identify what you want to track. Okay, so there's a lot we want to track. We're just going to use one example to start off with, and that's going to be this donate now button. Okay, so this donate now button we want to track. Now we have a newsletter sign up, we have Facebook, and that's fine. You could track all that, but for the sake of going through a step-by-step process today, let's just focus on the donate now button. Let's focus on the donate now button, then we'll come back and start tracking these other things. But this is what we want to track to start out with. Okay, so step one, identify what you want to track. Now, when it comes to tracking events on a website, you want to identify those events. So we did that by choosing this donate now button. Now, once we identify what we want to track, we need to assign 2 parameters for that event. So with event tracking, you have 3 parameters, but 1 is actually optional. So you have 2 mandatory parameters that you have to assign to everything you want to track on your website. And that's the category and then the action. So event label is the 3rd parameter, but again, that's optional. Okay, so basically, when we identify an event on our website, we want to assign it a category and an action. Okay, so why do we want to assign it a category and an action? Because when we are in analytics, under behavior, under events, top events, we could see we have different categories here. And we have different actions, we have different labels. So if I click on any one of these dimensions, I'm going to be able to see some of the parameters I've entered in for previous events I'm tracking. Okay, so the whole idea is you want to be able to group different events together into a category and assign an action and assign a label to it. That's really what you're doing. You're just grouping and identifying the events you're trying to track. And so in this case, I have this Donate Now button sitting in the header. Okay, in fact, I have a lot of things sitting in the header. So if I wanted to, and I want to track all these buttons, I can create a category called header. And then if I track all these buttons can sit in that same category if I wanted to. Or I can create a separate category for each of these buttons. It's up to you how you organize your categories, because basically all you're doing is giving a name to what you're trying to track. And the name is equivalent to a category. So in this case, the Donate Now button is very important. I'm just going to call it category header donate. Now, I need to give an action to each category. And so in this case, I'm just going to say click, because that's what the action is doing. It's somebody's taking the action of clicking. Now, if it's a video and it's a play button, I can assign an action of play. It's up to you whatever you name these parameters. You just need to be organized and methodical about what you name it. That's all. And so in this case, header donate and then click. Okay, and so that's our category in action. And so that's really step 2. So step 1, identify what you want to track. Step 2, assign a category, action, and or label. But remember, label is optional. So if I go back in analytics here, I could see some categories. And if I click on action, I could see some actions that I've named. Now, step 3. So we've identified in step 1 what we want to track. We've assigned a category and action. So step 3 is going into Google Tag Manager to set up the event. Okay, so if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, then you can easily just do a Google search for Google Tag Manager, and basically you'll have all sorts of information on it. There's a good video overview of Tag Manager here that you can watch. So Tag Manager basically is what we want to use to set up event tracking. Now, Tag Manager is used for a lot of different things, but the main thing we're doing here is setting up an event for our website. And so I'm logged in to the same email address I'm using for analytics. Okay, so now I'm in Tag Manager and I want to set up my event for this Donate Now button. So what do I need to do? Well, for every event I want to set up, I need to set up a tag. Okay, so if I go to tags, I can see I already have some tags set up, and some of these are events. And so when you actually set up a tag, I recommend having a naming convention. So here you can see any event we set up, we start out by calling it GA-event- whatever it is we're trying to set up. And so in this case, we want to set up a new tag for the Donate Now button on our website. So we're in Google Tag Manager, because Tag Manager is what's going to fire that event. So if I click on New, okay, and I click on Tag Configuration, I'm going to choose Google Analytics. And then I'm going to choose Event as my track type. So we want the data to show up in Google Analytics, and we're tracking an event. We're not tracking a page view, we're tracking an event. And so now, remember in step 2, you identified what you want to call that category, you identified what you want to call that action, and you have some optional parameters like label. So first things first, header donates the name of our category, and our action is click. And if you want to add in a label and a value, So if you want to assign a value, you can. If you want to add in a label, you can. Okay, those are optional. So you just need to focus on category and action. And then the last setting here that's probably worth mentioning is a non-interaction hit. Okay, so this is automatically set to false. And why is it set to false? Because it's a non-interaction? No, that's false. We want this event, if somebody clicks on the header donate, to be an interaction. So for example, if I land on this page here and I click on that donate now button that I'm tracking as an event, and I actually leave the site, because I have my settings set to false, I want that click to be an interaction, then analytics is not going to count a bounce. If I change it to true, so from false to true, then that means it is going to be a non-interaction if somebody lands on the page and if somebody clicks on the button. So I don't want it to be a bounce. I want it to be an interaction. So my advice is leave it set to false. We're going to choose Google Analytics as our setting here. This is our variable for Google Analytics. So in other words, that variable is set to our analytics property ID. And more or less, that's what you need to do to set up the tag, okay? You need to, in step 2, identify the category and action, and or label, and or value. Now, value can be anything you want. You're assigning a numerical value, so if you just assign 1, anytime that event fires, in analytics, it's going to have a value of 1. Okay, and so we have our non-interaction set to false. So anytime the event fires, it's going to count as an interaction and therefore not count as a bounce if somebody landed on that page. So that's more or less all you need to do to set up the tag in Google Tag Manager. Now, if somebody else is setting up the tag for you, then again, you want to revert to step 2. You want to be able to give that person the appropriate category, action, and or label, and or value. Why? Because you're the one that's going to be going into Google Analytics, and you're the one that's going to have to go to behavior, events, top events, and look for the particular category and action and or label. So you need to be able to communicate that information to whomever is setting up the tag. Now, if it's you, great. You already know what it is because you're entering that information into Tag Manager. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and choose a variable for my label parameter. And why do I want to do that? Because in Tag Manager, I have something at my disposal called variables. And variables allow you to see specifically things that are being tracked. So in this case, I chose page path. Okay, so page path is a URL. And why did I choose page path as my variable for the parameter label? Because if somebody does click on the header donate button, and the header donate button on our website is on every page. So if I go to the children's page, I'm still going to see that header donate button. And so for me, I want to be able to see what page somebody clicked on that header donate button. And so this allows me to actually see in Google Analytics what page somebody clicked on the header donate now button. And so now if I go back to GTM, Google Tag Manager, I have a category, I have an action, and I have a label, which is a variable. Okay, so note that in Google Tag Manager, you have a lot of different variables at your disposal. And variables are there to help you identify specifically what is being tracked. So take a look at all the variables at your disposal in Tag Manager. In this example, I'm using page path. So now, once you set up your tag, pretty straightforward. Again, tag types, Google Analytics. Track type is event. You are assigning the category, action, and or label, and or value. You're changing or leaving the default in place for non-interaction hit. And then you're choosing the variable for Google Analytics, which is your property ID. So once you've done that, you have a tag. The second part of setting up a tag is to assign a trigger to that tag. So Tag Manager needs to be able to know when to fire that event. And so here I'm going to look at a trigger I've already set up for this particular event. And so if I click on it, I'll be able to see that what it is a click on some links, not all links, but some links. I'm actually saying, hey, Google Tag Manager, fire this event when the click ID equals header donate button. Now, it just so happens that if somebody did click on this donate now button, they're going to go to another website. In this case, networkforgood.com. So in Tag Manager, I could have set the trigger to equal URL equal, instead of click ID, I could have said URL equal networkforgood.com. So that could have been my logic for my trigger. In this case, I decided to go with the click ID. And so in this case, that button has an ID associated with it called header donate button. So if you wanted to use click ID for your event, for your button, you could simply just go to the website. You can right click on that button and click inspect element. And so when I actually inspect the element, I can see now the button here. You can see it's highlighted in the upper pane, and in the lower pane, I can see where it's linking to. It's linking to networkforgood.com. But here you can see if I hone in a little, I could see ID equals header-donate-button. So that's the click ID. Notice there's also a class. I could have set the trigger to equal this class. Or again, I could have set the trigger to equal the URL or the page that this button is pointing to. I could have chosen any one of those, but I decided to go with the ID. So this is the ID I chose, and that's the ID I have in my trigger. Okay, so that is what's going to fire that event. So if somebody clicks on a button that equals header-donate-button, it's going to fire that event, which is going to equal category, header donate, action click, and then the label is going to be page path. So now that we've set up our event, we want to test to see if it actually works. So there's two ways to go about testing an event. And the first way is through Google Analytics. So if we go to Google Analytics and then we go to real time, okay, we can go to events, and here you can see one is already fired. So let's go ahead and go to and test this and go to the website. So if I go here, for example, and I click on Amagar Alumni. Okay, so if I click on that, you can see I'm under our family. And if I click on that button, then go back to analytics and look at real time, I should be able to see this event fire. So if I click on it, I'm going to go to Network for Good. Now if I go back to analytics, here in real time, under events, per second, I can see that event firing. Category equals header donate. The action equals click. Now if I click on the category, here I can see the label. The label, remember, was page path. And here you could see this event fired on the Our Family page, which was the page I was just on. So that's one way to test to see if your event works. And in this case, analytics recognized the event, so it works, it fired, and so therefore it's going to show up under behavior, under events. You can go under overview or top events. Okay, and what am I going to look for? In this case, I'm going to look for header donate. Okay, if I click on header donate as my category, I'm going to be able to see my action. And if I click on action, I'll be able to see my label. In this case, homepage. And then later on, when the data propagates in analytics, I'll be able to see under label the page that I clicked on that header donate button, which is /ourfamily. Okay, the second way in which you can test to see if an event fires is if you preview. So if I click on preview in Tag Manager, okay, I'm going to go into preview mode. Okay, and preview mode allows you to see in analytics, in Tag Manager, and on the website what tags are firing. So here I could see I'm in preview mode now. So I'm going to go to the website and I'm going to refresh, and in my browser, same browser I'm using for Tag Manager, I can see the tags that are being fired on this page already. Okay, because I'm in preview mode. So here I could see remarketing, I could see page views, I could see Google Optimize, I could see some tags that are already firing on this page. Now, if I click on this button here by holding down my Shift command and then click on that button, I'll be able to see that the tag fired in preview mode. There's my event, header donate, and I could see it fired. So now I can see it fired in the preview mode. So in addition to Google Analytics, in preview mode, I could see that that tag is fired and I know that it's working. So there you have it. You have two ways to test to see if the event fires. Again, you have real time and analytics. Okay, so in real time, if you just go up to real time, all you need to do is go down to events, go to your website, click on the button. If you see it firing in real time, then you know it works. The second version or second way to test your event is through the preview mode. Okay, if you see it firing in preview mode, then you know it's also working. Okay, so let's rehash our steps. First step is we want to be able to identify what we want to track. Okay, so it could be this newsletter sign up, it could be click on a Facebook, it could be anything we want to be able to track. An image, a click on a CTA button, whatever we want to track, identify it. Second step, identify the category, action, and label, because that's what's going to show up in Google Analytics. Remember, label is optional, value is optional. Third step, go into Tag Manager, actually set up your tag and your trigger. So if you set up a tag and it's an event, name it GA-event. So that way you can see in your list of tags in Tag Manager what event tracking you have already set up. So when you set up your tag, you set up your trigger. Your trigger is based on logic. That can be a URL, it can be a click ID, it can be a class ID, whatever you want to use to fire that event. And then once you do that, you want to test it. You could test it in GTM or you could test it in Google Analytics. If it doesn't fire, you want to tweak your trigger. If it does fire, then great. And then one thing I would recommend is if you're setting up various events for your website, that's a best practice. What I would recommend is set up a spreadsheet. And in that spreadsheet, you want to put a note. What's firing? What are you doing to fire? It could be, in this case, when somebody clicks on the Donate Now button in the header. You want to put the tag name in here, the type. Okay, then you want to record your category, action, and label. And then the great thing about events is you could turn those events into goals. And that's as simple as going back into analytics. Okay, so if I go into analytics and I go to admin and I go to goals, if you set up a new goal, okay, all you need to do is choose custom, click continue. You're going to choose event as your goal name. And then from a naming perspective in Google Analytics for your goal, I would definitely put event first and then click on header donate. Okay, so if I click now continue, what is my category? It's equal to header donate. My action is click. And so I can verify to see if this is working. And here I can see in analytics that the goal would have a 0.22% conversion rate. So that tells me that the goal is working and I can turn this event into a goal. And when you turn something into a goal in analytics, then you can measure it across all dimensions. That's what I would recommend if the event is equal to a KPI or business goal, or it's of importance. It's something you really want to measure. Okay, if it's just a click, say on a Facebook button, I wouldn't recommend setting that up as a goal. Okay, so once you've set up your event, you recorded it in your spreadsheet, it's firing, you want to be able to then go back into behavior, back into events. Okay, you can go to top events. Okay, so top events tell you by category as a default what events are firing or what category is firing the most. Okay, so if I choose my date range, here I can just go to year to date. So here I can see my header donate button, fortunately for me, has the most total events. Now notice in analytics, you'll also see unique events. And so the difference between unique events and total events is that unique events are equivalent to one per session, where total events means that somebody can come to your website, initiate a session, and click on that button multiple times in the same session. So if I go to the Alma Foundation website, okay, I can click on that Donate Now button 3 or 4 or 5 different times in the same session. So what analytics is going to do is actually in that session, count it once, but accumulate the number of clicks as a total event for that session. So you're always going to have more total events than unique events, because in some cases, users may click on the button more than once in the same session. And so here I can see total events, unique events, and if I added a value to that event, I should be able to see it here. So if I added $1 as an example to this particular event, because it had 164 unique events, I should be able to see 164 as my value. But since I see 0, that means that I did not assign value. And so average value basically is just giving me how much average I have per event. So it's taking into account the number of, or the value, the total value divided by the total number of unique page views or sessions. And so because I don't have value, I'm not going to have average value. But here you can see, because value is optional, here I can at least see how many events or how many clicks I receive for a particular button. Again, it could be a video. If I clicked on this video as an example, I can see how many people actually started it. I can see the unique and the total events. And if I click on label, if I have a label assigned, then I'll be able to see what page triggered that event. So if we go back again to our header donate button, back to category, if we click on label as our primary dimension, here we can see the home page had the most unique events, then followed by the children's page, the contact form, etc. So what you can do in analytics, you can also look at the pages that have driven events. So here I could see the home page has accumulated the most total events, followed by the contact us. So that's how you would look at the data in Google Analytics. Under behavior, under events, and then under top events or overview is where you can start analyzing your event tracking. So first you need to do, identify it, assign a category, action, and or label, set up that tag and trigger. Once you do that, once you test that it's working, this is where you're going to go to analyze.
Have you ever wondered what will happen if the pages of your website are not visible in the search engines? Definitely, this can be the most scary thought you ever had. But due to lack of technical knowledge, this is happening in the real world with the newbies in the SEO industry. Well, for these beginners, this video is the opportunity and the solution to your problems. To get your pages search and appear in Google search results, it is important that these pages are indexed in Google. And to get the web pages index, Google Search Console or Search Console is the one-stop solution. Before we dive deep into this topic, consider subscribing to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast. What is Search Console? Google Search Console, formerly known as Google Webmaster Tool, is a web service provided by Google developers. Google Search Console is mainly responsible for optimizing a website for its visibility, indexing website, detecting crawl errors, etc. After understanding what is Google Search Console, now we need to focus on why Search Console is an important part of search engine optimization. A website's technicalities are directly or indirectly related to Search Console. Consider you have created a website for your business. But from past few weeks, your website is not visible in search result pages. Here, Search Console comes into action. There is a possibility that search engine crawlers are not able to crawl your website. Thus, it is not visible in the search result pages. To make crawlers crawl your website, you will need to optimize your website using Search Console. Some other technical aspects of Search Console includes fixing indexing problems, sending the updated content or pages for indexing, generating search traffic reports, generating alerts if there are any issues related to indexing or any other issue, gets the list of sites linking to your website, keep the track of mobile usability, AMP pages, and more. So now it is the right time to understand how Search Console works. But before we begin this topic, have a look at the range of courses of digital marketing and search engine optimization from Skill Up by Simplilearn. You can get the link in the description box below. So now I have a question for you. What will you do at first if your web page fails to appear in search result pages? Well, let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Stay tuned with this video. Even though if you don't have the answer right now, by the end of this video, you will surely able to answer this question. So let's get started by knowing how Search Console works. To understand the working of Search Console, it is necessary to have a detailed knowledge about how search engine works. Search engines mainly works in 3 steps: crawling, indexing, and ranking. Let's have a look at each step one by one. So first, let's start with crawling. Search engines are hungry for content, and so they send web spiders or web crawlers, also known as robots or search engine bots, to discover new content or any updated content. Content can be an image, a web page, a video, or anything else present on the web. This process is known as crawling. Now let's know about indexing. As soon as the crawler discovers the updated content or new content, these web crawlers start storing the URLs of the content into the search index or web index. This process is known as indexing. Once the content is indexed, it starts appearing in the search result pages. When a user enters a search query, the most relevant results are taken from the index and displayed in the form of most relevant to least relevant in the search result pages. This process is known as ranking. Now that we have gained knowledge about how search engine works, here I have a question for you. Choose the correct option with respect to working of search engines. You need to choose the option for all the steps of how search engines work. Option A, indexing, crawling, ranking. Option B, ranking, indexing, crawling. Option C, crawling, indexing, ranking. And option D, crawling, ranking, and indexing. Let us know your answer in the comment section below. Now let's get started by learning how Search Console actually works. Search Console is a primary source of information that helps search engine bots to crawl, index, and rank the pages of your website, thereby allowing the website owners to monitor the health of your website. All you need to do is integrate Search Console with your website and get the ownership. Allow the search engine bots to crawl your website and index the pages. Also, don't forget to submit your website's sitemap to search engines. Submitting sitemaps helps the crawler to discover more pages of your website, thereby understanding your site's architecture. We will know how it is done in the upcoming part of the video. Also, you need to keep an eye on the errors suggested by Search Console and solve them, else it may harm the ranking of your website. Now, let me remind you that all the reports that are generated in Search Console are based on the activity of the web crawlers on your website. Now, let's understand various parameters and terminologies from Search Console to get a complete understanding of this webmaster tool. So without any further delay, let's start understanding the basic terminologies of Google Search Console and how they work and improve your website's health. The first one we have is performance reports. Google Search Console provides two types of performance report, search reports and discover reports. Let's first understand about search reports. Search reports help to analyze the search performance of your website. Search performance reports include metrics and dimensions. So let's first focus on metrics. Here there are four types of metrics. As you can see in this image, the metrics include the total clicks, or I must say clicks, impressions, average CTR, and average position. Impressions provides the data on how many times your website appears in the search results. As you can see here, the graph shows the number of times this website has appeared in the search results. The next metric we have is clicks. Clicks provide the data on the total number of times users clicked from the search results and reached your website. The graph below shows the number of times the users have clicked from search results and they have arrived on any page of my website. So suppose if here is a number 200, so we can definitely get an idea for very number of dates provided on the x-axis, which shows that how many times the user has clicked and arrived on the website, and the number varies from between like 200, 250, 300, and in between 250 to 300. And the next metric we have is average CTR. Average CTR, or click-through rate, is the percentage of impressions that results in clicks. In the same manner, the graph below shows the average CTR for various different dates. The next metric we have is average position. The average position represents the data about the average position of the sites in the search results. It is possible that your website is ranking today at number 1 position, so it may rank tomorrow at 3, some other day at 4, some other day at 9 or 10, and again it may rank to the 1. So this data actually provides the detail about the average position which your website frequently ranks at. So that is, if it is ranking at 1, 2 and 3, in between 1, 2 and 3 positions, so the average position may be 2. Now, understanding about the dimensions. Dimensions are the data attribute that defines who did something on your site or from where. Here is the list of dimensions on which the dimension performance reports are generated. That is, the countries, pages, queries, devices, search appearance, and dates. The dimension country suggests the country from which the search came. As you can see here, from the left column, you can get the list of number of countries. From the right side, you can get the idea about the clicks, impressions, CTR, and position. That is all the metrics related to that query from which the search came from, or from that location, or whatever the activity has happened from that location. Next we have is the dimensions pages. Pages show the pages clicked by user or a page that is viewed on a search. So this actually you get the reports from the search console in the form of the links, where you get the link which is the exact page that is viewed on the search. If there exist duplicate pages on the site, then only one canonical page or canonical link will be displayed by the search engines out of the number of duplicate pages. So basically, canonical links are those links like if there are, suppose there is a one original page and there are 2, 3 duplicate page of the same page. So what happens? The original page gains the canonical link, and this page has more value than the duplicate pages. So whenever the search engine will crawl your website, all the duplicate pages may be ignored, and all its link juice or link equity or anything will be completely taken for the original page. Moving ahead to queries. Queries provide the query string that users search on the Google Search Console. So suppose there is a website. So suppose let's talk about the Simplilearn website. So suppose a user may add as Java course, and Simplilearn websites appears at second or third position. So this query, say suppose user clicks on the website and reaches the website. This query Java course on Simplilearn or Java course will add in the search console, showing that the user has reached to your website using this query Java course. And again, all the list of the queries appears towards the left, and all the matrices for that query like clicks, impressions, CTR, and its average position is appeared towards the right in the search console. Now talking about the search appearance helps in grouping the data as per the search result type or by the feature. So you can get here the number of search appearance, and again the same metrics is with respect to the search appearance criteria. Next, let's move towards the dates. Dates groups the data as per the dates according to the public time zones. Now let's have a look over the Discover Performance Report. Now here you must be thinking about how the search is different from Discover. Yes, search and Discover follow different approaches. Users enter a query to find a required information with search, whereas Discover shows the content based on what result will be best matched for your query as per the Google's automated system. Now coming to the Discover Performance Report, as per Google's guidelines, Discover Performance Reports are visible only if your website has a minimum threshold of impressions in Discover. Now moving to another important parameter of Search Console, which is URL inspection. URL inspection is an interesting tool in the Search Console. This tool allows you to inspect whether the URL is indexable or not. Some main functions of this tool includes checking the current status of the URL, inspecting live URLs, requesting indexing for a URL, viewing pages rendered version, viewing crawled pages, viewing tested pages, etc. In order to check the index status of URL, open the URL inspection tool and add the complete URL, for which we need to know its indexing status. Now, to understand the results, check the present status. If it shows that URL is on Google, as you can see in the screen, this means that URL qualifies Google's criteria and is eligible to appear in search results. If it shows URL is not on Google, then the URL does not qualify the Google's criteria and is not eligible to appear in search results. You can check more details like URL discovery, crawl and indexing information from the Page Availability tab. Click on the crawl page to see the information about the HTTP request and response. If you find that the link is disabled, just hover over the page to check the reason. Now coming to the live URL test. It is helpful to test the live URL and check if it is capable of being indexed. It proves helpful when you update your page and want to compare it with its latest indexed version. Just to bring it to your notice, a live test will only confirm whether the Google crawler can access your page for indexing, but it doesn't assure that your page will be included in the Google index. Altogether, with the help of index coverage report, one can find the list of URLs, which includes the URLs Google has found on your website, the URLs that have been indexed, and identify if any indexing problem have occurred. Next, we move ahead to understand about the sitemaps. A sitemap is the file that contains all the information of pages on your website. This helps search engine crawlers to crawl your website and understand your website structure and helps them to index the pages more efficiently. More the crawler indexes your pages, higher the chances for the pages of your website to appear in the search results. With the help of sitemaps, you can provide information about various contents like pages, videos, images, etc. As you can understand, a sitemap plays an important role in indexing process. You must be curious to know how we can create and submit a sitemap to search engines. Before we understand this process, make sure that all pages of your website are linked in an appropriate manner with each other, thereby maintaining a healthy site structure. A sitemap can be created in XML format, RSS format, or in text format. It can be auto-generated or created manually as well. Most commonly used sitemap is XML. Following is an example of an XML sitemap. This is the simplest version of the sitemap that we are representing here. You can submit a sitemap through the sitemap reports in the Search console. However, sitemaps can also be submitted through robots.txt file. Let's understand about robots.txt file. So let's understand the robots.txt file in short. Robots.txt file notifies the web crawlers about the URLs that they can access on the website. As there are lots of search engines, there exist different web crawlers. Thus, there is a possibility that some web crawlers may not obey the instructions from the robots.txt file. It is necessary to know how to use the proper syntax as different crawlers understand syntax differently. Thus, there are chances that some web crawlers might fail to understand the instructions from the robots.txt file. A page can be indexed even if it is disallowed from the robots.txt file if it is linked to other site. Next, let's know what enhancement reports are. All the rich results status reports are displayed under the Enhancement tab. So, let's know more about rich results. These type of results are known as rich results in SERPs. So, basically, rich results can be any search results other than the traditional blue links, for example, image results, carousels, etc. You can check whether the pages from your website support rich results or not using the Rich Result Test tool provided by Google developers. Now, understanding the Rich Result Status report, the Enhancement tab contains separate reports for rich result type. Some rich result report types are listed below, that are breadcrumbs, education Q&A, event, FAQ, fact check, guided recipe, how to, image license, job posting, learning video, review snippets, etc. Rich results status reports consist of summary page and details page. The summary page mainly consists of errors, useful items found on your website, warnings, etc. The details page consists of the information about the issues, when it was detected, item type, when was the page last scrolled, etc. Before we understand how to fix error in Search console, It is important to understand the status of each page as reported by Search Console. Each page has any of the following status: error, warning, excluded, and valid. If the status of the page is valid, it means the page has successfully indexed. The status of the page appears to be excluded if one purposefully wants the page not to be indexed, or a page is blocked by robots.txt file. For example, setting the meta tag to no index. Warnings majorly appears when the page of your website is indexed. But there are some issues with the page which need your attention and have to be resolved as soon as possible. If the page's status is error, then there is a need to pay a detailed attention over the issues in the page, as these issues prevent the page from getting indexed. Let's discuss about the errors in detail and how we can fix them. Some popular errors from the Search Console are listed below. That is, the redirect error, server error, submitted URLs blocked by robots.txt, URL marked as no index, submitted URL is a soft 404, 404 or page not found error. So let's first know about the redirect error. Some redirect error that Search Console shows up are the redirect chain that was too long, redirect loop, redirect URL that exceeds maximum URL length, and bad or empty URL in the redirect chain. So all these error means that the redirections are not working properly, and so there is a need to fix them. So suppose, for example, you have added too many redirects from one page to another. So in this scenario, search engine bots find it a waste of time to crawl again and again to the same redirections, and at that time the search engine crawlers or search engine bots ignore those URLs or redirections. So in such cases, you need to fix those redirection to a single URL. The next we have is server error. The server returns 5xx error when it fails to fulfill a valid request. This error mainly conveys that something is wrong with your website server. All you need to do is reach out to your hosting services and inform them about the issue and make sure it gets resolved as soon as possible. The next one we have is submitted URL blocked by robots.txt. To resolve this issue, you need to remove the line of code from the robot.txt file that restricts Google from crawling the respective page. The next we have is URL marked as no index. When a URL is marked as no index, it sends the signal to crawlers that this page is not meant to be crawled, or this page is not meant to be indexed. If you want this page to be indexed, check the metadata and remove the no index attribute to allow the crawlers to crawl the URL. Now let's understand about the error. Submitted URL is a soft 404 and 404 or page not found error. Whenever a web page loads, server returns a 200 signal showing the success status code. Soft 404 is a condition in which server returns 200 success status code and the page not exist error simultaneously. This is considered to be a bad user experience. This error can be solved simply by redirecting this page to any relevant URL or the home page of the website. Talking about 404 or page not found error, this error mainly occurs when you delete the page from your website but the URL of the page still exists in the sitemap. This error can be solved by simply removing the URL or removing the 404 URL from the sitemap or redirecting the URL to a new page. This will help to avoid the further errors in near future. We will have a detailed look at other 4xx errors in the upcoming videos. Now that we are aware of the basics of Search Console, let's dive deeper to know some stats regarding the Search Console in the SEO industry. When you're thinking of adding a business online, your website should fulfill all the technical SEO needs which can be achieved by Google Search Console. Thus, there is a huge demand in SEO industry for the candidates having strong knowledge of Google Search Console. The average salary of an SEO expert with the Google Search Console skills in US is $53,000 to $78,000 per annum, and that in India is $276,000 per annum. Some biggies in the SEO industry looking for these skill sets include Accenture, Amazon, People Group, Eaton, etc. So let me know your dream company to work as an SEO expert in the comment section below. Search Console is for everyone, whether you are a business owner, a marketing specialist, a web developer, or a website administrator. Google Search Console will continue to be the part of search engine optimization technique and will keep on playing a major role in the maintenance of the website and improvement in rankings. Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast.
Hey guys, welcome to today's session. My name is Sachin Sehgal and I'm here to talk about a very important tool, Google Ads. And out of all the ads we can create under Google Ads, today we would be talking about a very important one, Google Search Ad. So this is going to be very exciting. This is going to be very deep. From my experience, I can say I will going to take you through a lot of technical aspects and a lot of optimization strategies where you can really bring down the cost down if you're really paying high for your clicks and conversion. So please be with me and I would try to give you the best from my side. Great. So let's just start, guys. Google Ads is something which we have discussed in the last class. If you have seen my last session, if you have not, we will leave the link in the description, where we talked about the basics of Google Ads, and we also talked about how to create this beautiful ad account or a tool with a free Gmail ID. Okay, we did talk about few more things, that how many types of ads you can create. Just to give you the quick glimpse, we are on Google, and when we type something like, if I want to do a data analytics course, so I would type few things like a word or a keyword or a query into Google search engine, and then Google as a search engine would show me few results. The results which we see on the top, we are talking about these today. This is the topic, or this is the kind of an ad which we would create today in this session. This is called text ad, or this is also called Google search ad. Okay, so this is the first type of an ad you see, or which you can create under the Google Ads. There are few more, just like if you would go and search for any of the e-commerce product, probably buy winter jacket online. So then there would be results, but in a different shape and color and different structure. There is an ad which is a text ad, but on the top we are able to see some more ads, but they are not just text. They have a pricing, they have a title, they have a brand name, they have an image of the product. So they are called shopping ads or product listing ads. In addition to that, sometimes when you go to a product a website like Speed Test, and you see the product ads there, but again in the different shape and color. So they are called display ads because they've been displayed on different websites and different apps. So why I'm going so fast in explaining you different type of ads, because as I told you, we have another video created with the name of Google Ads for Beginners 2023. You can just check the link in the description and you will able to get all this type of ads and whatever the bidding strategies to be used in basic in that particular tutorial or that demo. Just to show you, if you can see that ads by Google. So this is the display ad or a banner ad. So just quickly, I have shown you 3 types of the ads, but our focus, as I said, today going to be on a very specific ad, which is the most important ad from the Google Ads family. Okay, so let's just begin, guys. When I come to Google Ads, this is how the Google Ads structure looks like. We have a Google Ads account created. Again, I repeat, if you don't know how to create it, please find the link in the description to create the Google Ads account. Once a Google Ads account created, then you would have a dashboard like this. Okay, in this dashboard, you can see there are campaigns, there are ad groups, there are ads, there are videos, there are landing pages. So a lot of things can be confusing if we are just coming to this account or to this beautiful tool for the very first time. So to just keep it very simple or to explain in a very simpler way, what I did is I just drawn this structure for you. Okay, so this structure says that you have a Google Ads account. Imagine that I am a Simplilearn Google Ads manager. So I am running the ads for all Simplilearn keywords like data analytics course, digital marketing course, or any machine learning course, Python course. So whenever somebody types this, so there is a ad which shows like from Simplilearn. Probably we have to just assume, because currently I'm not able to see any Simplilearn ad here. So data analytics course India, and then probably we can see if there are any. You can always change the keywords, but just to test, I'm randomly changing the words, or I could have just written Simplilearn specifically because I want to go with Simplilearn only. I have researched a lot and I feel like this is one of the best. Okay, so probably there is no ad though. Still I would check. Probably I have to just change the course. So I will go for the another course which is by Simplilearn again, and then probably we can expect any of the ads running, because this is not a very peak time, so we are probably saving some of the cost, not running the ads at this odd hour. Anyhow, so we can assume that this is the ad I am running for. So how we can create this ad, how we can get the best of clicks. As I said, it is not the very best time to run the ad, so this is also kind of a change we can bring into our ads by doing some research. So how all these things are done, we're going to be learning it. Okay, so when we come here to the dashboard, and when we see our dashboard looks like this, a bit complicated, so we can be confused, we can be disheartened that I have created the account by seeing the first video, but now I am all stuck. Okay, so probably I have to again wait. So the wait is over. Now we are here to understand the whole structure. Okay, so let me just take a very simple example. Suppose I'm someone who's selling a shoes. Okay, because I have just said Simplilearn, probably let's just convert it to any of the Google Ads account of a shoe seller. Probably I am Nike. Okay, and I am making the ad for Nike shoes, and I am selling 2 types of the Nike shoes today, probably formal or canvas, or probably I am selling the casual or any sports shoes. And what I did, I created the campaign, named it search ad, any month, whatever the month you have started with, suppose November. So November 2022, that is the name which I am giving. Name can be changed. Name is something which has been put it up for my reference, so that after creating a lot of campaigns, I'm not confused in which campaign I have to check the results. Okay, so I'm running the search ad for shoes for the month of February or November or December 22, 23, whatever, and then I open 2 ad groups into it. Why I'm opening 2 ad groups under one campaign? Because I'm selling 2 kind of products. Under the shoes only I'm selling formal also. Under the shoes only I'm selling casual also. So what happens, suppose I would have just created one ad group and would have inserted or submitted all the keywords of formal and casual inside one ad group. Then if somebody would have searched a term called formal black shoes, then this ad group would have got confused that should I show formal ad shoes or should I show casual ad shoes. because what I did, I have just got all my keywords like formal, casual, cricket, shopping, jogging, party, office, all the mix of the keywords from formal and casual family into the same ad group. The moment any of these 6 keywords been typed or been searched on Google, then this ad group would have got triggered, and then again randomly it would have shown the ad of a formal or ad of a casual, because both of the ads would have been under this. Okay, but after doing this bifurcation, or after doing this segmentation, what would happen? All the formal keywords like party shoes, office shoes, formal black shoes would go here. This ad group would trigger if any of this keyword would searched, and accordingly this ad which has everything related to only formal shoes will be shown. And of course with that ad, the landing page which is connected which would be opened when somebody clicks the ad. Okay, and vice versa, if somebody would have searched for a casual term like a casual shoes, sports shoes, jogging shoes, running shoes, then this ad group would have triggered, and then the casual shoes ad with all the headline related to that casual keywords would have been shown, and accordingly if somebody would have clicked, then the landing page of casual shoes would have opened. Okay, so if this is clear, actually you are very much ready to dive into the Google Ads, because many people takes a lot of time to understand the structure, because maybe they are very much confused at the ad group level. But I have just tried my level best by bringing this example why I am creating 2 different ad groups, why I'm not just going with the same ad group, mixing all the keywords. Second scenario could have been, or a second permutation could have been, I would have just probably created 2 different campaigns altogether. I would have named the campaign 1 with search ad formal shoes November. Okay, then only this part would have belonged to the first campaign. Then I would have created a different campaign altogether, and I would have named it campaign search ad casual shoes November. Then this second campaign, or a second campaign can be assumed here with a green color, would have been drawn. Okay, so this is how on the structure it works like. We can always now create inside. So let's just see a few things before we create the ad. Okay, very important requirement, or rather I would say if being the campaign manager of any company you name, any startup you name, or any client you work with, or probably for yourself as well, you have to be very much sure how these terms works like. Okay, so these terms when I talk about is going to be bit inclined towards the search ad today only, and when I talk about the display ad in the next video, then I would take you through about the terminologies and all the KPIs of display banner or a video ads. Okay, so now if I talk about a search ad, a very important term which we should be aware of is the maximum bid price. Okay, because we all know when we talking about this ad which is called a text ad, then we are paying on every click. Okay, that's why this is also called PPC ad. This is also called PPC marketing, or you can understand in a very simple words, advertiser which is emeritus in this particular ad only has to pay when somebody like Sachin this moment clicking this ad. I click this ad, I reach to the landing page of this particular university or this college, and a certain amount is deducted from this particular ad account, and that certain amount actually decides or decided on the basis of the keyword helped to show this ad. Okay, so as an advertiser must have paid something to Google Ads for showing this ad for this keyword. Okay, so when I say a maximum bid price, it means it's a maximum bid price of a keyword. That's why now this would be easier to understand by this example. Suppose I want to run the ad on the term called Data Analytics Course 2022. What I did, I have opened the Google Keyword Planner. I did talk about this in the previous session, but I will take you through again how you use a keyword planner smartly. So I have got this data from the keywords planner. that the average price I have to pay for this keyword to show my ad is 5 to 10 rupees. So what I did, I just played a bit of maths and I have bidded something over the minimum bid price. Okay, this is the minimum bid price, this is the maximum bid price. Okay, and this is what I've got from the keyword planner. So rather than going for a very high price or the maximum bid price to secure my position, I want to play safe. And what I would do, I would just take a chance maybe 30-40% over the minimum bid range, and then I will see if the impressions or clicks are coming or not. If they starts coming, it means that my ad is accepted and my keyword is winning in the auction and I'm able to get the clicks. But if it is not picking, then certainly I have to increase my bid price. But coming back to the terminologies, what we're talking here is, once I have set it up my maximum bid price of 7 rupees, then my ad would start showing. Suppose my ad shows for 1000 times today, and every time when my ad being clicked, certain amount being deducted. There is a competition, there are other advertisers also who are running the ad, and after showing my ad for the whole day, Google in the dashboard just shown that you have paid average CPC of 5 rupees only. So I bid it for 7, but by seeing different factors like the competition, the demand, and how many times the ads got clicked, what was the position where my ad was shown, I ended up in paying 5 rupees for every click by the end of a day. So the average CPC, sometimes people get confused, the average CPC and the maximum bid price is the same. No, so maximum bid price is something which I submit to Google, that this is the maximum I can pay for my ad to show on certain keyword for every click. And average CPC is something which actually I pay every day, or in that average of the duration your ad got displayed or got clicks for every click on that particular keyword. Okay, or the number of keywords if you have more than one keyword submitted. And suppose I got 100 clicks, then it's a simple maths that my budget which I have spent today is 5 rupees for one click, 500 rupees for 100 click. So daily budget would be 500 rupees. And tomorrow if company says I need 300 clicks, then of course my average CPC which I have from the historical data of yesterday, I would just do my maths and I will going to submit the daily budget of not 100, rather 300 today, so that in 1500 I can expect 300 clicks at the cost of 5 rupees per click. Okay, so this is a very simple of the example to just make you explain how things works. You submit something, then on the basis of a lot of factors, Google calculates, Google gives you clicks, and once you have the data, then you can just understand how this all is working. Okay, last thing before we dive into the tool is keyword planner. So I just told you, we have done in the last class how this works like. So we go into tool and setting, and then we go into keyword planner. I'll show you in the account also, the Google Ads account, just after 30 seconds the screenshot's over. So your keyword planner opens, and then you discover the keyword. Suppose I am selling data analytics course, so I would just put my search term data analytics course, and then I'll click the get result, and then accordingly it will show me lot of options. And this is the pricing I was talking about. It gives me the low price and the high price. So I would take the 30-40% over the low bid price or the average price between these both, and that would be my maximum bid price. And after checking all the permutations, Google would show my ad, or either it would not show my ad also. There can be a chance. So I have to just wait for my impression and clicks and the results by the end of a day, and I would know how much the average CPC actually I'm paying for each keyword. Okay, so I'll show you all those reports in a while. That's it right now. Let's just go and see a few things. So the keyword planner will start with, suppose I start in researching all these things. My campaign is about data analytics course. I'm making it for Simplilearn probably, and I would go and I would just try to search into planning my keyword planner, and then I will write a term quickly here, whatever I want to show my ad for. Suppose data analytics course, as I said. Okay, probably let's say digital marketing, because we would have more results, so it's easy to understand with a lot of results, because I would be able to tell you how to sort and filter them down. digital marketing course, and you can just test it with any of the keywords. I'm just doing a random check. So once we are here, we have a lot of keywords in addition to what we have submitted. So the keyword which I have provided is this, and the result shows that it had over 100k monthly searches, and of course in the range of 1 million in the month of 2021 to September 2022. So this is actually the average monthly searches happened in between this period, and the advertisers actually paid as low as 44 rupees to as high 224 rupees. Okay, that can easily be converted to dollars, half a dollar or maybe more than half a dollar, 60-70 cents probably, and this is like going to be a $3 cost. Okay, so what we can do is we can see now there are a lot of keywords been given, and we can easily sort them down here on certain basis, like suppose the monthly searches are high or the bid is low and all that stuff. But this is quite difficult when we have to sort down here in the keyword planner. So what I do is I'm just going to talk about the same, like how I actually go when I am working for my clients. Okay, I have clients here, a lot of clients. I don't want to show you, but yeah, I have. And suppose I just go and download this data from here, and then this would be downloaded in the Excel format, and we can just save it anywhere. Suppose I just bring it here, and then now I would open the keyword sheet, and I would have a data in my Excel. Okay, so I need this one. So this is the most important column, because I have to highlight which column is important and what is not required right now. So whatever is required, I'm just be keeping with me, and what I feel like is not very important as of now, I'm just not going to be taking them. So now there are 5 columns which I have kept with myself, like these 4 where we talk about the results and the keyword. Okay, this is not required, this is not required, so I'm just going to be deleting or hiding them. Okay, so when we talk about competition index value, so this actually tells us that a particular keyword is how much from the competition point of view is difficult to rank. Suppose I talk about 2 keywords right now. Let me just take a one with a lower score, suppose this one, and I would take the higher or the highest one, probably is this one. Okay, so now when I talk about a comparison, probably or probably let's say this one, because this has monthly searches which are equivalent. From the competition point of view, they are way differ, but the search has been same. So if I would stuck to something of this sort, that if I have to finalize between these two, so what I would do, that's something which we are talking here. If we have a kind of a combination where we have to decide out of these two. So both of the keywords meaning very important. If I would just check from my naked eye, a quick scan, they look very promising, they look very great to me, suppose, and they have a equivalent number of searches in the last 1 year on the average monthly basis. But there is a difference between the competition. Okay, now people can be confused, what is this competition? So I would just make you explain in a very simpler way. Suppose there are 100 companies, or there are 100 edtech institutes or probably physical institutes who teaches digital marketing, because we are doing online marketing or a digital marketing course online. So let's keep it online institutes like Simplilearn and all. Okay, so what they have done is in the last 1 year they all have used these keywords to run their ads, to show their advertisement or their digital ad on a Google space. Okay, when this data has been given, so this is telling me that out of those 100 advertisers or my 100 competitors, 66 or a 66% advertisers have used this ad, okay, or have used this keyword to show their ad. Okay, and out of 100, 33%, or if it is 100, then 33 advertisers have used this keyword to show their ad. Okay, so it brings kind of a comparison to us that probably these two keywords are very much in demand, equally from the searches point of view, because both have been searched equally. But whenever this has been searched, then there has been a competition where 66 people or 66 advertisers or 66% advertisers are fighting to show their ad. Okay, and when this keyword been searched as equally, then only 33% or 33 people or 33 advertisers are fighting to show their ad on Google space. Okay, when I talk about 100, then that seems to be okay where my ad would look like, where my ad would show. Because if I just go on a Google space, that only 7 ads are shown when we go on a Google search engine. 1, 2, 3 and 4, and then the rest 3 would be at the bottom. If they are shown at this moment or not, I'm not very sure. So 3 would be here somewhere. So total 7 ads placements on the first page. Nobody goes beyond first. We know that 97 of the worldwide audience don't go beyond the first pagination. Okay, so we have to be on a first page. So if I talk about from the first page 7 positions point of view, it would make more sense. So let's imagine there are only 10 advertisers of digital marketing course. So out of 10, if I take out 66%, then it means almost like 6 to 7 advertisers are fighting or have bidded or probably are trying to outrank each other to show their ad on the top or on the first 4 positions of Google. But when I talk about this, then only 3 to 4 advertisers are fighting or have bidded for this keyword to show the ad on the first page. So this actually is a very important data. Sometimes we just miss it because it has not been I think explained anywhere else that what exactly this value is. We only go by the low, medium, high, which is the very first column I delete nowadays. I don't go by this because they both come under the medium, but there is a big difference. 7 out of 10 would have been bidded for, and only 3 to 4 would have been bidded for this keyword. So never go by the high, medium or low, just go by the index value, because that's a percentage of the advertiser who are actually trying to fight for the same keyword to show their ad on the top. Okay, this is how we shorten or we get the best keywords. We try to get the best searched keyword with the kind of a index value between 50 to 60, less than that. And then we of course go for the bid value or a bid price, which is also on a very lower side, not a very high price keyword we go with. So this is the criteria I actually follow, and that's something which we can see I have also mentioned here. You can see that much. We go for the high search keyword, and then we'll try to get the low, medium competition keywords, which of course less than 60 index value. And then I put a price, kind of a price of my price, which is like if the low bid price is 10 rupees, then I just make it 13 by adding 30% to it. So if the pricing is 10, so I would add 30% to it. That makes my price 13. And then I check, if the first day, if the impressions has come, it means my price actually been accepted. But if any of the keyword my price is not accepted, then I would again revise the price by 20-30% and then would wait for the second day report. And that's how I keep changing for the first 2-3 days and keep seeing the results. And once the every keyword gets pick up and I get the start getting the stable results, then I just allow the campaign to work on the algorithm, and I see results actually moves in the positive direction when you give some time to campaigns to read and to learn from the audience behavior. Okay, so this is about the keyword planning which we have just seen. Now moving to again a very important aspect, because campaign making is something which I've already given you the glimpse in the last class, so I would again give you today. But before that, I really wanted today to speak on all these technical aspects which works at the back end. So that's why my focus is more on this presentation. Parallelly, I would keep showing you the Google ads, the demo and everything. Okay, so now when we move to the next part is very important from the ad algorithm point of view. So what happens, or what used to happen when the quality score which I'm just trying to speak now was not there, what used to happen, the one who used to pay the highest bid price used to get the first position, and the second one used to get the second position, and the third bidder used to get the third position. So I have just brought into this table, suppose A advertiser has bidded 8 rupee B 10, C 15 and D 20. And when the quality score concept was not there, so they actually been given the very direct position, this one first, this one second, this one third, and this one fourth. But they have realized, or Google has realized, that the one who is paying the most is not having a very good quality of the ad. His landing page or the website is not working, or probably the pages which are connected are not very relevant, and the keywords on which the ads been shown is nowhere near when the landing page is opened. So it was like a very negative impact on Google when the reviews been checked, and people or the users who were clicking on those ads were not happy. So what Google did, Google brought us kind of test score or a check which is called quality score for every keyword we bid. Okay, and this is only for the search ads. That's why I said all the keywords we bid. Okay, I'll just show you the result on a client site. So when we submit our ad on the basis of different keyword we bid and the strategy we use and the landing page we connected the backend. So what the system does is system starts analyzing and starts checking everything from top till bottom, from the start till the end. And I would just talk about the factors and what impact it brings is, so the quality score, the score which has been given out of 10 is then been given to every advertiser on the basis of the keyword. Suppose every advertiser here is bidding on the same keyword. Let's assume that they all are running the ad for the digital marketing course. So what would happen? They would check, and on the basis of the factors, they would give a score out of 10. Suppose the A advertiser who bid it for the least had the best of the quality score because of the reasons we're just going to talk about. B got 8 out of 10, 4 out of 10 and 2 out of 10. So the one who have bidded the most got the very least quality score. Probably the reasons would be more clear once we talk. So how this now will going to impact the whole position system is that their Google rank, not Google position. Okay, there is a Google rank kind of a KPI can be understood, or a matrix, which is a product or a multiplication of what you bid and how much quality score you were able to get. So 8 into 9 brings 72, 10 into 8 brings 80, 15 into 4 brings 60, and 20 into 2 is 40. Okay, so the combination of a good pricing and a good quality score got B bidder as a first position. Okay, and the one who got the best quality score but still paying very less from the average pricing probably is brought the Google position or ad position to second. And then the one who was paying very high but the quality score was below average, which is of course 5, 6 is average score, they've got into third position. And the one who was paying so high probably would not get a position, because this is the maths. From the maths point of view, I've got these numbers. If the quality score would have been below 5, then the ad would not have got any position, rather, because Google always tries to show the ads which are the best for the users, because Google always pays very importance to the users behavior and users expectations. So, and when I said that, I think you would be able to understand more now how the factors which actually results in these quality score is like relevance score. Like by relevance score means when you type a query, or a person would come here would type a query, so he doesn't know that this is called a keyword. We as a digital marketers know this is called a keyword. For them it is a normal query because they are about to start a course where they would be taught about all these things, but right now they are not very aware, very much aware of these things. So they are putting a query. When they put a query, they want to see the ad or ad extensions or ad description relevant to what they have searched. And when they see all these three things here with the search, what they made, they would definitely going to click more. And Google only earns when somebody clicks. So it means Google making revenue only when somebody is clicking. So from that perspective also, Google always tries to pay, or rather give more score and give a better position to the ads where all the components of the ads are perfect, are relevant, and the ones who starts getting more clicks in the very first hour or a first day. Okay, so the important factor which after the click is the landing page. So when somebody opens this, so it has to be very relevant to the query and to whatever being shown outside. They cannot just show anything here which is not relevant to the ad which has actually been shown outside. So all these factors in combination gives the quality score. Very important factor is CTR, which you must have understood when I did explain the last session, the basic one. But if you do not aware of it, so CTR is called click-through rate. Okay, and a click-through rate is a ratio of clicks to impression. Okay, it is a ratio of clicks to impression. Just a spell check. Okay, so suppose today when we are saying ABCD, so let's see, this is a A, or this is B, and this is C, and they've got equivalent quality score on the basis of all what they have done. Okay, their landing page, their ad, their description, everything is very much common. So Google, in the starting of the day, when the ad actually started to show for everyone, given them a very good quality score, probably of 5. Okay, and when this quality score of 5 been given to them, then the other factor which actually adds on to that algorithm is the CTR. So CTR is, I just told you, is the ratio between click to impression. So now they all have a same quality score, but this got 100 clicks out of the 1000 impressions been given today. This got 50 clicks out of the 1000 impressions given today. This got by any mean probably 200 clicks out of the 1000 impressions given today. Okay, every time this search is happening here, digital marketing course, so these 3 ads are very much visible equally. So all got 1000 impressions, 1000 impressions, 1000 impressions, but this got 100 clicks, this got 50 clicks, and this got 200 clicks in the very first hour, or maybe in the next 2 hours. Okay, so this CTR, when we are talking about 100 out of 1000 to 10%, this is 50 out of 1000, it means this is going to be 5%, and 200 out of 1000 means 20% of the CTR. So Google was actually benefited or made the most of the revenue when clicks have come from here, because it is almost like a double or a 4 times of this. So because of the high CTR, the quality score of course, every advertiser would improve, but this one would be improved from probably from 5 to 7, and this would probably from 5 to 5.5, and this probably from 5 to 6. So because of that, quality score has improved, and because of the high CTR this ad has got, so this position will be changed, and this would probably would get the first position, the second position, and at the end of a day, this ad has to pay, or advertiser has to pay lesser, because its quality score increase. We have just seen it is almost like the inversely proportional. The ones who are actually paying, or the ones who are having the best of the quality score, are paying the least, or has to pay the least. Okay, so this is all basically can be checked once your ad starts running. So I will just open the client's account where you can just see this with bit better understanding you would able to get out of this. Hopefully I am able to show you from, okay, I'll just see, because I have multiple advertisers, but I cannot just show for all. So let me just check if I can show you from any of the older one. Just wait, it is actually asking me some verification. It's taking too much time. Yeah, it's just done now. Okay. So once this is done, so I will just take you to one of the accounts where my main focus will be to just show you how the quality score report look like, and then you will get a fair idea about all the factors you have to be focusing to bring your quality score high, or to take your quality score high. Okay. So I'm just going to open the search ads, because we're talking about a search ad here only. And suppose if I just go into this campaign, which is of course not running right now, but I just want to show you how you check the report and all. Suppose this is the campaign you have run for, and you got 75 clicks at a average CPC price of 40 paisa, and you have just given this much pricing, and I have bid it for many keywords, but I want to see which keyword had got the best of the quality score and how the quality score been given and all. Okay, so once you reach to the keyword report here at this level, then you see the KPIs or metrics here, which gives the quality score out of 10. Okay, you can see here very well, and every keyword being given. If there are 10 keywords, I don't know how many keywords we bidded for. We bidded 50 keywords. Okay, and you can see all the keywords here, and every keyword been given the quality score out of 10. Okay, because their CTR, which was the last part which I've explained you, the ratio between the impression to clicks, got the above average. So they give below average, average, and above average. So above average is best actually for any of the factors. So their CTR is above average, their landing page is above average, and their ad is above average, means all are perfect. Then they got the 10. The moment anything goes below average or probably to the average, suppose you can see this is above average for them, this is above average for them, but their landing page experience from this keyword point of view is only average, their quality score has come to 8. Okay, if you go further down, let's see anything where two of them yeah, so here the kids ride on is a keyword where CTR is also not as high or as great, to as compared to the other keywords which we have seen, and also the landing page is not as relevant to the keyword. So there two factors like CTR and landing page has come to average as compared to the ad relevance, which is above average. So their whole quality score got impacted, which actually came down from 10 to 8 and then 7 for this particular keyword. And last not least, if I just take you to somewhere where something is below average has come now, one is above average, one is okay, they are getting clicks, but probably the ad is still not very much relevant to the keyword. Okay, so they are below average, above average, average has brought the quality score to 6 out of 10, which certainly would have impacted on the cost and also to the position. Okay, so this is something which you would see when you come here. Also, you can check one more thing here. Suppose you have bidded for your keyword and your bid price where you are paying for is maximum bid price. Let me just see where that column is. So otherwise I would just add that column so that you can learn that part as well. Okay, just wait. Okay, so this is basically CPC price is being given in the average cost. 2.50 is the cost for every click, and we got 249 clicks, so got 623. You can just check the maths. It's always good to cross check. So 249 clicks multiplied by the CPC price, which is 2.50 rupee, would give you 622.5, which is the cost for the keywords we bid it for, and the total clicks we have paid. Okay, and the maximum bid price, suppose you have got the maximum bid price of 1 rupee and you paid 17 paisa, 1.66 and all, and then what happens, you wanna secure your position. Suppose the very first page bid, you're seeing that you're getting the position but you're not getting a first page. Then here, because this campaign is not running, so I'm just giving you the hypothetical example. So whatever the pricing you would have given for the particular keyword, suppose we talk about these 3 keywords right now, or particular one keyword, I suppose. So this is something which I'm trying to show on a 1 rupee cost, but to show on the first page it is saying that you have to pay 1.5. Okay, to show on the first 4 positions here, 1 2 3 4, it is saying that probably you have to pay 2.5, and to get the absolute first position, which is going to be the topmost, it would tell you that you have to probably pay 5 rupee. You're paying 1, it is asking 1.5, the first 4 it can be paid for 2.53, or this has to be 5. So you can always go and change your bid price for the particular keyword. Okay, so there are ways to do it. Suppose if I just go here and I just go to the edit, I can change my maximum CPC bid price for this particular bid or a keyword like to 5 rupee. Okay, because I'm not changing for all the keywords, so I have selected that particular keyword and I have made the change to this particular keyword to 5 rupee. So if the average price was 1 and I was not getting the keyword from this keyword the position secured on the first page or a first absolute position, and I want, because this is the most important keyword for me, then I would just come here and would check the pricing. Okay, this says 5 rupees you have to pay for the top position, so I will just go here, edit, and would change the bid price or a maximum CPC bid price of this particular keyword. You can do for all, you have to just of course select all, of course, but if you would do for all, then it can really impact your whole budget. Okay, so try to go for the keywords where you really feel like it is required, and always go by the quality score. It has, it has a very good quality score, so I should be paying, or I should be ready in paying the maximum price which actually Google is asking me to pay to secure my first absolute position. And certainly that would increase the chances of clicks, and certainly if clicks are there, so conversions can be expected too. Okay, so this is all from what I've just taught you as of now. Now I would just move to the campaign making, though we have done as I told you last time, but I will try to make it again so that we can quickly see how the Google Ads, search ads, or the search Google ad created. Okay, so if I just go to the campaign, my demo account, so I have to just go to the Google Ads account, the dashboard, and then I would come to the campaigns. I would just click plus, new campaign, and whatever the objective is, you can always go for website traffic or without a guidance, because this would have all the settings inside the same. More important part is what we select next. So we select search campaign because we are making the ad for the search network. You can always test for website traffic, that would not make much difference, and click continue. I would talk about the conversions and remarketing in a separate session altogether, so we are not doing the conversion and remarketing today. We are making a normal search ad with all the strategies we have just understood, and with adding the extensions to the ad as well today. Okay, website visit, and suppose my website is just open Simplilearn's landing page so that I can make the ad for Simplilearn digital marketing as a demo ad, of course, not a main ad. So copying and just putting in here. I have to just put a website domain, that's it. I don't have to bring the whole landing page here, and then I can just name it probably November search ad, and then I would just go and continue, start new, and then I'll just select my bidding strategy, which is going to be clicks. And of course, from my Excel, I would learn that okay, my bid price which I'm going to be paying is certainly in the range of something like probably 50-60, and I have just told you that I bring my price kind of a thing into this, like I always bring like this. And then let me just delete all the other columns which are not required. So this is the sheet which I did explain to you earlier with the index value and all. So my price, what is my price like? So I always pay 30%, 40% extra to the low bid price. So I can, just get the formula here, like this plus this 30%. Okay, so that is just going to make it 57. So you can just understand 44 plus 13 going to bring 57, and I can just drag it, and now I've got the average. Suppose these are the keywords which I have finalized, just assuming. So these are the keywords which I have finalized probably because of XYZ factors, searches and index value and all that. And I see that my pricing is varying from 35 to 89, so maximum paying 89. So what I would do, keeping that in my head, I would going to give the limit to my bid price that I don't want to pay anything extra or more than 90. Okay, so this is something which you can do on this particular level. And then you move ahead and you remove this because you just want to keep your ad on the Google search. And then you go down, you select your countries, you select your location. If you want to show the ad in all the locations, then you certainly can just go and keep the very first option open, which is all countries and territories. If you want to just show your ad in a particular country, like right now if I just go India, so the whole India would see your ad. And if you want to go for manual locations, like suppose I want to select any of the states or cities, then what I would do, I would just probably take Delhi. So Delhi would be targeted like this. Okay, or probably I just want to target the state of Texas here, so I just would go and target the whole state. or if I want to target any of the provinces of Canada, so I would just go and take the provinces of Ontario, Canada, and I would just target the whole province. And now if I also want to go for any of the pin codes, suppose I want to target to a certain pin code, then I can just go and target the pin codes like this. So it is up to us that we want to go worldwide, or if you want to go for a country specific, if you want to go for a state specific, or if you want to go as a province or a pin code specific. Okay, otherwise if you suppose a restaurant, or if you are a somebody who only delivers into certain radius, then you can just leave all these options and you can go and advanced search, and then you can go to radius and you can just bring this whatever you understand better. In India we understand kilometers better, maybe the person in US would understand miles better. So we just go and take that 2 kilometer radius, and probably I am the cake shop in Delhi. So I would just going to search my location. This is my location, and I would just going to target people around 2 kilometers because I don't deliver outside 2 kilometers. So it's all up to us how we wanna go. This is called radius targeting or geofencing. When we go to the locations, we can also learn one thing. Suppose I want to show the ad to the whole country India. I've targeted, but at the same time I am not delivering in Mumbai, okay, or probably in Karnataka, Bengaluru, where the city is, okay, or probably I'm not delivering in any of the northern states like Haryana, Himachal, Punjab. So what I would do, I would just take Punjab, suppose, for example, and I'm just going to exclude that. Okay, so what would happen now? My ad would show in all the states and all the cities of India, but just not in Punjab. Okay, so I can save it. That's how you go about the location. Language is, in which language the users probably uses the search engine and all. So you can keep it all languages. That's the best. And audience, we don't cater here much because we are doing the search ad, which actually shows the ad on the basis of keywords and location only. So in the display ad, we're going to talk about this one, and that would be the next video I would create. So we're going to learn a lot of things from the audience segment in the next display ad. And then the more settings comes where you talk about the ad rotation. So ad rotation is already default being selected as the perform best ad, because nowadays the ad actually been created responsive and dynamic. So when we'll reach to the ad level, I'll show you the headline changes for every user, the description sometimes changes for the user. What I mean is, if Sachin is selecting or writing this keyword, so probably this headline is shown to me, and after 1 hour if I'll come again and put search the same term, so the headline from the same advertiser could be different or the description could be different. So that's how the dynamic ads works like. Okay, so once you are done with this, okay, the start and date is important. You know the basics from the previous chapter, so I'm just going a bit faster in here. So you would select the date, and then if you want to schedule this campaign for a certain period, like suppose you don't want to run on the weekends, so you can just select Monday to Fridays and a timing whichever suits you. Suppose just like a very common time of 8 a.m. to the late nights like 23:45, and you don't want to run the weekends. If you want Saturday Sunday to be 24 hours, then you don't have to put any timing, so that goes like 24 hours for Saturday Sundays. And then you click next and you reach to the next level, where it will just going to ask you for certain things like keywords you want to submit and the ad you want to run for and the ad copy you have to create. Okay, so once you come here, it is the work you have done, so you can just copy paste them and bring in there. And otherwise these all keywords are the ones which Google has suggested you from the page which you have submitted. Okay, so the landing page is this. So I'll try to change the landing page first so that I can get more appropriate keywords, and then it will going to search again or scan again for us. Update keyword suggestions, of course we can always click on. And now the keywords would be more digital marketing oriented, because this landing page will be scanned by Google and this would show us certain results which would of course going to be digital marketing oriented. But why we don't just use them, because we don't know what is the pricing of these keywords is, what is the competition of these keywords is, how much the monthly search has been. So we go by our own maths, we calculate, we do all this pre-homework on the keyword planner sheet just like we did today, and then we bring them here by deleting all what they have actually submitted or suggested us. Okay, and once this is done, then we ensure that our keyword in the headlines and everything being used. How the ad copy is created, I'll just show you some strategic part of it. Ensure that your landing page is correct and it is opening there, otherwise your ad would not be approved. Secondly, always give a display path. Display path is something which is added after the ad or the landing page link. Suppose I'm selling online digital marketing, so I would just going to write whatever I want to show. Or probably I'll just keep it here, marketing. Okay, so that works. Okay, so now it has come digital marketing, and then the part comes where you have to be, I'll just going to tell you the call extension once the ad is created. So headlines and all. So the headline is something which shows, the basics, so I'll be fast again. Under the landing page link, this blue, which actually brings the most of the engagement, or which actually appeals the user to click it, is something in blue, which is going to be the headline. So we have to be focusing very much on bringing the best of the headlines here, so that we can get the best of the clicks. Because once the click increases, the CTR increases. CTR increases, the quality score would increase. Quality score would increase, your costing would come down and your position would rise. So you have to ensure that your headlines, your clicks, everything is in a line, whatever we have learned. So your headlines right now has been given these. Of course, they are not very relevant. So we're going to just bring the headlines which we feel like are more relevant to the ad we are showing. Okay, and I'm just going to get the headlines as a suggestion being given. Okay, and we can have more ideas from here by clicking this. So they are not giving any, so we can always have from the keywords which we have submitted. So probably digital marketing course online. Try to get your best keywords here. This is okay, this is nice, this can be changed. Digital marketing course online is not taking, so digital marketing online probably I'll just take, because course I already submitted. And then I can take few more like social media marketing, I just seen, whatever the length it would accept I'll take, otherwise I'll delete the rest. This is the one, and I should ensure that I have at least 10 headlines or 12 headlines. So 6 been given, and headline section actually been given like a half blue. And then I would see headlines which are unique. So unique, you should have online availability, benefits, and the offers and all, or call to action. So enroll, register today for free demo. Then we'll talk about, you can see the moment I've added the headline, the strength has changed. 100 plus tools for free. Job assistance program. Okay, so I'm just adding few random things. I'm just not paying much attention, but yeah, of course we would have seen these headlines in any of the edtech companies ads. Include some popular keywords. Popular keywords could be your brand name as well. So Simply Learn courses online. Hopefully the spelling is fine. And weekend batch for professionals. Just a batch for professionals, and that's it, because I already added a lot of keywords, a lot of headlines, probably 11, so I would just not work on the headlines anymore. I'll see, if description doesn't takes it high, then I'll just add one more. But right now the description is also not giving me the full tick like in the headline unique and the headlines been given. So I'll just try to bring the description. So simply in online online, that's great. So I would just try to get something from Google itself. Let's see what they have given. So I'll just going to bring this one. Okay, so that it is being taken from the landing page itself. So that would make a difference to the quality score. Simple digital marketing courses focus on, so we're just going to put our courses focus on skills. SEO focus on skills like SEO, PPC, analytics. Just going to bring this one here so that it has been picked up. So now you can see this has also been picked up. And the last thing I would do is now going to bring some headline. Again, I'll just check probably digital marketing certification. I'm not sure if this headline I have submitted earlier or not. I'm just going to test it out. Okay, so certification. Training. So now it has come down to good, and that's the best right now we can do. Of course you can take it further, but yeah, that doesn't matter if you are just stuffing it to get this one completed. You have to just ensure that all the keywords or all the headlines are relevant. Just do not overdo. 10 to 12 are okay. Once this is done, your ad is created. You can just click done and you can click next. And then your budget. So we just discussed about the budget when I was explaining. We'll just take you back. So because that your average CPC price would be around 80, whatever the pricing you have just got from here, if you know the sheet when I was explaining you. So the bid price which you have submitted for, when I told you is like something which is in this range, 80, 90, whatever it is. So that bid price would come down to 90, and you need at least 100 clicks today. So 90 into 100 going to be your 9,000 daily budget. So because that you would end up in paying maximum 90 rupees per click, because that's the maximum bid price you have submitted. If that comes down to 70, 80, 60, then of course your clicks would increase. But right now, though, being very hypothetically thinking that okay, I would pay 90 rupees per click at max, because that is what I submitted. So to get 100 clicks, I have to pay 90 into 100, it would be 9,000 your daily budget has to be. So you would come here and you would just going to change it, set a custom budget, and you would going to bring down 9,000 rupees here. Okay, so on that average CPC, whatever it would be, you would get the number of clicks. If your average CPC goes down from 90 to 45, then of course you are not going to get only 100, you rather get double amount, which is going to be 200. Okay, when that is done, then you just click next, and your budget goes, your campaign goes for a review. And then you can add the extensions from outside. Okay, so they're just giving you some of the kind of suggestions. So let's see, there is one issue in the ad. Let me just check that first. Let me just see. You can always fix it, because that would again not going to give you the option of publishing till you fix it, but it is not clickable. I don't know what is the problem. I'll just go from here. Sometimes those links doesn't work. So let's see what is the issue. One product contains okay, so because just to do that, the character limit part, I have not given the space, so that is something which is not acceptable by them. I'm just going to put like skills like this, and now so these all small things they do take care of. So here only, because we have come down, so why not just to see the extension here itself, because that would going to save our efforts by going from outside. So when you see the ad, you see some extensions here, like when you have created the ad right now, so you have created only till this limit. Okay, this is the elements you have put it up right now: the landing page, the headlines, the description. But in this ad by Emeritus, you can see more links like apply to IMs, learn how, industry. So one is landing page, and 3 different pages or a sub pages also been shown in this same ad. How they are done? So they are done through the extension called site link. Okay, so you can see here, if you go down after the headline, there's an option to have the site links here. Okay, so you can just click plus here itself. I'm not submitting the ad because I wanted just to show you from here itself, and then you can go down, because in your case these would not be given because mine are already created, yours are not. So you would go down and you would create the new site link from here, and you can just give a name, suppose download brochure, and then you can give a URL of that download brochure page. Right now I'm using this URL, and I'm just going to be adding my own made page like this. Like this has to be the landing page which is workable for the downloading brochure, of course. So this would be added, and then I can just go and probably add testimonials and reviews. Okay, so somebody wants to read the testimonials and reviews of when they see the ad. So you can see that on the desktop how that would look like. So they would have an ad, and then they would have these 4 links and all, which you have just seen in the Google when I shown you. So final URL of reviews can be given, which would directly take them to the page where the reviews been given. And site 2 could be anything, which can just see industry ready modules, or the fee structure. The fee structure is something which people always wants to just know from the very first glimpse of the ad itself. So I can just maybe take them to the page where fee is actually been talked about. And the last could be maybe tools provided, tools and certificates you would get. So that can also be one of the links which people would very much interested in clicking and checking. Okay, so you would see the ad in certain shape. You would have a normal headline, the description which you have put it up, and then 4 links where people can directly reach. Okay, and then this had to be saved here, and you can always see the preview, which I've already shown you. But yeah, this is how that would look like. So your ad and your 4 extra links which actually been added. Okay, so this is one which you can apply now, and now your ad has the extensions. In addition to that, you might have seen somewhere that your ad has the number as well. Sometimes you see the number being given here. Right now it is not showing any of the ads with the number, but they generally have, when advertisers have nowadays, the numbers in addition to the headline and everything. Okay, so you can add that as well by just going up, and you can see there is an option of calls. Okay, let me, you can add from here. Certainly I can show you, but you can just go down and add the number by clicking your country and giving your number here. It'll just be cross-checked by some verification and all. So that is done. You can save it. So you can see what actually I was showing you. I would just show you from outside also, that if by any of the that is done, that we have corrected, so you don't have to be worried about. So if I just click done, so that should not be there. If it is still there, I have to check now which spacing it is actually talking about. Actually I have unacceptable spacing, contains comma, and I think I have just corrected it, but it is not taking. Maybe I have to just delete the whole description. Probably that would be something which I would save our time. Okay, so we're not adding that description though. Just click done. So this is actually kind of a bug, because that is something which has been deleted rather in front of you. So this is not taking, but I would just click next and probably this would now be not the error which we would see. So you go for a review. So what I was saying, I did show you from outside the the campaign was created from the ad itself, how the site link is connected and how the call being added. For now the publish campaign you can see because that ad error actually been rectified. So if by mistake you just forgotten that you have to add the call number or extension which we just added, so but you don't have to be worried, because once you back to the dashboard where you would see all your campaigns, certainly you would see this campaign as well which you had just created. Then you can just go inside the ad group and then you can see there is ad and assets. Let me just click that. So there is an ad which you just created and there's an assets where you could see the extensions and all, like you just have added today. We just added this site link and this number. So if I want to add again, or if I would have forgotten, then what I can do, I can just go and take from here. Suppose if that call extension was not added there, when I just added, you would come here in the assets, you would click that plus button and then you would just go to the call and you would see the same kind of a preview which you have seen inside the ad when we were creating. Okay, nothing different. It's just like the way you do it. Either you do when the ad was created, or otherwise you can just go let the campaign be created, published, and you can come from outside. You can click the ad and assets. You can go to plus and you can create any of these extensions. I will talk about more in the coming tutorials and demos and the sessions. But today we'll wind up here. I just wanted to give you the thorough learning on the Google search ad with the extensions, and also the main agenda for today was to make you understand how these terms works like, and how the keywords can be researched, how you can bring your own pricing to the keywords, how you can save the cost, and of course to understand how the quality score works. Like you can have a lot of videos on a YouTube where you can find the quality score of Google Ads working, though I tried to bring everything under this session, but still if you want to go for a deep learning, you can always search more and research more.
Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast.
Identify it, assign a category, action, and or label, set up that tag and trigger. Once you do that, once you test that it's working, this is where you're going to go to analyze the data. Let's start out with why GTM. So let's just say you're Sam and you have your own e-commerce website and you want to understand how people are interacting with your website. Well, Sam, today's world of websites contain a lot of interactivity, everything from videos to PDF downloads to commenting to form submissions to all sorts of chat functionality, interactivity going on throughout the website. So there's just a lot that you need to track outside of just page views. And so really what GTM does is they help you track all these things I just mentioned. Everything from somebody clicking on the play button of a PDF to somebody clicking on the submit button of a form to somebody entering in something on a chat function. So that's what GTM is. So why GTM? Because it helps us track all that interactivity. So all GTM is really allows you to really place a piece of Java code, which is just script, and the script that's added to a web page to collect information. So that's really what a tag is. It's just some script that gets put on a web page in order for you to collect information, like page views, clicks, etc. And they send it to third-party tools. Okay, so that's what GTM does. It basically allows you to take all these tags that collect information and you can use them in GTM. So if you want to, for example, collect how many people, enter a chat functionality and start chatting. Well, you're going to take that script and you're going to put it in GTM, and GTM will then allow you to start tracking that information. So that's really what GTM is. It just allows you to put tags into a container, or think of it as a toy box. You have all these toys and you want to track, well, you can put all those those toys or tags in a toy box or container. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But before we get into GTM, let's just say, you're communicating with your developer and there's a new user request on your webpage and you want to update the tag. Well, your developer, considering it's probably a small update to your website, is probably gonna not hesitate and is gonna go ahead and turn around and do it normally. And so normally what happens is the developer is gonna go to the website and update the tag. Well, what if you have a few things that you want to track? All those things I mentioned before, from downloads to clicks to, somebody checking out to watching a video. Well, your webmaster, your web developer is going to go, well, hold on a second. Now, all these requests are going to take time. I need to put them into the work queue, so to speak. Well, what happens is when they go into a work queue, usually it's going to take some time. And in some cases, you as a marketer need to launch a campaign. And you want to get that tracking added to the website in time for the campaign launch. So you want to go ahead and quickly turn around the tracking for that particular campaign. Let's just say you're launching a campaign and you're sending people to a landing page that has a form submission. And you want to be able to track how many people click on the submit button of that form submission. Well, if you need to turn that around, your developer's like, well, I need to put that in a work queue. The timing isn't going to always work out between you and your developer, is my point. And so that's where GTM comes in. Because there is a solution to update your tags faster. And that's Google Tag Manager. So when we say GTM, that's what GTM stands for, Google Tag Manager. It's a place for you to add tags quickly and easily. So tags, remember, are just snippets of code that allow you to track things on your website interactively. And basically, when you have GTM, you can bypass the webmaster and do it quickly and easily. So that's what GTM is all about. So why GTM? Because we just identified two benefits. One, you could track all the interactivity on your website. And two, you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And so that's the benefit of GTM. So the benefit, you get those tags updated very quickly via Google Tag Manager. Okay, so that's what Tag Manager is. So what we're going to talk about today is specifically what Tag Manager is and what it does. We're going to list some of the benefits of Tag Manager. We're going to show you how it works, and then we're going to show you how to get started with Tag Manager. Tag Manager, if you're not familiar with working with webmasters and dealing with JavaScript and tags and all this jargon is just new to you today, okay, well, don't fret, sit back. We're going to take it slow. This is an introduction into Google Tag Manager. Again, let's start out with what is Tag Manager. So we've already introduced it to some degree because we already introduced it as a tool where you can put all your tags into a toolbox, toy box, or container, so to speak, right? And we already mentioned that, hey, you can bypass your webmaster. So you're probably thinking, well, if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, how can I bypass my webmaster? Well, first of all, it's a free tool and it's a Google tool, hence the name Google Tag Manager. And it helps you really, that's the main point, is deploy and track tags on your website, bypassing your webmaster. So that's Tag Manager. And so examples of tags that can be deployed via Google Tag Manager are numerous. These are just some examples like Google Analytics, Facebook's pixel tracking, or Google Ads. There's no limit into the number of tags you can track in Tag Manager. There is no limit. You can add any number of tracking tags in Tag Manager. Okay, so some of the benefits, well, again, we just listed two. You can put any tag into Tag Manager and track that onto your website. And we know you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And what it also does is it also allows you to test and deploy your JavaScript codes quicker. So remember, these JavaScript codes or snippets of codes are just there to track certain things on your website, whether that be a page view or somebody clicking on a play button or tracking somebody who converts or even just goes to your website. So the biggest benefit is you can take that snippet of code, let's just say Facebook. Let's just say you're doing Facebook marketing and you want to put that Facebook pixel on your website so that you could track people who come from Facebook and convert. Well, you don't need to put that Facebook pixel on your website. You can go right to Tag Manager and you can put that snippet of code right in Tag Manager, really quickly. And the other benefit here is all tags are managed in one place. And that to me is really a good benefit, because when you start adding tags on your website and you have some tags in Tag Manager, it just gets very confusing. So ideally, all the tracking code you have on your website needs to be in Tag Manager. Think about that. All the tracking. So if you're doing Bing, or you're doing Facebook, or you're doing Twitter, or you're doing LinkedIn, and you're doing Google, you're doing all this type of marketing on all these different platforms, you're going to have tracking code for all these different platforms. And instead of putting all that code on your website, return going to slow down the load time of your web page and website. You want to put them all in Tag Manager so they can be organized and you know exactly what you're trying to track. And the other great benefit of Tag Manager is there's a versioning control. So let's just say you have added tags to your website via GTM for the last 6 months. Well, and let's just say you add another tag yesterday. If you added that tag yesterday and something doesn't work, well, you can just roll back to a previous version. It's that simple. So you have versioning, and that's a good thing. When you have versioning, you can control what gets published, and if something doesn't work after it gets published, then you can roll back to a previous version. So it's a peace of mind, so to speak. Just because you've added code to your site, there's no guarantee it's going to work. And so you can always control what version you're dealing with in Tag Manager. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So the biggest benefit here to me with Tag Manager is you have event tracking. And so we talked about some of the things you could track on your website, from videos, from play buttons to somebody clicking on the stop on the video or pausing it, all the way to somebody, again, chatting, or let's just say somebody clicking on that purchase button on your website. Okay, and you want to track all these different things, these different interactivities and buttons. Well, event tracking is what you're going to use to track all those buttons. And to me, this is the biggest benefit of Tag Manager. And I'll show you some examples as we go along. And if we didn't mention it already, I'll mention it again. It is free. Tag Manager is free. There's no limit. So once you have Tag Manager going, you can add as many tracking codes as you want. There's no limit on the number of tracking codes you can add to Tag Manager. Okay, so it's free and you can use it to its fullest advantage. Okay, so it's also high security, meaning that it has different levels of permissions. Okay, so you can have somebody just go in and look at the different tags and tracking codes you have in GTM, or you can ask somebody who is very familiar with Tag Manager and can go in and add the tracking code to Tag Manager and then publish that tracking code when it gets added. So those are all the benefits. Let's talk about how it works now. Specifically, how does Tag Manager work? Because you're like, Rob, okay, again, a lot of jargon. You know, you got tags and JavaScript and versioning and publishing and all this other stuff. Well, I know I'm throwing a lot at you at once, but just bear with me here. Okay, so let's start talking about how it actually works. So you have a website, okay? Whatever that domain is, you have a website, and there's chances are on your website, you have some form of interactivity, whether that be a video, whether that be a blog, whether it be a form submission. You have a website with some interactivity. And let's just say you're even thinking about getting ready to launch some type of campaign on maybe Google or Facebook, and you want to drive traffic to your website. Fair enough. You're joining the millions of other websites that are out there that have interactivity that also drive traffic to the website. So in comes Google Tag Manager. And so Tag Manager is important because, again, we know we want to track people coming from that Facebook campaign or that Google campaign and interacting with our site. So if you are running Facebook and you are running Google Analytics, well, guess what? You want to put that tracking code in Tag Manager. So Google Analytics, being a Google product, works very nicely with Tag Manager. Facebook has its own tracking code, but you still want to be able to track people who come from the Facebook campaign to your website. So you're going to get that tracking code from Facebook and put it in Tag Manager. That's generally how it works. So here, information from your website is shared with another data source through Tag Manager. So think about that. If I add Facebook tracking code to Tag Manager, or let's just say I add Google Analytics tracking code to Tag Manager is the one that's pushing out and doing all the heavy lifting. They're the ones that are controlling what code gets fired and what code doesn't. So if you're putting the code in Tag Manager is controlling the code. Think about it that way. And let's show you an example of what that looks like. So here I am, I'm in Tag Manager. I just went to tagmanager.google.com, and here I could see a list of tags. So in our conversation, we're talking about tracking Facebook and we're talking about tracking Google Analytics. Well, Google Analytics is easy because it's a Google product. So here, if I look at all the different tracking code I have on my website through Tag Manager, let's just take a look at Google Analytics. So if you're going to use Tag Manager, you might as well put the Google Analytics code in here. So here I can see I have Google Analytics as a tag in Tag Manager. Now, for Facebook, if I'm running a Facebook campaign, well, I can take that pixel tracking and put it in GTM as well. And here I can see Facebook pixel. That code is added to GTM. I just basically took what Facebook gave me and put it into Google Tag Manager. So you can see I can add Facebook and Google Analytics. And again, I can't stress it enough, any tracking code from any platform I can add to Google Tag Manager in order to track the behavior from those sources. So let's take a little bit deeper dive into how Tag Manager works. So I just showed you an example of how you could take Facebook and Google Analytics code and put it into Tag Manager. But if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, then how do I do that? Well, let's talk about the structure and how Tag Manager works. So when you have a Tag Manager account, you have a container. Remember, I mentioned toy box earlier. You have a bunch of toys. If they're code and you're tracking different bits of code from different platforms like Facebook, think of those as toys, and you have a toy box. Okay, well, that's what this code is, and that's what a container is. The code is the code, and that's going to go into the toy box or container. And so the way Tag Manager works is you have tags, triggers, and variables. So if I take my Facebook tracking code and put it into a container, I need to set up a tag and a trigger. Okay, so let's take a look at what that is. So first, if I go back to Tag Manager, I'm going to have an account, and if I have an account, I'm going to have a container. So here I'm just going to click on an account with a container, and a container is nothing more than what website you're adding the tracking code to. Okay, that's all the container is. We're just letting Tag Manager know this is the website we're adding all this code to. So you have tags, triggers, and variables. That's the structure of Tag Manager. So tags are just what it says, tags. What are we trying to quote unquote tag? Well, if it's Google Analytics, that's easy. Here I can see I have Google Analytics added. So if I click on Google Analytics, here's my tag. And if I take a little bit of a deeper dive there, since Google Analytics is a Google product, it integrates already with Tag Managers. It's pretty easy. I can just choose Google Analytics, then I'm going to check page view, and that's my tag. Now, every tag needs a trigger. Okay, so I need to tell Tag Manager how or when to fire the Google Analytics tracking code. So in this case, I'm going to tell Tag Manager to fire on all pages. So if I get somebody, a visitor to my website, Analytics is firing on all pages. So whatever page that visitor lands on, Google Analytics is going to fire. So that's really what it comes down to, is I have a tag and I need to tell Tag Manager when to trigger that tag. That's really what the structure of Tag Manager is. It's tags, triggers, and variables. And variables we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes. But you have a piece of code. You're going to go ahead and put that into Tag Manager. You're going to tag it, and then you're going to fire that trigger. So let's take a look at another example here. If I go back here, you can see Facebook. Well, here's my Facebook pixel. Okay, that's my tag. So when is it going to fire? Well, it's going to fire on a specific domain or subdomain. That's basically what we're doing. We're trying to tell GTM when to fire that particular tag. So those are the three main components: a tag, okay, which is going to contain the JavaScript code that you get from, say, Facebook, the trigger. So you're going to go into Tag Manager and tell Tag Manager when to fire that code. That's the trigger. And then you have variables. And so variables are basically just additional information that Tag Manager may need for your tag and trigger to work. So that's what a variable is. It's there to get the tag and trigger to fire. So variables are divided into built-in and user-defined variables. So common used variables include, say, page path or page URL or host name or click class. Again, they're there, and these examples I just gave you are there to get your tag and trigger to work. Think about it that way. That's a component. And if I go into Tag Manager here, and here on the left side, I can see variables. So remember, I have built-in and user-defined. So built-in means that Tag Manager already built these for me. So in case I need to get my trigger to work with my tag, I can use a variable. So those are built in, and then I have user defined. So these are what I define. These are what I created. And again, the variables are there to get the tag and trigger to work. Okay, so that's the job of the variable. The job of the tag is to host that JavaScript code. Okay, in the case of Facebook or analytics, that's where we're putting our code. So here, if I click on AdWords remarketing, again, it's a Google product, so I don't really need to even deal with code. I'm just going to select Google AdWords remarketing. Okay, so you can see GTM integrates nicely with some of the other Google products. But let's just say you have a Facebook pixel tracking code. You're going to choose custom, and you're going to put the code here. So that's part of the tag. And then the trigger, again, is there to get the tag to fire. So you're telling GTM when to fire the tag. And the variable is there to help you make sure that that trigger and that tag work together. So that's how all three kind of work together. You need the tag to put the code. You need the trigger to tell GTM when to fire the tag and code. And the variable's there to help you define when that tag and trigger should work or how it should work. So again, a review, they're just small codes of JavaScript or tracking pixels on your website. And so tags are allowed to manage events like scroll tracking, remarketing, clicks, downloads, files, play buttons, you name it. Even clicks on external links. For example, let's just say you have a click or a Facebook icon on your site, and when somebody clicks on it, they go to Facebook. You want to maybe track that. You're going to create a tag. Okay? The trigger is there because you need to tell GTM when to fire that tag. So it's a certain condition, whether it's, fire the tag if the URL equals facebook.com or some other condition. So the tag cannot be created until the creation of the corresponding trigger. So tags and triggers go together. You can't just create a tag and not have a trigger. Otherwise, your tag will never fire. And then the variable is there again. It stores the information when defining a trigger or transferring data to tag. So a variable has a variety of data. Okay, so you pick and choose the variable you want to use with that trigger. Okay, so you're making sure that by defining a variable, you're making sure that you're telling GTM how that trigger should be fired. So let's take a look at another example here of how all three play together. If I'm in this account, I'm in this container. If I look down here, I could see Google Optimize. That's another Google product. So what I'm doing here is I just chose Google Optimize as my tag. It's already integrated. So what does that mean? I don't even need to deal with any code. I'm just going to select Optimize. Well, we have the tag Google Optimize, but we need to tell GTM how to fire that. And so here we're going to tell GTM to fire it on all pages. So that's basically a very simple example because we're firing it on all pages. So if I want to look at something specific again, Facebook, here's my tag, here's my code. What's my trigger? Well, my trigger is it's going to fire on specific pages. How do I know that? Well, if I look at the trigger, here I could see the trigger is a page view, but I'm telling it to fire on this particular hostname. So the tag and trigger go hand in hand. So how to get started with Tag Manager. So first things first, you have to create that account. So you're going to go to tagmanager.google.com, or you can do a search for Google Tag Manager, and you're going to create your account. And then when you create your account, what's going to happen is you're going to set up a container. And when you set up a container, you have choices. So you could set it up for your website, for an app on iOS, or maybe Android, or you can even set it up for AMP, an accelerated mobile page. So most people by default are probably going to set up Tag Manager for their website. And so when you do that, when you actually select website, what's going to happen is you're going to get some Google Tag Manager code in return. And so the whole idea here is you're going to do a swap. What you're doing is basically you're saying, okay, Google, I'm going to take this Google Tag Manager code and I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to put it on every page of my website. So notice Tag Manager has two scripts. One goes in the head as high as possible. The other goes into the body tag as high as possible. And so what you're doing is you're making a deal. You're putting this Tag Manager code on your website, and in return, every code you deal with, whether that be Facebook or analytics or optimize or remarketing or whatever it is going to go in GTM. Okay, it's going to go into the container you created. So you need the Tag Manager code on your website in order for Tag Manager to work. Okay, so when you add this code to your website, then you're free to start adding all sorts of tags to your container. But if you don't have this tracking code on your website, then none of the tags you add to your container are going to work. So that's the idea behind the container. And then one thing I wanted to mention on the account is it's a Google account. So when you create your account, then make sure it's the same account you use with, say, Google Analytics or some other Google product. That's a good best practice, is always use the same email address when you set up your account so that it integrates nicely across all the different platforms. Meaning you can go from, say, Google Analytics right to Google Tag Manager in one browser without having to log out or log in. Okay, so when you create the account, you're going to create your container. If you choose web, then you're going to be asked to place code on your website. And when you place that code on your website, then you are free to start using Tag Manager. And that means you're free to start adding tags. Okay, so if you want to know more information about installing Google Tag Manager, then what I would recommend is visit the Quick Start Guide website of GTM. So again, if you're curious as to where that code is located in Google Tag Manager, well, when you create an account and you create a container, that container is going to have a specific ID. So if I click on that specific ID, here's where I can get my code. Okay, so again, when I'm logged in to Tag Manager, I'm going to click on Workspace, but in the top navigation, I'm going to see my unique GTM ID. If I click on that, that's where my code is going to be located. And so again, your code needs to go in the header, and there's another script that needs to go in the body. And if you're not sure how to add the code to your website, well, you can always click on the Quick Start Guide here. Okay, and that'll take you to a Quick Start Guide page, a reference page related to Google Tag Manager. So let's talk about creating a tag. So once you get Tag Manager installed, I'm sure you're excited to get going and create that first tag. So let's talk about how to create a tag in Tag Manager. So when you're in Tag Manager, all you need to do is basically you're looking at all your tags. If you click on tag in the left side navigation, you'll see all your tags, and there's a new button there. So you just click new. And so basically what you're going to do is you're going to create your first tag. And so what I would recommend, once you get Tag Manager installed on your website, I would recommend setting the first tag up as Google Analytics. So that will get you going with tracking page views on your website when somebody visits your website. Okay, so ideally that's what you want to do. You want to get Google Analytics as your first tag in Tag Manager. So what I'm going to do is, because Analytics is a Google product, it's already integrated nicely with Tag Manager. So I'm just going to click on Google Analytics. It's going to be a page view. That's what I'm tracking. And now I have to set up a variable. And so what it's going to do, it's going to ask me to select a variable. And so what you're going to do is you're going to select new variable. And what you're going to do is you're actually going to go and add your tracking ID here. That's going to be your variable. So where do I get my tracking ID in analytics? Well, if I'm in analytics, I'm going to go to admin. And then under property settings, I'm going to see my tracking ID. And all you need to do then is go to tag manager and paste copy. First, you got to copy over that tracking ID. Then you're going to go to tag manager and paste it. And then that's going to create a variable for you. And then when you create that variable, you're going to see it in the drop down here. So I've already created it. And basically, that's your tag with a variable. Then what are you going to do? You're going to set up a trigger. So see, I have some triggers already set up. You're going to see a default trigger already set up for you, and that's going to be all pages. So ideally what you want to do is you want to select all pages in order for analytics to fire on all pages. So that's what we're doing. We're setting up a trigger. We're basically telling tag manager, hey, if I get a visitor to any page on my website, then I want you to fire Google Analytics. So that's basically, in summary, how to set up your first tag. And my recommendation is your first tag should be Google Analytics. And when you set up analytics, you're going to have to set up a variable for the tracking ID. And so you get the tracking ID again from admin, property settings, copy and paste that tracking ID over, save it, you have your variable. That variable is going to be included in with the tag. Then your trigger is going to be all pages. And there you go. You have your first tag, you have your first variable, you have your first trigger. So that's basically what you want to do. And once you've added that tag, once you've added that trigger, then the only thing you need to do now is basically publish the tag. And so anytime you save a tag, you're going to go ahead and submit it so that way it gets published. So again, what you're going to do is let's take a step back here. You're going to choose new tag. You're going to choose analytics from the drop down menu. You're going to choose page view. Then basically you're going to add your tracking ID so you can set up the variable. And then basically that's what you need to do. Okay, you're going to add that tracking ID and then voila, that's your tag with a variable. And then once you've done that, then you're going to click submit. So when you click submit, you're basically saying, hey, I want this tag to go live now, this tag and trigger. And once you've done that, then analytics is ready to go. And anytime somebody goes to your website on any page, Tag Manager is going to fire Google Analytics. So the great thing here is you have something called Google Tag Assistant, and that's an extension that works with Chrome. And so when you've actually added Tag Manager to your site, or you have analytics running in Tag Manager, you can confirm if those tags are firing properly. So let's take a look at how Google Tag Assistant works. Okay, so if you just do a search for Google Tag Assistant, you're going to see here that it's basically just an extension that works in Chrome, and unfortunately it only works in Chrome browser. It doesn't work in any other browser. So go ahead and install that extension into Chrome. And when you do that, you're going to see this nice icon here in your browser. And now if you go to any website and I click on Google Tag Assistant and I click on enable, okay, so basically I'm loading Google Tag Assistant. And now once I refresh the page, I can see that this particular site has Google Tag Manager installed. And not only does it have Tag Manager installed, I can see that it's also has Google Analytics running. I have also Google Optimize running, and I have Google Ads Remarketing Tag running in Tag Manager. So that's what Tag Assistant does. It allows you to see if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and if it is, great, what other tags are firing on this particular site. So Tag Assistant's telling me I have these particular tags firing on that site, and they're firing within Tag Manager. So Tag Assistant is a great way to confirm if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and two, what other tags are firing on the site. Now, another way you could confirm if Tag Manager is firing on the site is you can go into preview mode. So even before you submit and publish your tag and trigger, you can click on the preview mode. So if I click preview in Tag Manager, so basically that's going to put me in preview mode. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that now I'm free to go to my website and see if those tags are firing. And so let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I go to the website and just click refresh, then what's going to happen is Tag Manager is going to load in preview mode, just as you see here. Okay, so that's going to take a couple seconds to load up. And now what can I see in preview mode? I could see that I have GTM firing, but I also have some other tags firing on this page. Remarketing, I have Google Analytics, I have Google Optimize. I have some other tags firing as well. And so the preview mode shows me what tags are firing on any given page. And I can also see what tags did not fire. Okay, so here I have a number of tags already in GTM, but they didn't fire on this particular page. So let's just say I clicked on the Donate Now button. I'm still in preview mode, so I'm going to be able to see what tags fired. Now I could see I have a couple of tags that have fired on this particular page. And then I could see what tags did not fire on this page. Okay, so that's the preview mode. You can use the preview mode before you even submit a tag and trigger to see if it fires. And that's the great benefit of Tag Manager. So if you're not sure if something's going to fire or not, then you can always go into preview mode. And if you are sure it's going to fire, then you can go ahead and submit it. So you can leave preview mode and just go ahead and submit that particular tag and trigger. So here I'm going to leave preview mode. And now once I'm done and I'm sure the tag is going to fire, and go ahead and submit all my changes that I've worked on in terms of setting up tags and triggers. So that's really GTM in a nutshell. So I have my tags, okay? My tags are just snippets of code that I'm going to put in, whether that be Facebook or event tracking or any other Google product like Optimize or PageView. Then I have my triggers. My triggers are there to tell GTM when to fire that tag. And the variables are there to help those tags and triggers work together. So remember that particular variable we set up for Google Analytics. Okay, so here it is right here, because we want to tell GTM what property to specifically fire in Google Analytics. So that's why we set up that variable. But there are all sorts of variables. Google Tag Manager has built in, or variables already created for you, or you can specifically define a variable. So variables are there to help the tags and triggers work together. So when you set up a tag, you set up a trigger, you use a variable, you can always go into preview mode, preview it by going to the website, seeing if it fires. If it fires, then voila, you can go ahead and click submit, and that will publish the tag and trigger, and you're good to go. That's pretty much how Tag Manager works. And again, I can't stress that there's an unlimited number of tags you can add to Tag Manager. There's no limit. So you got anything from Google to non-Google to event tracking, okay, to Facebook, to anything that you want to track, you want to be able to put into Tag Manager. And again, there's versioning. That's one of the great benefits of Tag Manager. So if I want to go back to an older version, I can simply do that. So here you can see I'm on version 32. That's how Tag Manager works. And I can't stress that, Tag Manager is there to help you track interactivity on the site. Because if you have a site that's interactive, that has a video, that has a download button, let's just say, you have all sorts of newsletter signups, Facebook, YouTube buttons on your website, just like this website does, and you want to be able to track how many people click on that particular button, well, you're going to need Tag Manager. And when you have Tag Manager, you're going to be able to track all of these button clicks and interactivity on your website. Without Tag Manager, it's going to be hard to do that. So that's an introduction to Tag Manager.
Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast.
And so the first thing you'll need is a Google account. Okay, so if you have a Google account, if you're able to get into analytics or Google Ads, then you should be able to use that same email address to get into Data Studio. And all you really have to do is just go to datastudio.google.com, or you could just Google Data Studio and get the link. But if you're using your same email address, you should be able to get into Data Studio. And when you're in Data Studio, you'll be able to see some templates at the top that you can work with when you're setting up a report, or you'll be able to see some existing reports that you have either set up or somebody has shared with you. Okay, so here, if you just click on Shared with Me, I'll be able to see all the different reports that have been shared with me in the past. Okay, so here, if I click on Recent, I can see all the reports that I've recently opened. So let's just take a sneak peek at one of those reports. So if I open up a report that I actually created, then what I'm going to be able to do is look at some data over a period of time, just like I would if I was in Google Analytics. Okay, so the great thing about Data Studio here is that it works just like any Google Drive document, whether it be a Google Sheet, a Google Doc, or a Google Slide. Okay, you could share the document with anybody you choose to, anybody with a Google account. Okay, or if you just want to share a link, okay, you could just click on Can View or Edit, copy the link, and then you can message that person or email that link to whomever you want to see this report. Okay, if you want to invite somebody to edit it or just view it, you can certainly just type in their name or email address. So that's the great thing right off the bat with Data Studio, is it's shareable. So if multiple people have edit access to the same report, then multiple people can go ahead and edit that report even at the same time. So that's the great thing about Data Studio. We're going to cover a lot of different benefits to Data Studio. I definitely like using Data Studio over analytics. And since we're talking about comparing the two, this, in my opinion, replaces, if I go to analytics and I go to, say, customization and I go to dashboards, this replaces the old dashboard reports. And if you see here at the top, Google's even persuading you to move over to Data Studio, because dashboards and custom reports are very limited in nature, whereas Data Studio, not limited at all. Okay, you basically are creating reports that suit your needs. So just continuing on with some of the top level benefits to Data Studio is, if we like a report we see, we can easily just make a copy of it. So all I have to do is click on that copy, and I'm just going to copy over everything over. So I'm going to copy the data sources, or I can change the data source. And basically what we mean by data source is, where is Google pulling the data from? Now keep in mind, and I'll go over this more specifically, with Data Studio you can pull pretty much data sources from anywhere and any source, whether that be a spreadsheet, a database, another Google product, another platform like Facebook. You could certainly pull it from analytics, so you could pull data from any data source. So if you go ahead and make a copy, you just have to make sure you know what data source you're pulling the data from. Because basically all this is a report with dimensions and metrics, and those metrics are data points associated with that dimension. So we could certainly refresh data. Okay, again, we can get the report link just by clicking on the report link and copying it. It's a bit of a shortener here. I can go ahead and schedule an email delivery. So if I want to go ahead and have this report sent to somebody, I can certainly do that here. And I can have it sent to them either daily, weekly, or monthly. And then you can also download the report. So if you download the report, okay, I can choose all pages or select specific pages. So in this report, I have 2 pages set up. Now in Data Studio, you can have as many pages as you want. Okay, so here I can choose just 1 page. Okay, some additional options. I can add a link back to the report. I can password protect the report. Okay, I can ignore the custom background color if I wanted to. I'm just going to go ahead and download that, and I'm going to download it in PDF. And so when it downloads, I'm going to be able to then, view this report or send it off in PDF format. And so those are some of just the top level features that you have available to you in Data Studio. Now, let's take a step back. Okay, this is if you're just viewing the report and you want to share it or download it or send a link to somebody. What if you actually want to create one? So that's what I'm going to walk through here. I'm going to go ahead and create one. Now remember, we can just go ahead and copy this. If we like it, we can copy it. We could certainly choose different sources of data. So I'm going to go ahead and just play around and choose different sources of data. I don't know exactly what those sources are, but I'm going to go ahead and choose them anyway. Then I'm going to go ahead and copy that report. So I copied it, and basically what it's going to give me is a duplicate of that report, except the data is going to be different because I'm choosing different data sources. Okay, so now here we could see the report, and it's going to load up, and it's going to load up with different data sources. Now, if I don't see any data, that means the data sources I chose don't have any data that align with those specific metrics and dimensions. And that's exactly what I see here. So what I'm going to have to do is go ahead and choose different data source. So let me select a different data source here. I'm going to go ahead and choose that one. Or I can go ahead and create a new data source. So let me just do that. So I'm going to click Create New Data Source. And now, if I don't want to use one that I've used in the past, I can go ahead and choose from all these different data sources available to me. So there's no limit on what we can connect. So you see BigQuery, SQL, okay, you could see data from Google's marketing platform, Display and Video 360, Google Analytics, Google Sheets, Google Search Console. Okay, keep scrolling down. Basically what Data Studio does is partner with third-party products like Supermetrics, for example. So that Supermetrics is the intermediary program that pulls in, for example, Facebook ads or Google My Business, pulls it into Data Studio for you. Here you can see Adobe Analytics. Okay, you have all sorts of connectors that you can connect to. So I could choose any one of these to connect it. Now, if I choose one, let's say Supermetrics, I'm going to need that Supermetrics account. Now, if you choose any one of these direct Google connectors, like I'm going to choose Google Analytics, then you don't need a third-party intermediary like Supermetrics. You can go ahead and based on the login that you have set up or that you're using to log into Data Studio, you're going to be able to see all the other Google Analytics accounts you have access to. So I'm just going to go ahead and choose an account here. I'm going to choose a property and I'm going to choose my view. Then I'm going to click Connect. Okay, so that's how you basically will connect a new data source. Now, when you actually connect that data source, what's going to happen is Data Studio is going to give you the option. And it's going to give you an option to make changes to all the dimensions available. Dimensions are in green. And if I keep scrolling down, I can have the opportunity to change any of the metrics in blue, and I can change it to the type of metric I'm getting, whether it be just a numeric or currency or percent, okay, or I can change it to aggregate, auto, I can change it, the description of it. Okay, that's making changes to something. I can even just delete it or remove it. Or I can go ahead and add my own metric or dimension. Okay, just by clicking on add in a field. And so here I'm going to go ahead and choose some available fields or put in my own formula. So this is kind of that first step when you create your source, or your second step, if you will. Your first is actually choosing the source. In this case, we chose Google Analytics. The second step is having the opportunity to change out or edit or add dimensions and metrics. Now, if you're a novice or beginner to Data Studio, then I would say let's skip this step. If you're not comfortable editing or adding dimensions and metrics, then go ahead and just skip it and click on this blue call to action, add to report. Okay, so I'm going to add it to the report, and now that it's been added, now I'm still seeing no data. Why am I seeing no data? So if you copy a report and you don't see any data, chances are it probably has a filter because I copied it. And here you can see I have a filter. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove the filter, and voila, I see data. So that's something you need to be aware of when you actually copy over an existing report. You have to choose the data source, but keep in mind when you copy over an existing report, you're also copying over filters and segments. So if you're familiar with Google Analytics, you know that in Google Analytics, if I go back into Analytics here, and let's just say I go to Acquisition, and I go to All Traffic, and I go to Channels, what do I have the opportunity to do in these standard reports? Well, I have an opportunity to add a segment. I also have an opportunity to add a table filter. You could do the same thing in Data Studio, okay? Because I copied the report, basically I copied over all of those filters, table filters, and segments that go along with it. And so you just need to be cognizant of that as you're building out this report. Now, that's if I copied it. So you can see I copied it and everything else that goes along with it. The color scheme, the logo, etc. Now, this is if you're not familiar with Data Studio, it's good to copy a report, play around with it, etc. That's probably what I would recommend. So again, if you're not familiar with Data Studio, you want to get comfortable, then go ahead and even choose one of the templates if you don't have access to an existing report. So let's go ahead and just choose, I'm going to say one of these templates that Data Studio has provided. Okay, you can see, looks pretty good. Layout looks pretty clean. I got all my important metrics in here. What's going to happen is if I want to use it, I'm going to click Use Template. Now, same thing that occurred when I copied a previous report, I'm going to have to choose a data source. So I don't want to choose Google Analytics sampling of data or sample set of data. I want to choose some actual data. So I'm going to have to go in and choose an existing. I can choose an existing data source here, or I can connect to a new data source. Okay, so let's go ahead and just choose one of these data sources I already have access to, and I'm going to go ahead and copy this template. So it works in the same way as if I copied an existing report. I'm just copying a template. Okay, so here you can see I'm copying the template now. Okay, the only thing that's missing here is the ability for me to edit the dimensions and metrics. So if anytime you add a new data source, you're always going to be prompted to have the ability to edit dimensions and metrics. If you don't, if you're not comfortable with that, then just go ahead and add the data source, just like I've done here. And so now I could see basically the same report. I could just see it's just pulling in data from a different data source. That's all. Now I'm in edit mode. Okay, so if I want to view the report just as anybody else would view it, if you gave them a link to view it, I'm going to click on this view button here. And so now I can see I have some drop downs here. And so this drop down is basically allowing me to choose my own analytics account if I wanted to. So I can go ahead and just choose any one of these if I wanted to change the data. Here I get another pull down, and this is my date range selector. So I can change the date range if I wanted to. So if I change the date range, then the data is going to change. Now, if I want to edit anything here in this report, I'm going to have to go back and click on the edit mode. So just click on the edit button there. And now I'm going to be able to go in and edit this existing template. Now I've already established a data source, but I could change the data source if I want to. All I have to do is just go here, click on any one of these tables or metrics, and change out the data source just by clicking on this icon here, okay, where it says edit data source. So I'm going to have the ability to make changes to any of the dimensions and metrics, or I can just get rid of that data source and choose a new data source. Now, in Data Studio, you have the option to change the layout. You have the option to change the theme, so you can go from a simple theme to, say, a simply dark theme. You could change any aspect of the report if you want to. So just know that anytime you click on any of the data points, you have the same options available. You have a chance to edit the data, or you have a chance to style it. So when we talk about styling, you can basically add labels, you can hide labels, you can compact the numbers, you can style it any way you want based on the particular table. And so that's the great thing about Data Studio, is really, really customized to what you need. So for example here, what are the top countries by sessions? Well, I don't have to show legend if I don't want, so I'm just going to get rid of the legend. I can change the font, okay, I can change the color scheme on it. I can go ahead and do a lot of different things here. So once I've made changes, after I view it, I'll be able to see those changes in full effect. Okay, so just know that in Data Studio, whatever report you're looking at that you have edit access to, you have the ability to make changes to anything in that report. Now, here you can see, I see a lot of different data. Great. What I can actually do too is add a page. And so let's go ahead and click on add a page. And now we have 2 pages to our report. And now I have a blank canvas on page 2. So now what do I want to put on page 2? Well, the best practice to me is organizing your data. Okay, so just like in analytics, analytics organizes their data between audience, acquisition, behavior, and conversions. As a best practice, that's probably what I would do here. Maybe stick all your mobile on one page, or your acquisition on one page, or maybe your organic search on one page. Now, it's okay to have a summary page, just like we have on page 1, but if you're going to have multiple pages, then perhaps think about organizing it based on the multiple pages that you add. So here, let's go to page 2, blank canvas. So the great thing about Data Studio, again, it's just very easy to start populating. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click add a chart. Okay, what type of chart do I want to add? Well, in the spirit of visualization, you probably always want to choose something visual. Start with an easy pie chart here. I'm going to go ahead and select the pie chart, and I'm going to place it to where I want. Okay, no, I can go ahead and increase the size if I want to, make it smaller, make it bigger, etc. Voila, I have a pie chart. Now, if I want to edit this pie chart, again, I have my options available. I have my data and I have my style. So I know it's pulling from this data source here. Okay, I want to change my dimension. Dimension is what we're measuring. So let's just maybe change it to source. And maybe I want to go from page views to, let's just say, goal conversions. So I can just go ahead and start typing in the metric. And here I could see goal conversion rate. Let's choose that. Okay, now I can see source by goal conversion rate. Now if I don't want source, let's change that back to default channel grouping. So now my dimension is default channel grouping by goal conversion rate. So now if I'm looking at my data, I can see that referral has a 51.8% goal conversion rate, followed up by organic search with 19.5%. Okay, so again, it's very easy to edit the data points on any chart. Now if I want to style it, I'm just going to click on style here. I can go with a single color, dimension values. Okay, I can slice it up in different colors. I can choose a background color. I can add a border. Customization is really endless here. I can change it from 10 to say 12 slices if it's available. Maybe go down to the top 3. It's as easy as it gets. I mean, it really is fairly intuitive to use. You just got to learn what dimensions and metrics you want to use. Now I have my pie chart. The great thing about Data Studio, just like PowerPoint, for example, I can go ahead and just copy this pie chart, Command C, then Command V, and voila, I now have a copy of it. Okay, well, maybe I don't want 2 pie charts, so let me go ahead and change one. So I can go ahead, my upper right here, and go from, say, a pie chart to, let's just say, a trend line, if it makes sense, or maybe a combo chart. So I have my sessions along with my goal conversion rate. Now I can again go ahead and change that. I don't want sessions, maybe I want, goal completions or something. So let's go ahead and add that in there, goal completions. So now I can see goal completions and then goal conversion rate by my default channel grouping. So again, I could style it. If I don't want red bars, I can go ahead and choose a different bar. Okay, it's really that simple. Now, if you find you're running out of real estate, okay, you can always scroll down and change the height. So if I change it from 1200 default to 1800 pixels, I can get more real estate to work with. Likewise on the width. So now I can make it really wide to work with. Now, when you make those changes to the page, you're probably going to see the same effect happen on page 1. In fact, you will. So back to page 2. Okay, so if we go to page 2 here, what we could do is go ahead and add more charts, or we can copy and paste existing charts and go ahead and change them up, okay, just by Command C and Command V. Now, what you want to do if you create more pages here is maybe add in your date range. So if I go click on my date range symbol here, I'm just going to drag and drop that, enlarge it a bit. Now I can make a default date range. I can say I want to show data for this month. So anytime somebody goes to the page, the data that shows is going to be for the month to date. Now, again, if you want to customize it, what you can do is you can just copy and paste. So Control C or Command C, go back to page 2, Command V. So this gives you the ability to just start customizing. Now, the one drawback to Data Studio being a little bit nitpicky is in PowerPoint, if you're copying from slide to slide, it tends to paste it in the same exact location. I know it sounds a little bit nitpicky, but in Data Studio, when you copy and paste something, it doesn't necessarily always paste it in the exact location. So I've noticed that being the issue, but it's a small issue nonetheless. So you have the ability to copy an existing report. You have the ability to go ahead and choose an existing template. And like I said, going back to Data Studio, you have the ability to just start with a blank canvas. So again, just walking you through the steps here, blank report, brand new canvas. I need to choose a data source. So you can see existing data sources. If you don't have existing data sources to choose from, you can always just click Create New Data Source. Okay, when you create new data source, you're going to choose from a list. If you're new to Data Studio, start with something easy like Google Analytics. If you choose Google Sheets, then great, you're going to be asked to look for data in Google Sheets. Likewise with Google Ads. If you choose Google Ads, you're going to have to choose a Google Ads account. So start easy. Start with Google Analytics. Okay, I'm going to choose Analytics. I'm going to choose my account, my property. I'm going to choose my view. I'm going to go ahead and connect. Because this is a new data source, I have the ability to go ahead and edit my existing dimensions and metrics if I want. I don't have to. Then I'm going to go ahead and click Add to Report. It's going to confirm the connection to the data source. Now I have my connection to my data source. I am free to start doing what I need to do to the report, whether that be get somebody else involved immediately by sharing it with them, go ahead and start adding pages and organizing it, adding my date range, adding a logo. Adding a logo is simply just clicking on image, selecting my file where my image is. It's a best practice. Anytime you create a table, I would go ahead and put a text box above it, maybe put a title. So you could say channel, in this case, channel by conversion rate. Okay, so let's make that a little bit bigger. As a best practice, that's what I would do. Now, you're free to do whatever you want in Data Studio. The whole point of Data Studio is really to customize the report any way you want. And what I mean by customize is adding the dimensions and metrics that are important to you. And so Data Studio gives you the opportunity to copy an existing report, or again, you can use an existing template or start with a blank report. The options are all there for you. Data Studio is fairly easy to use. Again, you could share it. Okay, you can download it, you can schedule emails, you can send a link to people. Okay, there's really no limit to what you can do with Data Studio. Okay, again, you can rearrange things, add pages, organize them, add filters, add segments. I mean, basically anything you can do in analytics, you can do in Data Studio. A lot more features. My recommendation to get started, go ahead and choose that blank canvas and just start playing. Just start playing by adding charts. Okay, once you add charts, okay, the data is going to populate. And again, you're just then free to start playing around with dimensions and metrics. So that's the way to get started with Data Studio. Practice makes perfect. Once you get more comfortable, then you're going to have full-fledged reports to work from. Just like I use for my clients. There's no limit on what you can do and what you can see. And again, customization makes your report look good. Obviously, the data and improved data is going to make your report look good as well. So keep all those things in mind. Apply some of the best practices, but more importantly, play around, get comfortable, and then eventually you're going to start using Data Studio as your main source of data over Google Analytics.
Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast.
Welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel, and in today's video we are going to be talking about Facebook advertising. We're going to talk about how businesses use Facebook advertising, what are the benefits they can get from it. We're going to show you with a demo on how to set up your Facebook advertising, and we will close today's session with a few do's and don'ts of Facebook advertising. But before we go into that, make sure that if you like today's video or if you like the Simplilearn channel, don't forget to subscribe to the channel below. And if you like the video, feel free to like it and share it with your friends. So let's get started. Today's world has changed dramatically when it comes to reaching your audiences. Fact is that everybody is trying to get the attention of the million of prospects out there in the market. Everybody is screaming, try my product, or try my product. But most businesses, they now have to realize that today's customer has changed. Today's customer is looking for instant gratification. They want a product now, wherever they are, whatever their device that they're using. And they can source their products from everywhere in the world. And it is your challenge to make sure that when they are in the buying mode, that you are there to help them. It's a new economy out there. It's a service-driven economy. Look at products like Uber or Airbnb, where a whole new ecosystem has developed of people offering their products, their services to a global audience. In marketing terms, we're using a term called SOLOMO, standing for social, local, and mobile. When you bring those three elements together of social media, local marketing, and mobile marketing, you stand a really good chance to connect with your customers at the right time. Google has summarized this in what we call Google Moments. On average, people have a couple of hundred moments during a day where they grab their mobile phone to do a search on their mobile phone. They maybe want to buy something, they want to book something, they want to share something, they want to learn something. All those little moments are opportunities for you to connect with your customer or your prospect. And that's your opportunity, but that's also your challenge to make sure that you are there when your customers are having those moments, when they scream, I want your products. And there are plenty of channels that you can use to reach those customers. We know about social media, we know about your website, there's things like influencer marketing, there's email marketing, and there's more and more competition out there that are trying to use those channels to reach your audience. But fact is, there is one channel that really stands out of all these channels, and that is pay-per-click advertising. Pay-per-click advertising is a well-established part of what we call the digital marketing trifecta. And this trifecta consists, as the word tri says, of three components: owned, paid, and earned. So the owned is your own website, are your own social media profiles and your social media pages. But owned is no longer enough. You need to supplement your owned media with paid media, and this is what we call pay-per-click advertising. And then the third element of the digital marketing trifecta is what we call earned media. And earned media is where you can still use the powerful effects of public relations in an online world, or where you can work with influencers to help you develop your online presence and connect with your audiences. But one of the best ways to start getting to your audiences is to use advertising. Yep, and there are various platforms for advertising. There is Google, there is Google search advertising, Google display advertising, and there is Facebook advertising. Now, to put these two in the context, Google did about $210 billion of revenue in advertising in 2021. Facebook is about half of that, $115 billion in 2021. And the most powerful models for advertising are search ads and display ads. So a search ad is in the Google search, which is what Google offers. The display ads and video ads are offered by Google and by Facebook. And we call this pay-per-click advertising, which means you're not paying for showing your ad, but you're paying when people click on your ad. Okay, so let's have a look to this advertising in a bit more detail. Facebook advertising was introduced on around 2007. In 2007 it was launched by Facebook. But it has grown drastically since then. In 2011, ads were being shown in the news feed. Facebook called it sponsored stories. In 2012, ads came on the mobile. Mobile ads are now considered the most powerful forms of pay-per-click advertising. In 2014, Facebook introduced a 3-level advertising structure, which was very much introduced by Google as well, where you have campaigns, you have ad sets, and you have your ads. And when you go in setup, and you'll see that later, your ads in Facebook, you will have to go through these 3 ad elements, campaigns, ad sets, and ads to set up your advertising on Facebook. In 2016, Facebook introduced chatbots and ads in Messenger, which became a whole new area for advertising for Facebook, connecting with customers on Facebook Messenger and offering that for advertising as well. And in 2018, there was a whole range of ad formats available on Facebook, from videos, stories, Messenger, carousel, slideshows, collections. So a whole range of ads to choose from when you start setting up your Facebook ads. Now, what is the future? What does the future hold for Facebook advertising? As you may have read that both Facebook and Google are having a lower revenue in their advertising. Given the whole world economic situation, we're slowly moving towards a recession even. Facebook and Google and Microsoft, all the big tech players are feeling the impact in that. So that is one element. Now, one of the other reasons why Facebook's revenue has gone down in advertising is the tracking capabilities. And a lot of businesses, they track people when they visit their website, and then you can target them with ads. We call this retargeting in marketing terms. Now, Apple has announced earlier this year that on iOS, people can say, which is on the iPhone, people can decide to not being tracked. So that has put a whole sort of kind of a different set of dynamics in Facebook advertising on the iPhone, and it is not as effective as it was before that announcement from Apple. So the future of advertising is all about security, it's about privacy, and of course, in the end, it all comes down to how good are your ads? What is the quality of the content in your ads? Are you able to stand out from the crowd? So those are the big challenges in Facebook advertising. Now, you have to be aware that Facebook advertising is completely different than Google search advertising. Yeah, to put that into a context, Google search advertising is what we call intent-based. Yeah, so when I have a question, or I'm looking for something, or I need a plumber, I go to Google search, yeah, and I search for plumber near me, and Google will give me some ads with plumbers near me. That is not the way Facebook advertising works. Facebook advertising, yeah, is not intent-based. It is basically, it is your challenge when you advertise on Facebook is to stop the user from browsing and click on your ad. So it's more interruptive. You need to make sure that they stop what they're doing, which is much more difficult. Yeah, so you'll see that Facebook is therefore slightly more challenging to actually generate leads, yeah, to get new customers. Google advertising is much better for that. But Facebook advertising is much better to reach a global audience, very targeted, yeah, and work on awareness, developing your proposition, helping your prospects to go through the buying cycle. Yeah, so Facebook ads, they help spread product and brand awareness in the news feed or on Instagram or on Messenger to a very specific targeted audience. Now, another element which is important to understand when it comes to Facebook advertising is to do with organic reach. When I have a Facebook post and I do, when I have a Facebook page and I do a post on my page, the people that have liked my page will see my post on their newsfeed. That's how the theory is. Yeah, of course, not everybody will see those posts because that wouldn't work, because then you would get way too much advertising in your feed. Yeah, so Facebook is very selective in the number of posts from advertising from businesses, from businesses that will show on your newsfeed. Yeah, and in fact, that percentage of people that will see your post, your business post, on their personal newsfeed is less than 3%. So again, if you have a Facebook page, let's say with 10,000 followers, and you do a post on your Facebook page, less than 300 people will see your post. Now, businesses are not happy with that. Yeah, they said, hey, Facebook, why are you doing that? I want to reach my entire audience. And Facebook says, well, hey, you still can, yeah, but it's going to cost you some money. And Facebook says you have to go and advertise on Facebook to reach your audiences. So businesses now understand that Facebook is what we call pay to play. To reach your audiences, you have to supplement your organic reach with advertising. And the beauty about Facebook advertising is that it is a fantastic way to reach your target audience. And that is the biggest benefit that Facebook advertising can give you. It's all about the targeting. There are so many targeting options in Facebook, and I'll show you when we go into the short demo on how to set up your ads. So what are the reasons why businesses go into Facebook? Yeah, what are the reasons, what are the benefits that they will get from it? And the first big benefit that they get is that they get access to an audience which is out there. Yeah, and it is not just a small audience. We're talking about Facebook as of today as close to 3 billion active monthly users. That is a massive numbers, and most of these people, they check their profiles at least once daily. So it is a huge audience to reach, and there is no better social media network to reach a global audience than on Facebook. Yeah, so that is one of the reasons why you want to start advertising on Facebook. The second reason why you want to start advertising on Facebook is that Facebook gives you a fantastic platform to advertise your products to people based on their demographics, based on their interests, based on their location, based on their history of browsing, based on so many different segmentation factors, which means that you can make sure that your ads reach the right audience, which is a really good benefit that you will get from Facebook advertising. The next benefit that you get from Facebook advertising is that it is very cost effective. Yeah, you can just start with a small budget, you can slowly increase your budget, you can relate your budget to the returns that you're getting from it, so it helps you spend less and achieve more. It is one of the advertising platforms with the highest return on investment of your on your money. So very cost effective to advertise on Facebook. Here are some other reasons why businesses use advertising on Facebook. It really helps them with increasing brand awareness. As I said earlier, the difference with Google search advertising, Facebook is not intent based. People are not searching in Facebook looking for content which could include your ads. They are actually browsing on Facebook, and it is your challenge, to be creative enough to make them stop browsing and pay attention to your ads. So it really helps in increasing brand awareness. It's an opportunity for you to showcase your brand and to help them add value to their lives. So by doing that, you establish trust, you establish credibility, and you provide recall value for your brand. So it is all about taking the customer by the hand and helping them in going through the buying cycle. So when the buying cycle is about awareness, is about building interest, then building that trust that they then will turn into buying your product. The second big benefit that you're getting from Facebook is to target people that have already expressed an interest in your service. We call this retargeting. You may also have heard about pixel targeting or pixel marketing. It basically means that if somebody visits your website, you can then retarget those people with an ad. From a technical element, as a perspective, it means that you need to Facebook will give you a piece of code that you need to put on your website. And then as soon as somebody visits that website, that triggers that code, it automatically connects with Facebook, and then Facebook will capture that user data that you can then use to target them with a specific ad. So a big opportunity there for the retargeting, but things will be changing here in the near future. Google has announced that by 2023-24, it will stop enabling third parties to leave cookies on the on websites, to target people. So that whole retargeting area will undergo some big changes in the near future. And then, of course, Facebook advertising can really help you increase revenue. As I said earlier, it is a fantastic way to connect with people and take them by the hand through the buying cycle. You can educate your audiences about what your product has to offer, and the more people know about your products, the more likely they are prepared to make a purchase and to share their experiences. So lots of benefits that you get. Now let's dive a bit deeper into this and let's look at the different type of ads that Facebook has available. So first, there is the single image ad. These are single ads, single image ads that have an optional text on the top and a link description that links to your website and a call to action. That is very important, to have a good call to action in your ad. The ad images, they need to be 1200 by 628 pixels. So that's where you have an opportunity in the visual to stand out in the newsfeed and make people stop and then click on the link as you see here, for instance, sign up. The next ads are the multi-product ads. They are usually carousels. So it enables you, allow consumers to see all the products or the services that you have available. They're very efficient, they're very visual, and they have lots of creative options in them. So they're very popular and they're lots being used lots by businesses. So that's your multi-product ads, usually via a carousel. Then of course you have your video ads. Now video ads are 30-second to 2-minute ads, and they are amongst Facebook's most engaging, most popular ads. They get about 10 to 30% more views than other ads, and not only views, also engagement. Why? Because people love to engage with video. When you engage with video, you have the opportunity to touch emotions of people, which is much stronger in building trust, building relationships with your audience. And particularly video on mobile, works really well. So it's a high growth area of video advertising, and one area that you definitely need to look at if you want to be successful with Facebook advertising. Then you have the lead ads. Lead ads, they offer a slightly different way to advertise your products. They let you get usernames, emails, phone numbers, actually without leaving Facebook. And that's what makes them really powerful. Within Facebook advertising, you can actually create a sign-up form. Or you could even drive them through Messenger and have a communication with them to get their details through a chatbot. So people don't leave Facebook. You do the whole process of lead generation and lead capture within Facebook, and it can be easily synchronized with your existing CRM system. And then you have collection ads. Collection ads blend video and product catalog photos. So they are really good if you want to advertise multiple products at once. If you want to do this. So collection ads work really well. Okay, so that's a short introduction of Facebook advertising, the benefits that you get, why people would use them, or why businesses would use them, and the different type of ads. So in the next section, let's go and have a look at how do you create an ad. What are the steps to create a Facebook ad? So here you see I am on a Facebook page, and this is the page for Riyadh Farasha, which is a hotel in Marrakesh, and I am the admin for this page. And what I'm going to show you on this page is how to access the advertising platform and how to set up your ads. So let me first, before I do this, show you what Facebook is trying to do everywhere, whether it's your desktop or your mobile, to make sure that you go into advertise creation mode. So you'll see it everywhere. Promote, Ad Center, create ads, create automated ads, boost post. Wherever you are, you will come to sections like boost post or go, please create an ad. On the mobile, it's even more obvious. Here is the same page, but then on the mobile device. And if I scroll down, you see on the first post, immediately boost the post. So you'll see that Facebook is trying everything to get you to advertise. Yep, and I think it is a bit annoying, yeah, but it's also, you need to be aware that all the various places that Facebook will try to hook you into advertising, they lead to various subsections of the advertising platform. Yeah, so if I click here on Boost a Post, it will take me to what I call a quick and dirty boost advertising module. Yeah, so I say I'm going to good morning from our rooftop. I'm going to turn that post into an ad. Yeah, I can immediately decide what goal do I want for my ad. Do I want to add a button? What is the URL? Yeah, do I want to edit the image? Who is my audience? Yeah, and then what is the budget? What is the duration? Where am I going to show these ads and how am I going to pay? Bang, 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 boost post now. Yeah, so it looks very interesting and very effective to do this, but what you see here is you will only get a subsection of what Facebook advertising can do for you. Yeah, and if you think, hey, if that's okay with you, that's fine, but you're missing 90% of the other features to make your ad as effective as possible. In other words, my advice to you would be, don't click on the Boost a Post button on your mobile, yeah, or your desktop, because again, it leads you to a limited functionality of the advertising module and the advertising capabilities that Facebook can offer you. So back to the desktop. The same applies here if I click here on Boost Post. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with advertising for a post. You can take one of your most successful posts or for a video and you can create additional reach for that post through advertising, but don't do it through the limited advertising functionality. Again, this is a quick and dirty module, everything on one page, and it will, you can click Boost Post now, and it's an easy way to start spending your money. Yes, so that is if you click the Boost Post. The same applies if you go to the Create Ads or Create Automated Ads. Yeah, so let me show you the Create Automated Ads. It takes you through a very automated process of creating ads, which is great when you're a beginner, but again, it will only give you limited functionality of what Facebook advertising has to offer you. So again, my advice would be, don't go to the automated ads. Click on Create Ads. That again gives you limited functionality, gives it all in one page. Again, you don't want to do that. Yep, and then you click on the Ad Center. That gives you again a summary of the advertising, slightly more tools. Yeah, but it's all to lure you in to spend money in a very quick way. So then where do I go for my advertising? The place where you go is to the Facebook, or how they now call Meta, the Meta Business Suite. The Meta Business Suite gives you everything you need for your advertising. It allows you to manage multiple advertising accounts. Yep, and it gives you access to the full functionality of what Facebook has to offer you. So let's go there, the Meta Business Suite. So here you see everything you need for your advertising. Yes, so here you see it's your re-advertising, and it's not only for your advertising. You can manage your posts here, you can schedule your posts, manage your inbox, your notification, manage your content, manage your shop, plan your posts. Now, we'll cover all these areas in future videos, but for now, we want to focus on the advertising. Again, even here they have ads as a quick and dirty method to create your ads. Again, where I want you to go, click here on all tools, and now finally this is where you want to go. It gives you access to the full advertising functionality to create your ads, to manage your ads, to manage your audiences, to set up events when you want to get data from your website, and where you can create your forms. This is where you want to go. Yeah, so if I click here on the Ads Manager, that takes me to the full advertising platform. Now, here you see, by the way, turn off ad blocker, yeah, which is important because in your creation of your ads, Facebook will obviously simulate your ads. Yeah, but if you have your ad blocker on, the ads will not show in the preview. So it is important that you switch off the ad blocker so you create your browser environment exactly as users will have in when they see your ads. So let me go into switching that off, which is more tools, extensions. And you see here my ad blocker is on, so I'm going to switch that off. Yeah, let me do a review. Yeah, so here you have your account overview. You have your your dashboard. Now you see I haven't run any campaigns. Yeah, so I'm not gonna. So there's not much to see here in this this tool. So let's go here under my campaigns. Yeah, and this gives me the basic sort of structure of your advertising on Facebook. Yeah, remember we talked about campaigns, ad sets, and ads. Yeah, those are the three elements of your advertising campaign on Facebook. You create a campaign, and I'll show you what you need to set up in the campaigns. Then within a campaign you can have multiple ad sets, and those ad sets within a campaign inherit the settings of the campaign. And then within ad sets you have ads. Yep, and those ads, they inherit the settings of the ad sets and the settings of the campaign. All right, so you see here we have three campaigns. There is a new leads campaign, there is a page likes, and there is a traffic campaign. So now I'm not going to show you these campaigns, I'm actually going to show you how to create a campaign. So let's go into that. Here is create. If you have experience with advertising in pay-per-click advertising, you will recognize this approach. Google Ads has it as well. It is what we call guided campaign creation. Yeah, so when you start your Facebook ads and when you start your Google ads, you can select, do you want an awareness campaign? Do you want a traffic, engagement, leads, promote your apps, or a sales campaign? Yeah, and basically once the campaign objective that you select will set a number of the settings, yeah, sort of specifically for that campaign objective. So it makes it easier, yeah, to align it with your business goals, and the whole setup will be done easier. Yeah, so here you see an awareness objective. So that is good for reach, for brand awareness, for video views. Yeah, so it's showing the ad to as many people as possible who are likely to remember them. Traffic is to send people to a destination like your website. This is really good to get link clicks, to get views on a landing page, or get into conversations with people on Messenger or WhatsApp. Engagement ads is get more messages, videos, views, post engagements. It's good for Instagram, for messaging apps, good for video views, engagement on posts. Lead ads are collect leads for your business or brand. They're good for instant forms on Messenger, good for conversions and to get calls. Here is to promote your apps, like app installs, app events, and here is sales. That is for your catalog sales, for instance. Yeah, we're going to do a simple one. I'm going to set up a traffic. I want to drive people to a landing page. Yeah, so here I'm going to click on traffic. Yeah, and I'm going to click continue. So now I'm going into the campaign settings. So here you see the three structures again, the new traffic campaign, new traffic ad set, new traffic ad that I'm going to use. Okay, so here is my traffic campaign. I'm going to create a name, which is, I'm going to stick with new traffic campaign. Am I going to use any ad, are there any ad categories? Yeah, so is it about elections? Is it about politics? Is it about employment? About social issues? Yeah, remember a few years ago there was this scandal when there was Brexit and the Trump elections, or in 2018 I believe it was. There was a lot of data being sold by this Cambridge Analytica, data they took from Facebook and they sold that to the campaign teams of the US election and of the Brexit. Yeah, that had a big impact on privacy on Facebook and on advertising for elections and politics. So, and now Facebook has set some extra sort of security guidelines for specific ad categories. Now, what are the campaign details? Here you see by default it is set as an auction. Pay-per-click works on an auction base, and this is not a pay-per-click course, but basically it means you will do a bid on your ad, how much you're prepared to pay for a click, yep, and that will then go into an auction, and that will determine the position of your ad. We want to get more traffic. Do you want to do A/B testing? Yes, and we want Facebook to do that. Yeah, or you switch that off. And what is your budget? Do you want to distribute your budget across ad sets? Yeah, if you want to do that, you can switch that on, and then you have your campaign budget. So we're going to set a daily budget of £20. Yeah, so go back to the advanced setting. Yeah, and then what is your campaign bid strategy? I just want the highest volume. And there's more options. You can schedule your ads, so you can set it at specific times. My advice is to run the ads all the time. Yeah, particularly in the learning phase. When Facebook launches your campaign, it goes into learning mode. And then Facebook will see by itself when your audience will respond, and they will adjust the ad scheduling accordingly. So there is your traffic campaign details. Then we're going to your traffic ad set. Where do you want to drive your traffic? To your website, to an app, to Messenger. We want to drive it to the website. Now, dynamic creative is an important one. Yeah, do you want Facebook to create your ads, or do you want to do it yourself? When you want Facebook to do it, you provide creative elements like images and headlines, and then Facebook will automatically generate the best ads for you. Yeah, so I kind of like that. Yeah, so I always switch that on. Here you see the schedule. When do you want to start? Yeah, so do you want to send an end as well? So that would be then, let's say, November the 22nd. And then here is some more options. You can set ad spend limits. And here is where the real meaty sort of stuff happens in Facebook advertising. This is where you can select your audience. You can save specific audiences in the audience manager. Yeah, so you can have a number of audiences. If you have an office in one country or another country, you can just here select the audience for that particular country. Or you can just create a new audience. Okay, so you can exclude audiences, you can set the location, you can set the age, location. Let's look at that. If I click here on edit, people living in or recently in this location, people living, people recently, people traveling in this location. So this is really powerful if you want to target people who are visiting an event like a football match or what have you. And you can include, and this is where you can search location. You can search by city, let's say London. Yeah, so London, England, or I can say, let's do, for instance, Reading in England. Yeah, and I can even say, give me, yeah, so I can search location, give me RG7, I can do by postcode. Yeah, so I can actually people doing in the Reading area by postcode, and I really like this. So if I say, for instance, RG76, yeah, so here you can see how you can target a specific area. Yeah, and this is particularly for your local marketing is very important. Yep, so that is the local targeting is really good. So you can, and then by the way, here you see your estimated audience size, and when your audience gets bigger, you see estimated daily results as well. And then you can do more, you can search by, where was this? You can search by detailed targeting, by demographics, by interests and behaviors. Yeah, so if I want to people who like Reading Football Club, yeah, so here is the Reading FC soccer team. Yeah, so here I can now send an ad targeting specifically people in that particular area who like, and we have the UK as well. Yeah, so in Reading and that particular area who like football, who like Reading Football Club. Yeah, or I can add other areas as well. There's also the suggestions. If people like Reading, they may also like these type of things, Neymar, soccer, or maybe they like Manchester United. Yeah, so this is just a tip of the iceberg. The whole segmentation in Facebook advertising and the targeting is extremely powerful. Okay, here are your placements for your Facebook ads. Best is to let Facebook decide where to place your ads, but to show you where your ads can be shown on Facebook, if you click on the manual placements, you see here, they can show on Facebook, they can show on Instagram, on Messenger, and on the audience network. Now, what is the audience network? Google has that as well. Yeah, in the display ads, which are ads that show on millions of websites that Facebook has an agreement, or that Google, or in this case Facebook, has an agreement with. So it shows your Facebook ad outside Facebook on millions of websites. Okay, so that's the audience network. Then if you look at here's the feeds where your ad can show. Your ad can show in stories and reels. Your ad can show in-stream videos, overlay and post loop ads on reels, on Facebook search, on messaging, in article, apps and sites. So there is tons of places where your ads can show. But the best thing is to let Facebook decide where your ads are going to show. Okay, so these are your ad set settings. So let's now look at the ads. So here you see the Facebook page, and in our case it is the Riyadh Farasha page. There you go. Yeah, we'll make it, you can opt in for branded content tools. You can look at the ad setup. We can do manual upload. You can get data from your product catalog. And here you specify what type of ad you want to show. Is it a single image or a video, or is it a carousel? Yep, and then here you have your ad creative. and your media, and the select images, select videos. And then here you have your primary text, headline, description, your website URL. This is where you can do your URL parameters when you want to track your campaigns. Yeah, here you see the ad preview. The ad preview is off and now it's on. Yeah, but of course I need to select media. So let's see. Find images. So here we're going to say, go to my website and create an image for me. Approve. Yeah, so now it will actually show me some images. Select images. Yeah, so here you see images from my Riyadh. Yeah, that it picks up from my Riyadh or from my website. Here's the website. Yeah, so let's take let's take this image and we'll say continue. Yeah, so select a destination link for your ad. Let me see where we're going to put that one. There you go. Yeah, so now because I put in the destination link, you will see how the ad starts building up. But this is the photo that I selected. Yeah, now I'm not going to show you the details of, and I'm not going to use as an example here. I just want you to show you the fields where you can play and create your ads. Yeah, and then you see here in the ad preview, whether you see it in the feeds, there is a mobile preview as well. Yep, so you see here the feeds, you see here the stories and the reels, how they would look on Instagram, the in-stream, yep, and here in the search, in article and on apps. Yes, so there you have it. That is your traffic ads. So we've now done our campaign, we've done our ad set, we've done our traffic ads, and then basically what you're going to do is you're going to publish your ads. Now, when you're going into publish, yeah, you can then go back to view the details, and then you see that the ad is done, and it is actually in review by Facebook. So if I now go back to my campaigns, yeah, let's close this one. You see here is the new traffic ad. Yeah, and you see here it's processing. And then here you see immediately the details that you can get from your campaign. Yeah, so you see the processing, you see the ad set name, the bid strategy, the budget, you see attribution setting. So basically attribution is how you track the results of your ads. And then you see here the results in number of link clicks, how many people reached, how many impressions, what is the cost per result, what is the quality ranking, the engagement ranking, the conversion ranking. The higher these rankings, the better Facebook considers your ads, and the more and the better the positions for your ads. Here you see your amount spent, and here you see the end date of the campaign. Yes, so that is how you set up your Facebook ads as a kind of introduction to the Facebook advertising. Yeah, so if I now go back to all my campaigns, yeah, so you see here, let me see if I have some, no, you see there's none of these ads actually run or did run in the past. Yes, so I can't show you the results, but we'll go into more details at a later session on Facebook advertising. For now, this is, I think, the best overview I can give you. Yeah, and if you want to get more than details, then we'll go in a more in-depth session of the Facebook advertising. Okay, now that it's all clear, let's look at the do's and don'ts of Facebook advertising. What should you do and what shouldn't you do with your ads? So there are various do's. The first of all, make sure you continuously test your ads. And the good thing is that Facebook will do this for you. Yeah, you can tell Facebook, please test my ads. You can give Facebook a collection of creative materials, a collection of headlines, yeah, and it will actually mix and match those headlines, and it will use the ones that will give the best conversions. So it's very important that you continuously look, yeah, at your performance and see if minor changes to your ads will lead to a better performance. Second, make sure that your images and that your videos are engaging. Remember, there is no intent in Facebook advertising. You have to be very creative to stand out from the crowd. And you can only do that by making your ads engagement, or then by making your ads engaging in images and videos. So not only the images or the videos, but it's also the messaging that you use. Use a message that will stay with your audience. Yeah, so it's the combination of the visuals and the key message of your ad that will make people stop. If by looking in a split second at your ad, yeah, they get it, then they will stop and they will click on the call to action. So make sure you use a message that is powerful and effective. Also, keep it simple. We say KISS, keep it simple and stupid. Make sure that people easily understand the message that you're trying to convey with your ad. Don't make it too complicated. Don't use complicated visuals. Don't use complicated messages. Keep it simple. And make sure that you reach the right audience. Yeah, Facebook's biggest benefit is the targeting. You can target on micro level, targeting people in very specific areas. Yeah, so that is the do's, and of course there are don'ts as well. So the first thing is be sensible with your budget. Don't spend your whole budget on one single campaign. Yeah, so start small and basically grow your budget based on the results that you're getting. Yeah, if you have to use visuals and messages that are appealing, then of course don't make sure that you put too much information in the ads. Again, keep your ads simple. Don't clutter them with too much text and too many visuals. Make sure that you proofread your ads. Don't have typos in your ads. There's not a lot of text in your ads, so please make sure that you double check the quality of the ads when it comes to the language and the grammar. Yeah, so don't forget to proofread your ads. Be sensible in the activity level that you have on your Facebook page. Yeah, up until a few years ago, it was actually promoted by Facebook to do as many posts as you think are relevant for your business. People did 4 or 5 posts a day. Nowadays, it is not about the quantity, it is about the quality. So don't do too many posts on your Facebook page. Be sensible. Think from a customer perspective, also when it comes to your ads. Yeah, so too many ads or showing the same ad to the same people all the time, yeah, may have an adverse result. And then finally, make sure that your image relates to your product. So don't put up an image that doesn't relate to the advertised product. So here you are.
Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast.
Facebook has many options for e-commerce. You can set up a shop on your Facebook page and tailor it to your own products. These products can be presented on your page and you can advertise for them as well. And you can also add a catalog to your shop, which gives you the opportunity to promote and target your product advertising more specifically. Setting up your Facebook shop. Facebook allows you to set up shop on your Facebook page. By doing this, you can promote your products on Facebook and offer prices for your product. You can also add a Shop Now button. Once people click on the products, it will take them to their website where they can place the order they want to buy directly into the shopping trolley. Setting up a Facebook shop has many advantages. You don't need an existing catalog, so you can add an unlimited number of products you want to feature in your shop. Like any shopping catalog, Facebook allows you to organize your products in collections so people can easily find the products they are looking for. And by activating the messaging button, people can ask questions or even place an order. To create your Facebook shop, you have to add a shop tab here on the left side menu. Now the way to do that is to go to the settings, and then in the settings you click on the templates and tabs, and then here you see you currently haven't got the shop as a tab, so you click add tab, and that's where you have shop. So you simply click add tab, and that means your shop has been added, and then you can drag the shop to a higher level in the tab menu. And then you can go to the settings of the shop, where you can switch it on and off, and where you can also copy the URL of the shop. But the main settings of the shop are also within the tab when you are on your page. So now that we've installed the tab for shop, you now see on your home page of your Facebook page, you here see as the third item the shop. Click on the shop. And the first thing obviously you need to do is to agree to the terms and conditions for your shop. You click continue, and then you're basically going to set up all the details in your shop. Now, the first question you need to answer yourself is, how do you want people to buy the products from your shop? They can either send you a message to buy, you can activate that, or you can drive them to your website. For instance, where you have your online shop, you can just get them to the link of that particular page. So for this demo's sake, let's click message to buy, and we'll click on continue. You select a currency and then you click save, and you're getting to the next screen of your shop setup where you're going to add products, and you can also add the description of what you sell. So when I click here on describe what Simply Business sells, I have 200 characters to describe what my business does. So I can just add, for instance, for the demo's sake, social media, training, products and services. And I click Save Changes. And then I'm going to add products. So if I click on Add Product, you're going to add visuals for your product. You can add a video of your product. You can add name, the price, whether the product is on sale, a description of the product, whether you want to share this product on your Facebook page. You can give inventory information, different options about your product like sizes and colors, and how you want it to show up on your page, and who do you want to be able to see the product. So let's add some products. So here we're going to go to the photos that we're dragging from the desktop. So let's say that is product 1, and we're going to use that. This is social media book, and the price is £10, and the description, how to attract, date and love your customers on social media. This is going to leave these as standard options, and I click save, and now I have my first product added. And I can add more products. Here you see how the product features in the product list. I can add my next product and add a photo, select the files. Here I'm going to product number 2. And this is social media training. And we'll say that is £50. Description, introduction to social media. Keeping those settings standard. That's product 2. And then I'm going to add product 3. Product 3 is, let's say, a LinkedIn training. And I'm going to say, again, LinkedIn training. The price is £50. I'm clicking save. And then the 4th product that I will be adding is product 4. And that would be the Facebook training. And that would be, let's say, £50 as well. Introduction to Facebook. And I'm clicking save. Yeah, if I now do a refresh of the page, you will see that all the products show up. Now there is another area where you can actually put products in different collections. So for instance, if I want to do the Facebook training and the LinkedIn training in a collection, I can then click here, add collection. Yeah, so these are the products that are currently in the catalog. But if I'm going to add a collection, I'm going to say training products. Yep, and then I can add the products to the collection. The one I wanted was Facebook training and LinkedIn training. I've now added 2 products to this collection and I can then click save. And if I now go back to my shop, so let's go to the page and I'll go to the shop. You now see that I have 2 collections that I can sort of scan and browse through, and I have my different products. So I can now start promoting my shop through Facebook advertising or by sharing particular products from my shop on my timeline. Here you see an example of a Facebook shop. You can see the desktop and the mobile version of it. On the desktop you can see the shop tab on the left. You can decide what position the shop takes in the tab listing. You can do this in the settings. And you can see the products by category, and also you see the Shop Now button and the send message. On the mobile you can show the product specs, a photo, the price, the details and the link to the website. In the shop setup you can manage all aspects of running your Facebook shop. You can add products, you can add collections, you can get an overview of the orders and the pending orders. The Facebook shop also allows you to tag products. You can tag up to 30 products and links in your shop. You tag these in your page posts. When people see your product tags in your posts, they can then click on the tag to shop for the tagged product. Finally, it is important to connect your Facebook page with a payment engine. You can set up your payment within your Facebook page, so people can buy your products directly on your page. But this only works in the US. For those shops outside the US, you need to integrate your Facebook shop with e-commerce platforms like Shopify. Fortunately, many online store builders who have e-commerce engines can integrate your existing products on their store with your Facebook page. This means that you can connect your existing online shop with Facebook, and your existing products will automatically be uploaded in your new Facebook shop. Creating your Facebook catalog. To expand the capabilities of your Facebook shop, you should use or set up a Facebook catalog. Consider this catalog as a folder with all the products you want to promote and advertise. Once you've set up your Facebook catalog, you can target people with specific product ads based on their browsing behavior in your shop. For example, When somebody clicked on a specific product in your shop, you can target them with an ad for that product the next time they are on Facebook. Now that your shop is ready, you can target people who visit your shop or your online shop on your website through setting up a Facebook catalog. Now, in order to set up a Facebook catalog, you have to be in the Ads Manager. And when you click here on the Ads Manager, you go down under Assets, and that's where you see catalogs. Because we've created a catalog when we set up our shop, it will automatically show up here in your list of catalogs. And when you click on the catalog, you get to the screen where you can select different type of ads that you want to run for the particular products. You can see what products do we have in our catalog, what product sets do we have in our catalog, and what are the data sources for the catalog that we're using. And there is the settings for your catalog as well, like what's the name of your catalog, what notification settings, etc. So back to the diagnostics area of your catalog. This is where you are going to decide what type of ad you're going to use for your catalog. So you can have generic ads or you can have dynamic ads. Generic ads is basically where you can feature an ad for a specific product in your catalog, or when you do a dynamic ad, you can actually retarget people who see specific products on your website, and they can then receive an ad with that particular product that they saw on your website, but then on their Facebook, just as a little reminder that may push them to buy the product. So if I click on the ad to drive traffic, it will ask you which accounts do you want to use. And then it takes you to the Ad Manager, where you go through the standard process of your campaign settings, your ad account settings, your ad set, and the creation of the ad itself. Now, I'm not going to show you all the details of how to create an ad. We've done that in other demos. But a very important section that you have here is that you can create an instant experience, which is a much more multimedia type ad that you can select within your catalog. For instance, you can select which products do we want to select for the ad, how do you want to order the products, like dynamically, or you can even specify an order. Are there specific sort of collections that you want to use for this ad? Where do you want to use a cover video or a cover image? And then what is the call to action button that you want on your ad? And once you're done with that, you're going back into the ad set creation, where you are looking into the traffic for the ad and the audience segmentation, and then you follow the process of developing your ad. Using Facebook Dynamic Ads. Here are a few more details about the Facebook Dynamic Ads. They promote products from your catalog to people who are more likely to respond to them because they have seen that particular product before in your shop or in your app, or they have shown an interest in the category. For instance, if people are browsing hotels on your website but don't make a reservation, you can then target them with specific product ads from your catalog based on their travel preferences. Finally, it is important that you promote your Facebook shop. There are many ways you can do that. You can promote your products by making them stand out through videos and really good photography. And another effective way of promoting your shop is by enabling ratings and reviews. Often people look at customer reviews before making a buying decision. And if you have a physical store, it will also help if you add all your shop details, like the address and the opening times. And it goes without saying that when people message you with questions or even an order, make sure you respond instantly.
Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast.
Why is it a good idea? Well, if you haven't been on YouTube of late, you should check it out, youtube.com, and just take a look at the vastness of videos that are on YouTube. Now, YouTube is a video platform, but if it was a search engine, it'd be the second largest search engine in the world, only behind its parent company, Google. So it's a very big platform with a lot of videos, and hence There's some good search functionality on YouTube. So you can look at it as a search engine. There's 1.9 billion and growing logged in visitors on a monthly basis. So you have a lot of people that go to YouTube and watch videos on a daily basis. Okay? It has local versions in more than 91 countries. So if you're an advertiser who's focusing on a specific market, or you're in a different market with a different language, you have 91 different options to hone in on. Okay, so a little bit more about YouTube here, and why is advertising on YouTube a good idea? Well, most YouTube users are on mobile. Almost 70%, almost 3/4 of those that use YouTube use it from their mobile device, which is staggering, but not so staggering considering most people in the world now have mobile phones or mobile devices, and most people use their mobile devices for multiple reasons, and watching videos is one of those reasons. So mobile advertisements receive viewer attention 83% of the time. So what do we mean by that? Well, on YouTube, we have the opportunity to get your ad in front of people who are watching those videos. So if a lot of people are engaged in watching a video on YouTube and you're advertising on that particular video, well, then you're going to get some attention. And so that attention has to be in the 80th percentile. Okay, so a lot of people are going to pay somewhat attention to your ad. And it's no secret, video ads have proven to be more effective and engaging, creating greater impact. And that's just not on YouTube. I mean, that's on Facebook. That's on other platforms like Twitter, Instagram. So video is an engaging way to communicate. It's a lot better than traditional text. It's a lot better than, say, a display banner, because it's engaging. People are going to watch what you have to say. And if they like it, they're going to share. They're going to comment on it. They're going to subscribe. There's a lot of things that people can do when it comes to video advertising. So video helps expand your digital reach. So basically, if you are running those text ads and display ads, well, having video kind of adds some more arsenal to your advertising portfolio, so to speak. So if you're running just those text ads and display banners, that's fine. That's great, because you can reach a lot of people. But having video just adds another piece of the element. And because video is so engaging, you might find that even for yourself, if you're advertising different types of ads, video, display, or text, you'll find that video does have really, really expansive reach to a particular audience. And the other thing here about YouTube is YouTube helps to find a relevant audience for your ads using advanced targeting. So just like anything else that we've talked about here at Simplilearn when it comes to advertising, whether that be Facebook or Instagram or Google Ads, we can really hone in on our audience here. And that's really important, and we'll get to that later, because when you're advertising, you want to make sure your ad is in front of the right people. And if we're talking about video and we're talking about high engagement, if you have your video in front of a really relevant audience, then chances of that audience engaging are going to be even greater. And then YouTube and video ads themselves provides a situation that can be customized to fulfill your marketing goals. And so what do we mean by that? So basically, YouTube allows us some additional features where we can customize our ads. So meaning, if our marketing goal is to just get our ad in front of millions of people, well, that's not a problem. If our marketing goal is to get people who, we want to convert, well, we can customize our marketing goal towards that as well. So just like on Facebook and some of these other platforms we've talked about, YouTube is no different. And so we could set specific marketing goals for our video ads. Some other good pointers to talk about here with YouTube. So with YouTube, just like on Google Ads, we can enable running cost-effective campaigns. And what do I mean by cost-effective? Well, meaning we can really watch our budget. We can measure how much it costs for 1,000 people to watch our video, or we can measure how much it costs for somebody to click on our video ad. We can measure the cost of when somebody clicks on our video ad and converts. How much is that costing us? So you can really run cost-effective campaigns even on YouTube. And YouTube helps determine how successful your ads with advanced analytics. So not only do we have analytics on the YouTube side of the house, but we also have analytics on Google Ads. And so we can really hone in and use both platforms to really figure out exactly how our ads are performing. And then ads that have reported a 500% growth in views of the channel's other videos. So basically you can see growth in views just by advertising on YouTube. So let's get in now to what are the types of ads you can run on YouTube. So we discussed all the benefits of YouTube. We can go on for another 2 or 3 hours because there are plenty of benefits. But I think you get the point of YouTube being a place where you can grow, measure, and reach a custom audience. So you're already sold on YouTube. Now let's talk about those types of ads you want to run on YouTube. So depending on what goal you want to achieve with your ads, there are different types of ad formats available on YouTube. So our first set of ads evolve around building brand awareness and ad recalls. So if you're in the business of promoting your product or your brand or your service, then these are the type of ads you want to run on YouTube. Building brand awareness and ad recalls, because what it does is it's really going to get your ad out there in front of thousands and millions of people. Lots of eyeballs, lots of impressions. Impressions are the number of times your ad was seen. So ads centered around brand awareness are really ads that are going to put you out there in front of a large number of people with the goal of potentially attracting new customers and ensuring your brand is on top of their mind. So top of funnel, brand awareness is always introducing the brand, getting people familiar with the brand, and getting them to your website so that you can introduce them to your brand and service and product. So that's the whole idea behind the ads we're going to introduce behind the goal, building brand awareness and ad recalls. So let's take a look at what those are. So we can build brand awareness and ad recalls. So we call these types of ads true view for reach. Okay, so when we say true view, meaning our ad's going to appear in front of a video, and we want to make sure that that ad's in front of a lot of people. So skippable ads that will enable your brand to reach as many people in your target audience as possible at the most efficient price. So the whole idea is if we're trying to build brand awareness, then we could set it up on YouTube so that our ad appears before other videos. And that's going to ensure that our ad is going to show up in a lot of places based on the audience we target. And if we can get our ad in front of a lot of people, a lot of targeted people at an efficient price, then how can you say no to that? So these ads are skippable, have an open video length, and their bidding is based on cost per 1,000 impressions. So cost per 1,000 impressions, CPM, means that you're paying YouTube for every 1,000 people that looked at your ad. Okay, so that's what cost per 1,000 impressions, or CPM, means. That you're paying YouTube not when somebody clicks on your ad, but when 1,000 impressions occur. And an impression is when somebody looks at your ad. And so that's what you're going to be paying YouTube. You're going to be paying them for 1,000 views or impressions, basically. Okay, so the ads are skippable, but they have an open video length and it's based on eyeballs. So that's the whole goal there. When it comes to brand awareness, you want to go with a CPM model. That ensures you're getting your ads in front of lots of people to accumulate impressions and paid by impressions. So this is what the ad looks like. And now we're going to talk about the type 2 ad that you can run on YouTube. And we call these bumper ads. So they're non-skippable ads with which you can share your brand's message in 6 seconds to drive reach and impact. So we've all seen these videos before, and I'm going to share an example with you here. When you're on YouTube, you really can't get to that video that you really want to watch until you watch a few seconds of that video ad. And so that's what these bumper ads are. They allow you to really make sure that your ad is in front of that target audience still. You'd still pay by impressions, but you know that your ad's going to run for a few seconds. And the idea behind that is really you want to get your message out there, and it really does help to drive reach and impact. And so let's take a look at an example on YouTube of what a bumper ad looks like. So here's an example of a bumper ad on YouTube. Again, it's only 6 seconds, but this example is pretty popular on YouTube. It's been viewed a lot, and we're just going to take a quick look at this video here. This video has 6 seconds, but the whole point is to really look at the ad's purpose. And so if we hit play, so that was it. That was the ad, 6 seconds long. It appears in front of other videos as an advertisement. And the whole point of these bumper ads is really you have to get your message out there quickly because the video is going to start, and you want to really make sure that your message is being delivered, and you want to keep, in this case, maybe keep users guessing as to what it is. And so this is why it's a highly effective ad. You know, you got a diver jumping off a diving board into a pool that is basically drying up over a period of time. And so for curiosity, the old saying is curiosity kills the cat. A lot of people are probably going to click on that ad to figure out what is the subject, what are we all talking about here. And really the point of the video was to bring awareness about global warming, but that's it. That's a 6-second bumper ad example. And you really, if you're going to run bumper ads, you want to make sure that you get your message out there. So it has to have really high impact. Okay, so again, they're non-skippable. They have to be of 6 seconds, and their bidding is based on, again, cost per 1,000 impressions. So it gives you a chance to get that ad out there in front of a lot of people. Again, you're paying on a CPM model, you're paying Google for every 1,000 impressions. Okay, so could be 1,000 different eyeballs looking at that ad. So if it's high impact, you know, if it's non-skippable, then chances are you can get, you know, some clicks, some eyeballs over to your YouTube channel or to your landing page on your website. So let's take a look at this one from Alaska Airlines. Better yet, let's take a look at this example from Airbnb. I found it to be a little bit more impactful than the Alaska Air one. So let's take a look at this example actually. So
we went on vacation with a toe dipper and left with a cannonballer.
Okay, so high impact ad, great ad by Airbnb, really impactful.
We went on vacation with
kids playing. You have your logo on the bottom right corner of the video, and you know it gets people excited about travel. So similar to the Alaska Airlines, which we didn't look at, this one is just as good, high impactful. You know, getting people to react within 6 seconds isn't exactly a very easy thing to do. So you got to make sure these videos really resonate within the time frame that you have. So let's take a look at type 3 here. So we're talking about reservation of 15 to 20 seconds. So these particular ads can span up to 20 seconds to increase reach and make a lasting impression. So unlike the bumper ads, which are 6 seconds long, these reservation ads tend to run a few seconds longer, up to 20 seconds. Okay, so they're also non-skippable, and like I said, can be up to 20 seconds, and bidding is based on a fixed CPM. And what do we mean by fixed CPM? Well, if you're bidding on a regular CPM model, meaning that you're paying Google for every 1,000 impressions, that number could be variable, what you pay Google. In this case, the fixed CPM is fixed at a certain rate. It could be $10 for every 1,000 impressions, $20. It really depends on where you're advertising and who else is advertising. So let's take a look at some examples of a reservation ad on YouTube up to 15 to 20 seconds long. So here is an example of a 15-second ad, also called a true view ad. So you can see this ad is going to run for about 15 seconds before the video actually plays. It's non-skippable. And so let's just play this ad.
A pitcher who can paint the corners is known as a Rembrandt. At GMC, we get that. Everyone loves that kind of precision. This is GMC.
Okay, so you could see the ad itself ran a little bit longer than your traditional or your 6-second non-skippable version, and the 15-second allows you to get more of the message out there. Still high impactful, but allows us to get the message out there with a little bit longer of a video, and that's non-skippable. So it's going to run for its entirety up to 15-20 seconds before the video actually starts playing. So let's now turn our attention to the fourth type of ad you can run on YouTube. And that fourth type is an outstream video ad. And so these ads are going to reach users wherever they're watching, regardless of the site or application. It's the whole point of the outstream. We want to be able to get our ads out there regardless of the site or application. Okay, so these ads are also non-skippable, and they can be 15 to 20 seconds long, and their bidding is based on viewable cost per 1,000 impressions. And so what do we mean by viewable cost per 1,000 impressions? What we mean by viewable cost per 1,000 impressions is basically if you're paying for ad impressions measured as viewable, you can use this model. And basically what that means that an ad is counted as viewable when 50% of your ad shows on screen for 1 second or longer, or plays continuously for 2 seconds or longer. So there's some criteria about the viewable, but you're definitely paying for impressions. You're just paying when those impressions showcase the ad 50% or longer, or for 1 second or longer for other type of video ads. Or it plays continuously for 2 seconds or longer for video ads. So if it plays in short, if it plays for longer than 2 seconds, then you're going to pay for that impression. And so that's going to count as an impression, and that's viewable for 1,000 impressions. So if you get basically your ad to show for 2 seconds or longer, then that's going to count as an impression. So for example, with the viewable CPM, for example, if you bid on 1,000 viewable impressions and you pay for impressions that are measured as viewable, an ad is counted as viewable again when 50% of your ad shows on the screen for 1 second or longer for display ads and 2 seconds or longer for video ads. So that's basically what it's about. So really the key number here with viewable CPM is 2 seconds or longer. That's the difference between regular 1,000 impressions CPM and viewable 1,000 impressions VCPM. So let's talk about the next type of ad format you can run on YouTube, and the next one is masthead. And so masthead is unique in that basically they only run for 24 hours. Okay, and they run on YouTube's homepage. So you can imagine the amount of reach that you can have by advertising on YouTube's homepage. So they're highly visible. Okay, they can run on multiple devices, desktop, app, mobile, and basically these ads sit at the top of YouTube's homepage. So there are fixed cost per day pricing involved, and so the best thing to do is to contact YouTube if you're interested in advertising on YouTube's homepage. So that's the masthead advertising, and basically these ads are non-skippable. They have an open length, and again, their bidding is based on fixed price per day. So here's an example of what the masthead looks like on the homepage. So you can see here, this is that GMC ad. Okay, you can see that they have a video supported with a banner and call to action ad there. And so what YouTube is actually experimenting with are different ways for advertisers to buy masthead ads. Okay, so it's these ads are very prominent. So it's basically YouTube is now offering the option to buy masthead ads on a cost per 1,000 impression basis. So they're playing around with that cost format. So just keep in mind that this is a recent change by YouTube. So traditionally it's cost per day, but now they're actually offering the option for advertisers to buy a masthead ad on a CPM basis. So just keep that in mind. You do have the option here. So at the end of the day, if you're interested in masthead ads and having your ads show up on YouTube's homepage for 24 hours, I would still contact Google and ask them about, hey, I want to pay cost per 1,000 impressions. So YouTube is actually offering up that option on pricing model. So the second set of ads we're going to focus in on are centered around this strategy of growth, consideration, and interest. And the whole idea behind growth, consideration, and interest is really we want to get our ads in front of people who could be potential customers, but we want to influence them. Okay, we want to influence them at a point in time when we think they're going to be most receptive to our message. So that really means getting our ad out in front of the right audience at the right time, because the message we put out there is going to be centered around, getting them to not only take notice of our brand, but potentially take action. So it's moving our audience a little further down that funnel. So really, growth consideration and interest, it's all about placing your ad, your message in front of that potential customer when you think they're going to be most receptive to the messaging you're putting out. So that's what growth consideration and interest is. So let's go back and look at, let's talk a little bit more about those TrueView ads. So TrueView ads are one of the most popular ways of advertising on YouTube. So if you're interested in, getting growth, getting leads, getting conversions, you might want to think about some TrueView ads, because basically these ads can run before, during, or after videos on YouTube. Or you can run them on video partner sites and applications. Again, if you're interested in driving not just brand awareness, but clicks to your site. So if you're interested in driving impact for your brand or products, you might want to focus on the TrueView in-stream ads. Again, these are the traditional ads you've probably seen before on YouTube that run before, during, or after a video. And these ads are skippable. So you're likely to have seen the skip ad call to action button. They have an open video length, and their bidding is based on cost per view. So you're paying when somebody views your ad. And so what does that mean, cost per view? Well, let's break that down. Cost per view bidding is the default way to set the amount you'll pay for a TrueView video ad. So when are you actually paying? Well, you're paying when somebody views your video. But there's a threshold here. So a view is counted on YouTube when someone watches at least 30 seconds of your video ad. Or if it's shorter than 30 seconds, and let's just say it's 20 seconds, then that's going to be considered a view. So 30 seconds is the number here you need to be concerned about when you're running a cost per view model. So if you have a video that's 1 minute long and they watch 30 seconds, it's considered a view, and that's what you're going to pay. You're going to pay cost per view. So that's what the cost per view model is, and that's really the default model with TrueView ads. Whether that be before the video, during the video, or after the video, it's cost per view. So let's talk about the other type of TrueView ad, and that's the TrueView Discovery. And so basically what TrueView Discovery is your ads are placed in YouTube search results next to related videos or on the YouTube homepage. So you're getting your ad discovered more or less, throughout YouTube, and including the YouTube homepage. So here's an example of what that looks like. And so let's jump over to YouTube and take a look at that. So if I do type in, let's just say surfing, I may scroll down and I may see some ads. I may not see some ads. So basically, if you see an ad, it's going to have ad next to it. And so that's when you know your ad is being discovered on YouTube. And so here in this example, we don't see any ads showing up here. So remember, those TrueView Discovery ads are going to have something with the ad next to them. That way you know it's an advertisement, and they're going to be found in the search results on YouTube's homepage or any page where you're actually searching. Okay, third set of ad types center around driving action. And so the whole point of driving action is getting that potential customer to actually take action on the ad that they see. So in the case of videos, we're going to have some call to action, stronger call to action to get these folks over to the website to purchase or download or sign up for a newsletter or do something you want them to do in terms of your business model. So if your business model is selling a product, then the whole point of driving action on your ad is getting them to buy your product. So the whole point of driving action is make it easier for customers to take meaningful actions that you can measure. So the ads we're going to introduce are centered around getting potential customers to take action. Okay, so that's what driving action is, further down the funnel and getting folks to react to your ad so that they can take the action that's aligned with your business. Talking about TrueView ads now. And so again, these ads, the discovery can show up on search results, on YouTube's homepage. You have your traditional in-stream TrueView ads where they show up before, during, or after. And then here you have TrueView for Action. And so these TrueView for Action ads are video ads to drive any action that's important to your business. So again, it goes back to that marketing strategy. So the ads we looked at early on were about impressions. So a lot of the cost models for a lot of the ad types were cost per 1,000 impression. And notice now that, it's now cost per view for TrueView ads. And you want to be on a different model when your marketing strategy is more aligned with getting people to take action. That's important to your business. For example, shopping or buying something or getting a quote or downloading something. So if that's your marketing goal, you want to go with a TrueView for Action if that's what's important to your business, because these ads are intended to get users to interact with a clickable button that leads to your site. So that's the whole idea behind TrueView for Action type ads. Okay, so these are skippable, they have an open video length, and their bidding is based on cost per acquisition. So CPA, different cost model. So let's now talk about what CPA is. So the cost per acquisition model is, in this case, since we're trying to drive action, we're going to pay when somebody actually takes that action. So if somebody actually does shop and they spend $20, then basically you're going to pay for that acquisition. So basically, if it's to download something, whatever it costs for you to get that person over and they actually download, that's what you're going to pay. So cost per acquisition is really a model based on action. So when somebody actually performs that action, that's when you're actually going to pay Google. So that's what CPA is, and that's what the YouTube TrueView for Action ads are all about, trying to drive action. So let's talk about the universal app campaign for video. And so this is all about driving action as well. So these ads promote your app on YouTube. So where your ads are more likely to be clicked and your app downloaded. So again, targeting an audience, and really it's about, getting people to look at your application, your mobile app. So that's what these ads are all about. They're about promoting your mobile app on YouTube. Okay, so these ads are skippable. Okay, they have an open video length. Okay, meaning you can make them as long as you want. And again, their bidding is cost per acquisition, but you also have some additional models as well. So we already talked about what cost per acquisition is, because this is a actionable based ad. So we want people to do something like download our app. But you also have another cost model here, cost per install. And you only pay when that person who watches or sees that ad clicks on it and actually does install the app. Okay. You also have another model that you can apply here, and that's the return on ad spend. And a return on ad spend basically is you're asking Google, hey, I want to make sure that if I'm going to run this type of ad, I'm getting my return on investment. Meaning if I spend $100, am I getting $101 back? So that's the return on ad spend. That's a cost per install and a cost per acquisition. So you have three models here for the universal app campaign. About some important metric for YouTube. So we've thrown around a lot of different cost models when we talked about the different types of advertising you can do on YouTube. And so with that, there's a lot of metrics. So let's go through some of these metrics here. You have views, clicks, you have view rate. So you have all these different types of metrics. And for some of you, it could be confusing. So what do I need to look at? What do I need to measure? So it really does come down to, what's important to your business. That's always first and foremost. But here we listed some of the most common metrics available to you with YouTube. Okay, so let's go through some of these. And basically a view is just, it shows the number of times people watched or engaged with your video ad. So a view rate is basically the number of views or engagement your ad receives and the number of times your ad is shown. Okay, so divided by the number of times your ad was shown into the number of engagements. So if your ad was shown 100 times and you had one like or one click, for example, then that would be 1%. So average cost per view is the average amount you pay when a viewer watches 30 seconds of your video. So remember, when you're on a cost per view model, remember 30 seconds is the magic number. So if your video is only 25 seconds, then remember that's going to be the view. So it's got to be minimum or maximum 30 seconds. If your video is under 30 seconds, it's 25 seconds or 20 as an example, then it's still going to count as a view. If it's a minute and somebody watched at least 30 seconds of it, then that's going to count as a view. So just keep in mind 30 seconds is the magic number here for the view. So if somebody watches at least 30 seconds of your video or engages with your video, that would be a cost per view. So that's the average amount you're going to pay. And watch time is basically, it measured the total amount of time people watched your video ads, shown in seconds. Okay, so it's the total amount of time. So it gives you an idea of how many minutes total your video is run. So let's focus on clicks. So clicks is a common metric across the board. It shows the number of times people actually clicked on your video. Not to be confused with the view. So view is the number of times your video was actually watched. A click is something also measurable, and it's when somebody actually clicked on it. So it's an indicator for how well your ads are doing with those who see it. And so, we want people to click on our ads. If we're running, actionable type video ads. If we're running those action type ads or universal app ads, we're going to want people to take action. Okay, if you're running ads just for impressions, that's one thing. So clicks is an important metric depending on the type of video ad you're running. So click-through rate is the number of clicks you receive from your ad divided by the number of times the ad was shown. So my ad was shown 100 times and I received 1 click, then that's 1% click-through rate. So let's talk about engagement. And engagement is the number of clicks on interactive elements, such as icons in your video ad. Okay, so that's what an engagement is here, the number of clicks on interactive elements. And then if we look at engagement rate, then any clicks on an interactive element that we receive is going to be divided by the number of times the ad was shown. So that's why we have engagement rate as well. So we want people to engage with our video. Is there something that they're doing on the video? If so, then what's the rate at which they're engaging? Earned views, so that's a number of viewers who have seen subsequent videos on your channel or watch pages after seeing your ads. So watch pages or videos on your channel, if a viewer has seen those after seeing your ad, then that's going to be called an earned view. So somebody's seen your ad and was impacted by what they saw. If we look back at the examples we shown earlier on with the global warming or the GMC or the Airbnb ads, if I saw those ads and I said, man, that's really a cool ad or that's really a good message, I'm going to go over to that watch page or I'm going to go over to that channel and see what other videos they have. When you do that, that's an earned view. And then if you can get an earned view, you're probably going to get an earned subscriber because it's the number of viewers who subscribe to your channel after seeing your ad. So again, going back to any of the ads that you've ever seen, if you've ever gone over to their channel and then subscribed to the channel, that's an earned subscriber. So your video ad is doing something for you. In this case, it's getting you a subscriber. So let's talk about how to create a YouTube ad. So this is going to require some access to Google Ads, and we'll go over that in a few minutes here. But first, we need to think about setting up a campaign and setting up a campaign goal. Okay, what's the goal of our campaign? So to get eyeballs, we want to pay cost per 1,000 impressions, or we want to run some actionable type ads to get people over to our website. So that really is step one. We need to identify what the goal of our campaign is. Then we need to create the ad. So we want to be able to create a video ad here that is going to show on YouTube and to our target audience. So, or whether it be a bumper ad that's only going to be 6 seconds long, we need to be able to figure out what type of ad we want to run. So here I am in Google Ads. If we're going to run a campaign on YouTube, we need to make sure that we're choosing a display campaign. And so remember, the first step is setting up that campaign, setting up that campaign goal. So we're going to go ahead and select a new campaign here. We're going to run a new campaign. And so what's the goal of our campaign? So if we're just out to generate brand awareness and reach, that's certainly fine. If it's all about sales or if it's all about leads, then the type of video run is going to be a little bit different. So if we select brand awareness and reach, okay, here we're going to select the campaign type. And so if we select video, basically what we're doing is we're going to tell Google we want to go ahead and set up some video ads on YouTube. And so here you could see the different types of video ads we discussed today. We got your bumper ads, you got your skippable in-stream, non-skippable. So the difference being that if it's non-skippable, somebody has to watch the entirety up to 15 seconds. Okay, so we have our outstream, which is basically our viewable CPM model. So we're going to go ahead and check one of these types of campaign types or ad types. So we're going to click continue, and then once we do that, we're going to get prompted to move forward with selecting our ad. So you can see here, after I set up my campaign, now I'm just going to go through some of the settings for my ad, and I'm going to give it a campaign name, a budget, okay, when it starts or ends, the bidding strategy. So again, we're going to focus on cost per 1,000 impressions. And then here's the network. So this is an important selection here. So we're dealing with YouTube videos. So we'll also have the option to select video partners on the display network. So that means that if you want your video to show on websites that want to host ads in video format, then you can select this option here. Notice you also have this option available if you're running certain types of ads on YouTube. We're running those bumper ads, so bumper ads aren't available on search results. So I'm going to stick with the video partners, okay, YouTube videos, and here we can get into some other specifics like language, country, the type of inventory. So here you can see the default is standard inventory. So that means that this is what Google recommends. We want to show our ads on content that's appropriate for most ads. Okay, so we can go expanded or limited. So we're going with the recommended here. Okay, and then when we go down, we're going to have an ad group. So when you create an ad campaign, you can have an ad group. So with an ad group, that means that we can have more or less a video in every ad group we have, but we have to have at least one ad group. So we're going to go ahead and set up, this ad group here. And here's where it gets interesting and important, because here is where we can start targeting our audience. So here we got demographics. Okay, so we can choose gender, age, parental status, household income. Okay, we can focus in on audiences if we want to, so we can choose a specific audience that we've set up. We can get some ideas or browse specific audiences. We could also choose a specific placement. So here you have YouTube videos, or we can go with YouTube specific channels, okay, or we can even be on apps. Okay, we have to set a bid for our target CPM, and once we do that, basically it's all up to now for us to add our video ad. And so remember, in this example, we're going to the bumper ad, so we're looking at about 6 seconds. And once we do that, then that's pretty much the campaign. But I just want to stress here that when you're setting it up, ahead of time, you want to make sure you identify what the campaign goal is. And then that's going to align with the type of video you're going to run. And then once you choose that type of video, then it just comes down to where you want that ad to be and who you're targeting. So it's really crucial here that you go through these steps and these options very closely. So because you want your video to show in front of the right audience on the right placement. So let's talk about how you can optimize your YouTube ads. So once you get your campaign set up, once you select your channel or the type of videos where you want your ad to be, and you select your target audience, and you're off and running with your video ad. Well, we're going to give you some tips here that you can focus on for optimizing those ads. And so going back to what I was just saying on the setup, you want to carefully define your metrics and goals. Okay, so that's step one. So when you're setting up the campaign, remember you have that option to choose the type of goal for your campaign. That can be brand awareness. It could be a sale, it could be a lead. So to me, that's a very critical step one. So you want to make sure you align your goal with your video. And then the second is track low performing ad placements. So if we just ask Google to place our video ads anywhere they want, then it's up to us then to go through and choose the ad placements and remove them. Okay, so let me show you an example of what that means. So if I'm back in Google, I'm going to go to my campaign and I'm going to select placements, and here I can see placements, but then I'm going to select where my ads show. And so this is important. You want to be able to scan the list of placements where the ad was shown. So if you don't like one of the placements on YouTube, you can always select it, edit it, and exclude it from the campaign or ad group. So that's really the key, is you want to be able to manage your placements properly. And when we say low performing ad placements, we mean really what's your goal. If your goal is to get sales or leads, if that placement is not converting sales or leads, then you need to remove or exclude that placement. So it's all done within the Google Ads platform. And then, you can also use a custom thumbnail image in your ad as well. It's always helpful in terms of optimization. So a couple of other pointers here to help you optimize. Okay, you want to drive people to perform a particular action with the appropriate CTA. So again, depending on the ad type, if it's a true view ad, 20 seconds long, you want to have a call to action. You want to maybe even have your domain name at the end of the video, so at least somebody knows where to go. So you always want to have a call to action with your video ad. You want to use negative targeting to specify who gets to see your ad and who doesn't. Okay, so that goes back to your settings. So you can pick and choose who your target audience is. You can pick and choose who you don't want your audience to be. Okay, as another setting, you can use closed captioning in your ads to make it more interactive. So that way people can actually see or read what the ad's all about, just to make it a bit more interactive. Okay, you can always perform A/B testing on your ads. So if you have one ad version, you can create another one just to see which one performs better. Testing is always a positive. Okay, so if you're paying too much, maybe think about reducing your bids. So if you remember, we set a $10 CPM bid. That may be too much. Maybe we don't need to pay $10. So we can always reduce our bids at the ad group level. So reduce bids in areas where you see lower performance. So in other words, you don't want to pay a lot for poor performance. You can also use remarketing to re-engage with customers. So if somebody views your ads and doesn't take action, you can always retarget that person to show your ad even another ad format. It could be text ads or display ads. But if somebody looked at your video and they didn't take the action you preferred them to take, then you can always retarget them with another ad. So that's a good way to optimize. Okay, so we want to make sure the ad has content that viewers would find relevant. Okay, that really, you want to make sure that your ad is with the end viewer. You don't want to put out an ad that isn't going to give somebody, a good feeling after they watched it. Okay, so you want to make sure viewers find the content relevant. So if they don't find it relevant, then that means your engagement rate and your engagement is probably going to be low. So you want to take a look at those metrics that we viewed earlier: engagement rate, engagement, and if they're low, then you probably need to look at the content of the ad. So try to make sure your ad conveys your brand's message in the first 6 seconds. So that's why bumper ads to me are so critical, because you got to get the entirety of the ad and make it impactful. And so with any ad you run, any video ad you run, you really want to make sure that that message is conveyed at the very beginning, early as possible. Otherwise, people are going to be turned off or not engaged and just going to go ahead and skip it anyway. So you want to make sure you get the purpose of it right up front and out of the way. Okay, you can also include visual and auditory components in your ad that can make it more memorable to the viewers. Okay, meaning music or other cool visuals. Okay, so again, you want to be able to play around and test different ads. And you want to be able to measure the ad performance based on the metrics we discussed. Click-through rate, engagement rate, all of those are indicators whether the ad is of good quality or not with the end user. And when I say good quality, I mean, do they find it engaging? Do they find it interesting? If so, they're going to click. And if you don't have good click-through rates or good engagement rates, then you definitely want to try doing something different to the ad, like adding those audio components or other visuals that could be appealing to the end user. So go ahead and test some of those out with A/B testing, because you have nothing to lose but higher or lower engagement rates or lower click-through rates. So you want to be able to improve those metrics. Improving those metrics means trying some different components on different ads. So let's take a look at a case study, if you will, and let's focus on Superdry. So they're a good success story on YouTube. So Superdry leaned on some YouTube advertising to help lift one of their products. So in September last year, 2018, Superdry, if you're not familiar with the brand, they're centered some Asian markets, European markets, and they focus in on clothing, all different styles and sizes and genders, from jackets to jeans to t-shirts. And so they're a global brand. They really wanted to take a different approach here. And their approach was they wanted to focus in on sales. They wanted to see if video can help lift them with sales. And so what they've done is they set up some campaigns on YouTube, and their focus here was on jackets, and jackets to specific ages across the board, all genders and interests. And so what they did was they wanted to take advantage of all the different ad types that YouTube had to offer. And let's take a look at one of those ads here. So if we go to YouTube, and let's just take a look at this 1-minute ad here, 53-second ad by Superdry.
I'm ready now. Superdry and Paige Cakey. This is the jacket you're raving, the jacket you're waiting, the jacket you're pulling, the jacket you're play, pout and posing. You'll take 5 in this jacket, you'll want to find this jacket. I washed the jacket, it's ruined. It's your DOS at a mate's, take away 3 AM plates, catch your breath, not your death, in this jacket. It's the jacket you're preening, be seen in, you're chilling, feel reeling. It's the jacket you're hiding, you're vibing, love, live and thriving. This is the jacket that will get you through.
So that's the video that Superdry ran. You could see that, it had some particular goals there. And so Superdry is pretty well known, so it probably wasn't built around brand awareness per se. It was probably growth consideration and interest, and also driving action. Okay, so pretty cool video. It was definitely not a bumper ad, because bumper ads are 6 seconds. So it was definitely a true view, probably take action. And so whatever ads they actually did run specifically, they did see a lift. And so we kept pulse on Superdry's account, and these videos actually had 4.8 million views. And so cool video, ran for 53 seconds, not a long time, not a short time. Was able to, target their audience, a younger crowd. You noticed in the ad, they had different jackets, both female and male, different gender types. So they were messaging a very broad audience of gender. Some younger people is who they were targeting. So younger people tend to slant on YouTube, and so they were able to get some nice views out of it, 4.8 million. But the more important thing is because these videos were to drive action. And so they were able to see a 4-to-1 ratio on return on investment. And as a result, these jackets saw a 138% increase in brand lift. The jacket ad. So it was a pretty successful campaign. See as well, choreographed, good audio, good video, just well professionally done. And they probably were able to now get a few more loyal customers under their belt because of this ad alone. So that's the power of video, okay? So you're able to know who your target audience is. You can go out and target them with a cool video. And given that YouTube is vast, then you can really take advantage of a lot of their ads. So what they probably did, again, was those TrueView in-stream ads with a cost per view through a skippable video ad format. And they also use the shoppable ad format. So that is another option on YouTube. So they took advantage of all YouTube had to offer in terms of who they were trying to target, the length of the ad, and given that their product or selling a product or promoting a product, they were able to take advantage of the TrueView shoppable ad format, which basically lists your products alongside the actual video ad. And so This is just a good case study. Superdry will probably do this again based on the numbers that they're reporting. And so basically, that's the power of YouTube. Getting out in front of your audience with a really good video ad, targeting an audience, taking advantage of different formats.
Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast.
If you think about how bookmarking has traditionally worked in the world of the web, it's text-based. If you use the bookmarks or the favorites that are built into your browser, you tend to end up with big long lists and folders of just all sorts of text links that we really don't go back and end up using that much later down the line, because a lot of times we don't take the time to customize those descriptions, and it becomes kind of difficult to remember why we might have even put them in there in the first place. Now with Pinterest, on the other hand, because everything has a visual context to it, there's a much higher level of recall. It's much easier to say, not just I'm looking for that corn fritter recipe, but here's the specific corn fritter recipe I'm looking at because I remember that image behind it. Or when you're looking for inspiration of what you might want to have as an outdoor project this year, or maybe you're looking for that infographic that had that data you needed for your presentation, it's much easier to go back in and find it visually than it is to go through, again, the traditional text-based bookmarks that most of us are used to working with. It's also a place to go for inspiration and to gather new ideas, not just to save the ideas that you found other places on the web, but to browse through specific topics and to spot those little pieces of information that you say, hey, this has value to me. I want to save that and categorize that as well, finding inspiration on those topics that you enjoy and that you're interested in. To that extent, it's made a lot of changes in the way that we do idea searching online. And in fact, we've even started to see a little bit of changes in the way Google and Bing start to present some of their information because of the influence that we see Pinterest having on how people search. So if you think about going to Google or going to Bing and running a search, say for Blackberry Cobbler, the results that you get back may have a couple ads here and there. They may have some images, but for the most part, they're going to be text-based descriptions that have maybe the added credibility of a website you recognize, but you don't really know what you're going to get on the other end until you click that link, go through to the site, and actually look on it. Now, when you run that same search on Pinterest, you're instantly getting a visual representation of the content. And if you're looking for a specific type of Blackberry Cobbler, becomes a lot easier to take a look and say, oh wow, that one sounds wonderful. But you're also reading curated descriptions that are added by human beings rather than the metadata or the relevant content off the page that's pulled by a search engine algorithm and plugged into that space. Now, Pinterest also makes it very easy for you to refine your search, as you can see across the top. Maybe you want an easy Blackberry Cobbler recipe, or maybe you want a Blackberry Cobbler recipe with oats. They can take the user data and the way the information is saved and collected within Pinterest and help you refine those searches further. So it also has a heavy impact, again, on the way that people are now doing discovery for different ideas and concepts. So it's important to be able to look at Pinterest in sort of the broader context of what we're used to with social media. So if, for example, Pinterest is one of the newer channels to you, but maybe you're familiar with Facebook because Facebook is sort of the behemoth of all things social media. Having a little bit of side-by-side comparison can be a helpful way to put Pinterest into perspective. So when we look at monthly usage data for the two sites, the average person spends about 7 hours a month on Facebook and about 90 minutes a month on Pinterest. Now, at its surface, that would seem like people are way more invested in Facebook than they are in Pinterest. And to an extent, that's true. Again, it has a higher usage rate, it has more frequent visit rate, but it's also important to understand the context of how we use these two sites. Because Facebook is a place that is a destination rather than a starting point. We go to Facebook to participate in conversations, to see what people are interested in and talking about, and to a great extent, to have that conversation and engagement on Facebook itself. Pinterest, on the other hand, is sort of a strange hybrid of, say, a search engine and a social media site because it's a starting point. It's the place that we go to either build our collection, to look at other people's collections, or for inspiration. So we're spending as much time off-site as we are on-site. Again, the same way that you might go to Google 20 times a day, but not spend more than 10 or 15 minutes total during the day on the site, because you're using the site to get yourself to another location. So where Facebook becomes that place where you're engaging with your fans, Pinterest is the place where you're attracting your fans, researching them and what their likes and what their interests are. So again, Facebook is a place where we're going and we're trying to get people to stay and engage and interact with us and sort of spread things around. But with Pinterest, there's sort of an understanding that you're getting a touch point in front of them and you're getting an interest point in front of them, but ideally they're finding their way into your site, into your content. Again, it's a launch point rather than the actual engagement location. There's still a lot of misconceptions about the site, who uses it, how they use it, whether or not it's a good fit for a particular business or brand. So I want to clear up some of the misconceptions that a lot of marketers and a lot of business owners still have. A lot of people still look at Pinterest as sort of the way it originally launched, which was mostly about women either planning their wedding or ones who wish they were still planning their wedding because suddenly they had all these great ideas. There's a little bit of designers and foodies mixed in, and maybe some men, hiding in the very, very corners and edges of the Pinterest universe. But for the most part, Pinterest was originally all fashion, makeup, beauty, food, and home design. Now, we've seen a lot of changes in the demographics over the last couple of years. In fact, there really is sort of a new reality, and we're seeing a continued creep towards this new reality. So currently, nearly a third of Pinterest users are actually men. 71% are women, 29% are men. That accounts for about 13% of the male internet population now having a Pinterest account, whereas 42% of female internet users have an account. Now, when we look a little bit beyond sort of just the male-female demographic, the financial numbers, they're pretty good. 64%, nearly 2/3 of them make more than $50,000 a year, and a pretty good percentage of them also make more than $100,000 a year. Now, one of the areas that Pinterest does differ from some of the other channels like Twitter is that it's a very non-urban environment. So if we look at a channel like Twitter, we see a very high urban population, much higher adoption rates there. But with Pinterest, we see a lot more suburban and even way more rural than we see on some of the other channels. Again, it's just a different demographic that's checking in here. So it becomes a unique place to go and reach some of the people that you might have a more difficult time reaching on some of the other platforms and channels. 2014 was really a banner year for men on Pinterest, and we really, by the end of that year, saw a lot of very significant changes. They accounted for 33% of all the new signups coming in, and if you go outside of the United States, that's roughly 50% of the signups that are happening. So we saw 73% year-over-year growth in men registering for the site. I think women will probably always be the dominant demographic that's on the site, but I think we're going to continue to see the number of men increase a little bit more until we sort of reach a leveling off. Now, an important thing to note, again, when you think about how you're getting in front of your audience and whether or not it's a worthwhile place to check out, it's very important to realize more men now read Pinterest each month than Sports Illustrated and GQ combined. So again, we're getting really good depth of insight. Now, when we look at emerging markets, Korea, India, China, the numbers are even better. Men make up half of all users, not half of signups, not half of growth. It's literally a 50-50 split when we look at some of those emerging markets. So if you're doing a lot of international marketing, or if you're primarily focused in international marketing, it becomes even more important to look at Pinterest and how you might work it into your outreach efforts. Now, some of the top categories for men, because most people are very familiar with which ones perform best for women, food, home design, gardening, fashion, all of those perform really well for women. When we look at the categories for men, geek tends to be the number one category. So anything, technology, geeky oriented does really well. Cars and motorcycles, men's fashion does extremely well. Gardening performs very well for men. Architecture, humor, and health and fitness tend to really be the places where there's the most activity going on. But in this day and age, you can also go into foodie, you can go into outdoors, travel, you can go into a variety of different boards, and you're still going to see a lot of active pinning and engagement and interaction by men. Now, with all of this discovery and with growing demographics coming into the site, it also means that Pinterest has some pretty impressive traffic potential. looking at some of the stats that have come out, Pecora has done a great job of sort of tracking to see how do people engage with Pinterest, what's going on with the site. We find that the average pin drives 2 visits and 6 page views. It's also worth an average of about 78 cents in sales. Now, when we look at this in terms of sort of virality, we see that the average pin also receives 11 repins. Now, if you're a big Twitter user, you're familiar with the idea of retweets. So to give you a little perspective on that, that makes the average pin roughly 100 times more viral than the average tweet, which receives, about 0.1% repins or 0.01% repins. So again, when we look at the potential for things to spread and move around at a faster pace, Pinterest has a lot of potential. But one of the other interesting things about Pinterest is the latent nature of traffic and purchases that come in from it. It's not uncommon for a pin to go up, have a really big traffic spike, then it sort of dies off, and then someone else discovers it, because they're running a search or they're looking somewhere. They pin it, it gets back into the feed nice and fresh, traffic spikes again. Or people pin content without having visited the site to read it, and then they go back and review it later. So roughly half of all visits that come in from Pinterest occur 3 months after the original pin was released or the original pin was made, and about half of all orders occur 2 months after, which again, if people are researching Christmas lists, maybe putting together potential purchase lists for things they're going to buy for their house or for themselves, it makes sense that they would do their research, do their gathering, and then go back at a later point to kind of dig in a little bit more and make that final purchase decision. Now, Pinterest also has some true e-commerce potential. It's not just about driving traffic. We've also found that Pinterest is very effective at getting those actual conversions. So looking at some of the Pinterest shopping stats, 47% of online shoppers have made a purchase based on a Pinterest recommendation. And when we look at e-commerce social sharing, now not social sharing in general, but sharing of products, things you intend to buy, Pinterest holds 41% of e-commerce social sharing. Now Facebook sits at 37 to give you a little bit of perspective. So again, far more e-commerce social sharing taking place on the Pinterest platform. And then when we look at purchases coming in, I mentioned 78 cents per pin is sort of the average, but when people actually do come in and convert and buy, we see an average purchase amount of $179 coming off of a Pinterest referral. If we compare that to Facebook, we get $80 at Facebook and $69 at Twitter. So if we want to do the math to put this in a little more perspective, that means that Pinterest generates on average 27% more revenue per click than Facebook does, and that it generates roughly 400% more revenue per click than Twitter. Now, this makes a lot of sense if you think about it, because when people are on Twitter, they're usually checking to see what's the news, what's sort of the trending topics, what are people talking about. They're not necessarily in a shopping mindset. And when they're on Facebook, they're catching up with friends and with the news sources that they follow and kind of seeing, just what's the word, what's happening online. But when people are on Pinterest, they're in that sort of, small child going to McDonald's to get the latest Happy Meal toy, collect them all mode. They're in that mindset already of gathering and acquiring and collecting. And a lot of times they're using it specifically as part of their purchasing decisions. So they're already in a mental state or a mental mindset when they come into your website to be prepared for purchase. They're also going to be more apt to use something like Pinterest to research higher ticket items. So whether that's your wedding dress instead of maybe the little favors that you're going to buy from Michael's, or maybe it's, the leather couch that you're going to put in your living room instead of the pillow that you're going to pick up at Target. It's a higher end product that they're saving and collecting. So again, you're going to have a higher dollar amount when they actually do come through and make that purchase. Now, I also want to touch on the idea of Pinterest and how it has changed the value of images, because everyone knows image marketing over the last several years, it's become really hot. There's a lot of focus on it, and Pinterest has really played a big role in the development of that. Now, if we think back several years ago to the earlier days of social media, to YouTube and how YouTube changed video marketing, what happened with YouTube is that we had this explosion of consumer-generated content, and that content was very well received. In fact, when we looked at data way back in 2012, we could see that user-generated content and professionally produced content that was paired with user-generated content performed far better across the board than professionally produced only content. In other words, when it looked like it came from a quote real person rather than an advertising agency, people tend to relate to it better, share it more, and have a more positive response. The trust factor is higher. And that became a really great thing for businesses of all size because you didn't necessarily have to pour as much money and planning and skill set into every video you produced. There's still a place for professionally produced video, but it also meant it was a little more acceptable to not be at that rate. So for small businesses in particular, this was like a godsend in the marketing world. Now, unfortunately, we've sort of seen the exact opposite thing happen with Pinterest, because with Pinterest, we see the quality of images going up exponentially, and thus we see a need for that quality of images. And again, when you think about the visual context, why we go to Pinterest, what we're looking for, this makes sense very quickly. If you're going to Pinterest because you're looking for a little dinner inspiration, what are you going to make for dinner? And you run across a picture like this, you're not really going to be in a hurry to run home and make that, because what is it and why would I want to eat it? But when you pair the same recipe with a good quality image that lets you see, oh, well, that's an egg tart or it's a frittata. Okay, well, that looks a little better. That looks tastier. And this is what we're seeing happen with Pinterest, is we're seeing all of these bloggers and all of these websites that are producing amazing content and amazing video. You take a site like Smitten Kitchen. She's operating out of a 42 square foot kitchen in New York City. She doesn't have staff. There's no production studio there. She's not a trained chef, but she puts up the recipes that she makes and she pairs it with gorgeous photos that she takes herself. And she's pulling in millions of page views every single week and probably a nice chunk in advertising revenue as well. But the same way that we saw sort of amateurs dramatically change the nature of video marketing by using more amateurish content, again, we've seen the exact opposite happen with images, because in an environment that you need things to be so visually stimulating to stand out on that Pinterest page, the best quality content is what's going to reign supreme. And as you have people who are willing to put the time and effort in and who are creating better content, that's upping the bar for everyone else. So what it has meant for a lot of brands, big and small, is that relying so heavily on stock photography like they used to in the past doesn't work so well anymore. Not when you're competing with really unique, original, relevant images that people are taking of what they're producing. They're putting up not just a blog post, but a blog post that has 20 amazing images to go with it. And so we've seen this sort of across the board level of expectation that no matter what size company you are, you need to learn how to properly operate a camera, how to put some good lighting in there, and to really get some great imagery. Again, enterprise or small business, it's irrelevant at this point. The quality of your pictures must go up on your website if you want to reap the benefits and the rewards that come from the increased traffic from a service like Pinterest. So before we get into the next couple sets of videos for this series, I really want to sort of go back and kind of summarize this idea of why Pinterest is worth looking at if you're not already marketing in it, or why you might want to put some consideration into some of the different ways you might be able to leverage it. Really, at its core, Pinterest is probably the strongest site online in the social media world, playing off the impact of imagery. Photos weigh incredibly heavily. They are the currency of Pinterest, but that allows for really fast concept digestion. So unlike on a Twitter or unlike on a Facebook, where there's a lot of reading as you're scrolling through to figure out, is this something I'm interested in? We can react to and process images very quickly. So having the opportunity to get your content into that environment gives you a much better chance to really capture someone's eyes and get them to stop and take the time to read the description and potentially click through to the site. There's also a really low barrier to entry. It rivals Twitter in terms of how quickly you can get in there and set things up. For a base level Pinterest account, even getting your website verified, you're looking at 5 to 10 minutes to set up. Now, if you're going to go a little heavier duty with things like rich pins, which we'll talk about a little later in this series, there's going to be a little bit more effort there. But it basically has a really simple interface with minimal management. There's not a lot to it that is going to take up a ton of time and effort management-wise. There's also the ability to look at this as a chance for curation versus creation. And we're going to talk a little more in depth about that idea later in the series as well. But it basically gives you the opportunity to have a channel that you can play in without necessarily having to create all original content. There are some very successful and strategic ways to leverage Pinterest with other people's content rather than your own. And then finally, the ability to have content segmentation, which is another idea that we'll dig a little deeper into, gives you the chance to really target your consumers in a way that you can't do on any other social media channel. Because the idea that people can choose which areas of your content they want to follow, that allows you to curate much deeper into a topic than you would normally be able to. Now, there's tons of potential here for big brands. We see big companies, enterprise level businesses really leveraging it very creatively. One of the examples that I've used almost from the start with Pinterest is Chobani, because they have nonstop done an amazing job of marketing. And one of the things that they've said is it has really allowed them to show different sides of their personality. Again, that idea of the content segmentation and being able to dig a little deeper, it really lets people see more about what the brand of Chobani is and all the different ways that people are using their products. So whether Chobani's leveraging it to find recipes that they might want to send to their test kitchen to see about leveraging on their own blogs, research to see how customers are using their product. And from their end, while they're gathering a lot of insight and data, again, there's minimal engagement and management going on. They're not usually in there commenting. They don't have to read through a lot of comments and respond to them. They're mostly just curating and liking and repinning content. Now, for small brands, we see the same things. There's been a lot of companies that have done a really great job of leveraging Pinterest to get exposure. And Artifact Uprising is a great example of this. One of those companies that was a small, teeny tiny startup, literally working out of someone's basement, and they had a single product pin that generated almost 50,000 visitors into their site. And in 18 months, they went from basement startup to multi-million-dollar sales just because they got the right pin in front of the right person and got some really great exposure. So they've been using it to do a lot of A/B testing of products that they're looking to launch before they actually get them launched, just to see what the response is and what people seem to be interested in. And that's really given them, as a small company, the ability to gather a lot of really unique and creative data that otherwise might have cost them a lot of money to hire a market research firm to put together. So there's lots of different ways that companies of all sizes are really working to leverage Pinterest. So coming up in the next part of our series, we're going to talk a little bit about setting up a Pinterest account, personal accounts versus business accounts. We'll look at the various types of pin boards, understanding what they are and how to use them. And we're going to talk a little more in depth about this idea of content segmentation and the value associated with that. So if you've watched part 1 of this series and you don't already have a Pinterest account and you're finding yourself saying, okay, let's give this a try, let's get set up. The question becomes, how do you go in and actually do it? Well, the first question you have to ask yourself is whether or not it's in your best interest to set up a business account or a personal account. And a lot of that's going to depend on the size of your company and what your goals are. If you're an interior designer or a marketing consultant or someone that really sort of is your own business, setting up as personal may make sense. If you're a company of any size or enterprise, clearly you're going to want to set up as a business. If you're setting up as personal, when you go to Pinterest.com, they're going to let you sync it to your Facebook or set up an email address and a password. But if you're a business, or if you're an individual who wants to set up as a business, you need to go to business.pinterest.com. And keep in mind, even if you are sort of a solopreneur or a blogger, someone like that, you probably want to give serious consideration to setting up an account as a business and not just as an individual. And that's because as a business, you're going to have access to more marketing tools, to more options than you would just going in through your personal account. Now, if, on the other hand, you have already set up an account, but you haven't really figured out how to leverage it, maybe you set up a personal account way back when and you've never done much with it, it's important to note that on the business account page, you do have an option to convert an existing account from a personal account into a business account. So you're going to want to make sure you go with that option rather than just setting up a duplicate. So when you're creating your business account, it's going to be fairly standard, same thing you'd do anyplace else. You're going to put in an email address and a password and the name of the business, and then they're going to take you into sort of your starting point. And that's where you're going to have the option to go in and do a couple different things. You might want to create your first board and start building some of those out. You might want to install the pin it button or the follow me button on your blog. Now we're going to talk about each of those a little bit further down the line. The one I want to focus on first, because the one that I think it is most essential for everyone to do when they're setting up a business account, is to take a couple moments to verify your website with Pinterest. So that's going to be the last option on the right there. And when you choose verify your website, they're going to give you a piece of code that you basically take back to your website, and you're going to plug into the header code. So if you're someone that has access to the site, you can go do this in a matter of a minute or two. If not, this is just going to be a snippet of code that you're going to need to send over to your developer or your website person and say this needs to go into the header section. Once you've done that, you're going to be able to go back over to the site, and you'll notice underneath your profile, you'll see a little red check that shows up next to your URL. Now, what that basically does is it tells Pinterest that this is a website that you do actually own. You're not just trying to associate yourself with it. And that's going to give you access down the road to things like Pinterest Analytics and some promoted pins and some additional marketing opportunities that you won't have if you don't take the time to make sure you put that verification in order. So you want to make sure that you do that as part of your business setup on Pinterest. Now, there's a couple things to note about getting started with your account, even beyond simple verification or setting up your first boards. One of those is the knowledge that unlike a lot of other social media channels, you're not currently going to have the ability to sync all of your other social media channels up. And that's because on Pinterest, the only way to link over to Facebook and sync up with Facebook is to sync with your personal account. So again, if you're going in as a business, you're probably not going to want to link Pinterest to your Facebook because there's not currently an option in place to just enter the URL for your business account on Facebook to let people jump straight into that. Now you can sync up your Twitter properly because you just need to enter your Twitter username and password. But again, because Facebook tends to be associated with a personal account that then has access to go into business accounts, it does not do the sync very well at all. You're also going to want to plan to clean out your news feed. Pinterest will not let you set up an account without picking a certain number of topics that you're interested in, and then they sort of auto follow people on your behalf. So chances are when you first log in, there's going to be a lot of content in your news feed that you might not actually be interested in. So you're unfortunately either going to have to learn to ignore it or take the time to click into those boards and unfollow those Pinterest users and those boards so you can just clean it up a little bit. And then you want to take the time to create just a handful of boards to start. You don't need to go in and create every board for every topic you think you're going to use. It's far better, in my opinion, to start with 3 to 5 boards and flesh them out with good quality content first. And then start to see where your interests lie, what seems to be getting a response, and start to add in boards from there. You've got plenty of time to go broader and deeper. Now, there's 4 different types of boards you need to know about. Some of them can sort of be used in conjunction with each other. Some of them there's a little bit of nuances too. So the primary type of board is what's called a category board. So when you set up a board on Pinterest, and super simple to do, you're just clicking an add a board button. You're going to be asked to enter a name for the board and a description for the board, and then there's going to be a drop-down option to choose a category, and that's, again, a category board. So whether it's related to health and fitness or food or party planning, you're basically saying to Pinterest, the content that I put on this board has to do with this specific topic. So it's a generalized board that's going to be synced up with Pinterest's existing categories. That means it's viewable to all users. People can choose to follow it or not follow it, and the content that you put into that board has the opportunity to be selected by Pinterest as part of their broader category feeds. Now, there's another type of board that's called a secret board. And a secret board functions in much the same way that a category board does, except for the fact that it's not visible to anyone except the board owner and approved Pinterest users. And by approved Pinterest users, I mean you have added those users to the board and given them the right to also post their content into it. So it's basically just a way to leverage Pinterest and all the benefits of a Pinterest board in an environment that you have a little bit more control over. And we'll talk a little more in depth later in the series about different ways to leverage secret boards, both for marketing and content research, and even for things like PR and pitch outreach. Now, the next type of board is a places board. Now, you can have a category board that's a places board. You can also have a secret board that's a places board. So again, there's a little bit of opportunity for overlap there. And what a places board does is it syncs up the board itself with a map. And it allows you to put a geographical location in for each of the pins that you put up. Now, that may be because you're literally pinning locations in places, or it may be that you're making the choice to tie a location to an image or to a concept or to an idea that you've put in place. But when people click in to look at these boards, they're always going to see that map associated with it. They're going to see the pins that are in the board showing up on the map itself, so they can take a look and see sort of how things are laid out geographically. And then the final type of board I want to talk about today is a group board. So I mentioned this briefly on the secret board page, but it's basically a collaborative board. It allows you to invite other Pinterest users by name to come in and participate. Now, you can have a category board that is a group board. You can have a secret board that's a group board. You can have a secret places board that's a group board. Again, there's a lot of opportunity for overlap here. And really, all this does is allow you to work in a collaborative manner with people so that you're not the only person that's putting pins in. Now, there's some challenges here because you want to make sure you don't just add anyone, because again, once you add them, you're giving them the ability to pin as well. So from the business perspective, you want to be a little bit careful on this and who you put in and who you give some editing access to, because it's not uncommon to see these types of boards potentially get spammed by a new user. So again, you want to make sure that these are people that you're actually familiar with and that you have a measure of trust in before you add them into a group board. So now that we have a basic idea of what the different types of pin boards are, it's good to get a walkthrough of what it actually looks like to go through that process of setting those up. So when you go into your Pinterest page, sort of your Pinterest profile, you're always going to see a create a board option that shows up towards the top and on the left. So clicking that create board option is going to launch a window that allows you to do things like enter the name of the board that you're putting together, write up a description of what it is, choose a category. These are all things that we've talked about doing, saying here's the category and the topic that I want it to be associated with. But then you also have the opportunity to turn it into a places board by adding a map, or leaving the map option turned off, which will make it just a regular standard board. Now, you can at any point in the future turn something into a places board without a problem. Now, you also have the option to make it a secret board or not. So for this instance, I have turned it into a secret board because it's planning for a future event. It's important to note you can take a board that has been made secret and make it public, but you cannot take a public board and make it secret. Once it's public, it has to stay public. So if you think this is something that you may want to be a secret board but maybe open up later, it's a good idea by default to start with it as secret. Otherwise, you'll have to go back and build a new board from scratch and repin everything into that board. And then once you've decided if you're going to make it a places board, if you're going to make it a secret board, you also have the option to type in names. And when you start typing those names in, they're going to pull up a list of the fellow pinners, people with accounts that match that name, and you have the ability to add virtually as many people as you want into the mix. But you can say, these are the people that I want to have access, and click that create board button, and then you're going to see that option show up. Now, it's important to note the people that you invite into the mix, they won't immediately show up. It's not until they have accepted your invitation that they'll actually show up. So just in case you set a board up and you're trying to figure out why everyone else isn't showing up there. Now, from that point, you can click add a pin and you can start uploading pins, or you can go out and use Pinterest as you normally would, either clicking the repin button or using the pin it button on a website. And this new board is going to show up as one of your drop-down options for actually pinning content and getting it online. Now, when we look at things like category selection, it's important to remember that category selection is an important part of what actually gets your content out there into the mix. So when you take that original pin that you first put up, if it isn't associated with a category, if you pin it into a board that's not associated with a category, it's only going to go out to your existing followers. So in this instance, it was a post by Kendall Jackson Wines. So they have a little less than 2,000 followers. So it's going to broadcast out to some of those 2,000 followers based on the algorithm, and you're basically going to get limited repins, limited opportunity for exposure. Now, when we look at putting things into the category, now we have the opportunity that, again, Pinterest may take that pin and broadcast it out into the category area, which means you're not just getting the exposure to the people who have opted to follow your board, but to the millions of category viewers, which means lots of increased exposure, cyclical repins, and the chance for your content to go much further than it would have originally. Now, something else that's important to understand when we look at things like categories, and we mentioned the idea of getting our content out into categories or even into the homepages with people who have chosen to follow your content, is that Pinterest has put together an algorithm in much the same way that Facebook has the newsfeed algorithm or that Google has, their search engine algorithm. So Pinterest has what's known as the smart feed. And there's sort of three key concepts that go into the idea of the smart feed and how Pinterest decides what content is going to show up. Originally, when Pinterest was put together, it worked much like Twitter does, that content just showed up in the order that it was pinned. And if you had good timing for logging in or for getting your pins up there, you were going to show up in front of people. But now Pinterest is looking at mixing different sources of pins together at different rates. So instead of having one brand be able to come in and maybe take over your news feed because they've pinned, 57 different versions of putting together an outdoor patio, now Pinterest is saying, well, let's maybe pick the best of that content and let's pair it with some of the other content that maybe showed up a couple hours ago, but is still new since the last time they logged in. So the idea is that some pins should be shown now while some are shown later. So there's a mix here that's a little different from what we might see on Facebook or on a search engine, that Pinterest isn't necessarily saying we're going to take the top value and put those in front of you now and toss the rest out. They're actively saying, look, we know that a lot of activity around pins is latent. It doesn't always happen immediately. So if we take that pin that someone you follow put up and we don't show it to you for a week or two, you're probably still going to be interested in it. So there's a little bit of nuances there in terms of understanding that just because it doesn't show up originally doesn't necessarily mean it won't show up at all. But there's also the idea here that pins have different value based on the source and the topic. So Pinterest is going to be looking at the type of content that you're pinning and putting together. They're going to look at the quality of the pins and how other people have responded to them. They're going to use that information to figure out which one is going to be approved and actually show up for you versus which ones might not be the best fit and there's just no reason to have it show up in your newsfeed. So it's going to take a lot of time for this to really get sort of reverse engineered and better understood.
Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast.
Marketing, there is social media, there is influencer marketing, there is advertising, you name it. So they had to enrich their services. Yep, and you will see that when we go into Mailchimp, that there is now a whole range of additional services, even down to developing your own website, that Mailchimp can offer you. But at the core of Mailchimp is its email system. So let's go and have a look into how to use Mailchimp and how to set up your first email campaign. So if you go to Mailchimp.com, you can see here a little overview of what it does. Then again, we're going to go into automations. I'm going to show you some of the analytics. I'm going to show you how you can segment with Mailchimp and how you can synchronize with other applications in Mailchimp as well. So lots of stuff that you can do. Here is a little promotional video. And here is the pricing. So you can see that a free version gives you limited functionality, but it does give you all the functionality you need to send emails to up to 500 contacts per month. Yep, and then it goes up to £11.70, and then the premium version gives you all the full features, $299. But let's focus on the free version. Again, that's what I kind of like of Mailchimp. So let's go into my account. So I go on to let's have a look. I'm logged in. So here is my audience. So here you see the features that Mailchimp has to offer. So, first of all, there is create. You can create campaigns. Yeah, that is where you run your email campaigns and where you create your marketing campaigns. A very important part of your Mailchimp is your contacts or your audience. Of course, if you don't have any emails in your database, as it were, then there's not many people that you can send stuff to. So contacts are very important, that you get an email list that you can connect with your campaigns. There are automations that you can do, which basically means you can send emails automatically. There is analytics. There is website, you can create your own website and modules of it. There is content, so that is sort of your library of assets. And then there are different integrations that you can do. Here you see kind of your dashboard of the campaigns, and this is your audience dashboard. So the very first thing, of course, that you need to do when you are starting on Mailchimp, that is create an audience. Yeah, and that's where you go into your contacts. So there is your audience dashboard, as you see here. You can have an overview of all your contacts. You can create sign-up forms that you can add to your website to capture people's email addresses. There are tags that you can set to content. You can group your content into segments. And you can do surveys, and there is your inbox if people send you messages. Yeah, so lots of functionality, but your first challenge will be how to get your emails. And there's lots of ways to do that. First of all, there may be your existing customer database or your existing customer list. You probably have them in a spreadsheet. Yeah, so what I'm going to show you in a minute is how you can enter or import that spreadsheet into Mailchimp. Yeah, so that is one way. Second, you can actually set up on your website a form that people can fill in to sign up for your newsletter, for instance. Or you can run a campaign where people go to a landing page, and if they download a certain piece of documentation, then they need to give you their email address. Yeah, so there's lots of ways. Another really effective way, if you're at an exhibition, for instance, have a little box on your counter where people can leave their business cards. Yeah, and then you can take all of that information and put them in your Mailchimp. So the question here then is, of course, how do I bring contacts into my Mailchimp audience? So let's go to all contacts. Yep, and then you see I already have 2 contacts in my MyCo. That's the name of my audience. Yeah, so I'm going to add additional contacts. I can get an overview of my contacts. I can add contacts manually. I can add a subscriber. Yeah, and then I can just put in the name. Yeah, so that is Mark at Simplilearn.com, and then it's Mark. There is Simplilearn. Don't have to put in address. I can get phone number, I can get birthday, I can get company name. That would be Simplilearn. I can add a tag, so that would be training. Add or create a tag. Yeah, that could be training. There's my tag. Now, very important, what the Mailchimp wants to know, that the people that you have in your database, that they gave you permission to email them. Yeah, there are very strict requirements these days for people, yeah, that you need to respect their privacy. You need to have permission before you send them an email. Yep, and there's different ways that you can ask that permission. You can ask it on the website before they fill in a form. You can ask it in your newsletter. Yeah, so make sure that you have those permissions. because if people get unsolicited email through a commercial email campaign, yeah, in principle that is not allowed and you may be subject to a fine. You may have heard of the GDPR regulations in Europe, and there is also regulations in the United States, there's regulations in Asia. Yeah, there's a real tightening of those privacy regulations when it comes to email marketing. If this person for some reason is already in my audience, then I can update, it will update their profile. So let's click subscribe. Let's see. There's probably one field I forgot. Phone number, that is 075. Yeah, so the phone number was a required item as well. Yep, and then I click subscribe. So if I now go back to all contacts, you will see that mark@simplilearn.com has been added to my database. So that is one way to get emails in your audience list. The next way is if you go to add contacts, you can import contacts. There are three ways how you can import contacts. You can import contacts from another service. Yeah, so where you connect with another piece of software. You can upload a CSV file or a text file, and you can even copy and paste. Yeah, so if I import from another service, you can see you can import for Salesforce, from Squarespace, from Shopify, and there's probably a lot more integrations that you can have. If you want to upload a file, it will then basically ask you to upload your file. So what we need to do, we need to create a spreadsheet that we save as a CSV file. So if I go to Google Drive, and I'm going to, actually I already have a file here. Yeah, so let's open this file. So you see that I have these names in there. I'm going to take them out. Very important that you add first name, last name, company, email, and all the fields that are relevant for you. Yeah, so let's say telephone as well. So then we're going to say the first name is Jacob, last name is Jones, company is Bico, and email is jacob@jones.com. Telephone number is 01234567. Yep, then the second name is Anne-Marie, Carol, and that is carol.com, and that is Anne@carol.com, and that is 98765 telephone number. Okay, let's take out that $sign. Right. Yes, so now I have the file, and this name is Mailchimp or whatever, Mailchimp 1. So the first thing I'm going to do, of course, is to save this. I am going to download this file as a comma-separated values file, which is a CSV file. And Mailchimp wants me to upload this CSV file into this field. Yeah, so that's how I can upload my contacts. So I'm going to my YouTube downloads. Here is my Mailchimp CSV file. Yep, so there it is. I'm going to continue to organize. Now the first thing that Mailchimp is going to do now, if there were any existing contacts, they will be updated. The first thing, I can add a tag. Yes, so I'm going to, let's say, a member, and I'm going to continue to match. That is what Mailchimp is going to do now. Remember, the first line of our spreadsheet was sort of the field names, first name, last name, company name, and telephone. Mailchimp is going to match those. Mailchimp thinks that the first line was first name, the second name was last name, so these are correct. Company, it has picked up. It doesn't know what to do with telephone. Yeah, so what I can do, I can edit this column, yeah, and I can look at the fields that they have. Yeah, so is telephone in here? I don't see, yeah, here phone number. Yeah, and I'm going to link it with phone number. So now it is okay, and I can now see here 5 columns will be imported, and I'm going to say finalize import. Yep, so now it has added 2 contacts to the list, so I'm going to say complete import. And if I now want to view my contacts, you will see that my contacts have been added to my email list. Yeah, so now I have 2 additional contacts in my list. I could also add a subscriber, actually have done a copy and paste. Go back. Add contacts, import contacts. I could do a copy and paste. So I'll show you how that works. Continue. Yeah, so when I go back to the spreadsheet and I would copy these, just copy it. Command copy, going back to my Mailchimp, and I can now just paste them here, just like this. And now Mailchimp is going to analyze this, yeah, and it says, okay, this is what I think it is, and it goes back into that same stage that we saw in when we imported the spreadsheet. Yeah, you see here first name, last name, company name, and then the telephone. Yep, now I'm not going to import this again because we've already imported these contacts. But this is how you import your contacts. Okay. Now, a few tips on your database. Yes, very important. Are you sure you want to exit this? Okay. Yeah, so you may build up a list of a couple of 100 contacts in your Mailchimp, and that is fantastic. Yeah, the bigger your list, the more value that you will get from it. A very important aspect of this is to make sure that your database is clean. Yeah, people may ask to be removed from your database, people change businesses. Yeah, make sure your database is clean. When you run a campaign and you use your email list and there are a lot of emails that cannot be sent because there are a lot of wrong emails in your list, yeah, you will have what we call a high bounce rate. And if you have a continuous high bounce rate, Mailchimp may come back to you and say, hey, why do you have such a high bounce rate? And if you can't explain why you have a high bounce rate, Mailchimp may actually block your account, because Mailchimp wants you to work with a clean database. That is also the risk if you buy an email list that you don't know the source from. And if you import it and then run your first campaign, if you get a whole lot of bounces on your emails, yeah, then Mailchimp may block your account. So be very careful. Make sure that your emails are correct, that your bounce rate is low, and never buy email lists because you don't know what the quality is of the list. Make sure that you segment your mailing list. And then you can, within one mailing list, you can send it to your different segments. Could be customers, could be prospects, could be suppliers, or what have you. Yeah, constantly work on growing your database. Make sure you don't spam people. Always get people's approval. Yeah, that they are happy for you to send them emails. And of course, honor unsubscribes as well. If people ask you to unsubscribe them from the mailing list, make sure you do that. Okay, just a few tips when it comes to managing your database. So now that you have your email audience set up, your contacts set up, let's look at a campaign. When you go into the campaigns, here you have an overview of all the campaigns that you've run. Now, we haven't run any campaigns. Here is a draft campaign. Yeah, but what you're going to do, you're going to create a campaign. Yes, when you click here on the top right on the Create Campaign button, you have then the different types of campaigns that you can create. You can do a regular email. You can actually create a landing page, or you can also create an embedded form, yeah, that helps you in capturing context. That could be part of your landing page campaign. But what we're going to look at is regular emails. Yeah, so when I click on email, I can just click here, design email. Yeah, then there is a new email builder that you can use. And since you're probably new to Simplilearn and new to Mailchimp, I click straight onto the new builder because that is a lot easier to work with. Yeah, so here you see it's time to design your email. Yeah, I put this little icon already in yesterday. Yeah, so there's different ways of doing that. Here you see sort of your editor for your email. Here you can preview the email. Here you see your editing building blocks, the layout, the heading, paragraph, button, etc. Here you can specify styles, and here you can specify templates for your emails. So here you see a whole range of email templates. Yeah, if you click on the creative assistant, that is beautiful, but it will drive you to a premium account. Yeah, so I'm not going to show that. I want to show you the free features of Mailchimp. So let's say we're going to go for a little design here. We're going to go for this one. We could do preview. That's how it will look like. Yeah, and then we're going to click apply. Continue with, start with a clean template. Yes, so this is how it will look like. So what you can then do, start optimizing the text and the images. So let's do that. So here, view this email in your browser. That is always good to have. You can change your image. Yeah, so if I click on that, yeah, you see here, replace logo. Yeah, so if I click on replace logo, I can then go to the Content Studio and I can just upload different files here, and this is the image that I picked. Yeah, so let's stick with this particular image. Here then I can add a photo. So I can say add a photo, I can say upload an image. Yeah, so if I go to my YouTube, I go to thought I had an image somewhere here, videos, banner. Yeah, so here I've added a banner as an image. I can align it left, center, right, full. Yeah, I can just align it to the right, I can align it to the center, left. I'm going to do a full alignment, okay? And then here you see my text, it's time to design your email. So here I can say, welcome to this week's newsletter. In this newsletter, so then in this newsletter, we will be talking about, and then blah, 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 blah. Okay? Then here you see a button. Yeah, and I've added that. I can then just click here. First I click done. Yep, so the buttons I can bring in here through my build units. Yeah, and here I can change the button text. So here is book now, for instance. So here I have my social media buttons. Yeah, and I can there put my own social media onto that. Yeah, I can do the same with my Instagram. And I can do the same for my Twitter. I can add another social link. I'm going to leave it like that. Here's my logo again. Then here, this will be picked up automatically. Every email will at the bottom have details about your company, about your address, how can people unsubscribe. Yeah, and because you're using the free version, there is this item, grow your business with Mailchimp. Yeah, that is a little bit of Mailchimp branding that will be added to your email if you're using the free version. So keep that in mind. Okay, so then you click preview. This is how your email will look like. Yep, and then you're going to exit preview mode. And if you're happy with this, you're going to save and exit. Now here you kind of have your admin screen for your campaign. Yeah, so you see here the name. So I need to type in the name. So I'm going to name it is Mailchimp demo, for instance, and I'm clicking save. Then here I have selected all the contacts. So I can just go to my audience. I pick the audience that I've created. I can then have all my subscribers, or I can pick certain segments or tags in my subscriber base. I can personalize the to field. Yeah, and then I click save. Here is the from. So that is, it's from me, or you can edit that, have it sent from somebody else. You can add a subject. Now your subject line, of course, is very important in email marketing, because in the subject line, people will, when they read the subject line, people will decide whether or not they will open the email. Yeah, so the subject line always has to be catchy. So, and it could be 5 reasons why you should read our latest email newsletter. Yeah, or any other subject line, but they need to be short and sweet. Yeah, you could use emojis. You need to, in that one line, you need to give people the reason why they should open this email. Preview text appears in the inbox after the subject line. Yeah, so in today's newsletter, we will talk about social media and email marketing, for instance, and you click save. So that is your subject, that is your content. Yep, and then here is part of your contact. You can send yourself a test email. That is always useful, to send it to yourself and check it on your desktop and check it on your mobile. So I send myself a test email, send a test to any email. Yeah, so let me quickly check here my Gmail. That is to me, that is Tube for Mark. Okay, so I'm going to send that email to Tube for Mark. Okay, I can send it to multiple people, and I'm going to click send test. Email has been sent. Yeah, so let's check the email. So here we see the email, test 5 reasons why you should read our latest newsletter. And then here you see the email, and then you check it on typos, you check it on the links that are in there, Yeah, make sure that your social media buttons work, etc. And if you're then happy with your email, you can then publish it. Yeah, and there's two ways of publishing it. You can schedule it. When you schedule it, you can set a delivery date and a specific delivery time. But in order to use that feature, you need to upgrade to premium. Okay, so you can send it directly. So when you click send, it will go straight away. Yep, so very important. Or you can say finish later. If you then want to share your campaign, you see here the link for the campaign. Yeah, and you could change that. Your default campaign URL, yeah, so Mailchimp, generate randomly, 5 reasons why you should read our email. If you upgrade to premium, you can turn this Mailchimp into your own URL. Okay, good. And then you can track your campaign, your email campaigns. But we'll cover that in a next video on Mailchimp when we go into more advanced features. Okay, so I'm just going to click finish later. And if we're now having our list of campaigns, then here you see we have our Mailchimp demo as a draft ready to be published. So that is the campaign, how to create a campaign on Mailchimp. Right, now let's have a look at a few more things. So first of all, a new feature in Mailchimp is the analytics. When you send out an email campaign, you will get basic analytics here in your campaigns dashboard as well. But Mailchimp now also has an analytics dashboard. And here you see the type of data that you will get in Mailchimp. And it is using sample data, so we can explore the dashboard. So here you see number of emails sent, whether it's up or down. You see the number of people or the percentage of people that opened the email. And very important, the actual percentage of people that clicked on the email or clicked on the link in the email, and that is very important. Yeah, so that's where you can really follow through on your email campaigns, yeah, on who opened it, who clicked it to the form differences that needed to be filled in. So very useful information that you can get out of your campaign, and you can see that from various periods. Yeah, you can even actually in the other reports, you can actually see who are the people in my mailing list, in my audience, who actually clicked on the email, and who are the people who opened the, clicked on the link. Yeah, and then you can approach them separately. Yeah, so here you see engagements, email sent and the click rate. Yep, so here you see by email the number of recipients, the open rate, the click rate, the revenue that you made if you had that set up. So lots of data that you can get on your email campaigns. Open rates are very important and they differ by industry. Yeah, and general an open rate anywhere between up to 15% and higher are usually good open rates. Okay, so that is the analytics that you can get. And then finally, what I really like in Mailchimp is that you can use Mailchimp to create landing pages. So if I'm going back to my campaigns and I'm going to click create campaign, then I can also decide to create a landing page. Name of the landing page is Myco. Select an audience, Myco, and I'm going to click begin. Yeah, and here you see a number of templates that I can use for my landing page. Yeah, so very simple templates. So let's take this template, accept. I'm going into the editor. Yeah, so here is the editor for the landing pages. I can add text, I can do box text, I can add dividers, images, I can change the text. Yeah, you see here bandmates. Yeah, that is the logo. I can change the logo. Yeah, so I can replace the logo and I can edit the logo and what have you. I'm just going to stick with this text for the time being. And here is my email address form. Yeah, and the beauty about it, when people fill in their email address in this form, it will automatically be added to my mailing list in Mailchimp. So that is a very powerful feature. I can also create this as a separate form. Okay, so here you see the available fields that I have. Email, I can add first name if I want to. Yeah, I can add last name and I can add phone number as well. Yep, I can then go to the settings. I can do the style, different styles that I can have. So this is my sign up form. Yeah, the button text is subscribe. I can then also send visitors to a confirmation message. I can preview the confirmation message. Success, you've been added to the audience. Yeah, exit preview. Yep, and that is my sign up form. And again, it will automatically be added to my campaign email list. And I click save and close. Yep, and here is the full campaign. Yeah, and when I'm happy with it, I can click save and close. So here is my landing page. And it's now, here I have the page title and site icon. Here's the social share preview. Here is the URL of my landing page. Here is the content. And I can then get my finish it later, or I can publish it. And as soon as I publish it, this URL will be live. Yeah, so click publish. So this landing page is now live. So if I now go to this landing page, yeah, so here you see email address. I'm saying cherry at henry.com. And that is Cherry Henry, and I say subscribe. So now let's check the litmus test. If I go to my contacts, and I'm going to all my contacts, and here we have Thierry Henry, the famous Arsenal football player who has just joined my mailing list. So that is the power of Mailchimp.
Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast.
Designing something is one of the most difficult tasks, especially when you are not an artist. But you don't have to be a designer to get a designer look for your designs. You can do this with the help of tools. In the digital era, design is one of the most important aspects of content marketing. The first impression is half the deal. If your content is not able to catch the interest of your audience at first glance, then they might not be clicking on it. There are many tools and services out there that allow you to create great graphics and design assets. But in this video, we will explore Canva, one of the most efficient and easy to use tools out there when it comes to designing. Hey everyone, I am Tushar Bariwal. Welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. But before we begin, if you enjoy watching tech related content, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel and hitting that bell icon to stay tuned. Without further ado, let's move on to today's session agenda. We will start off this session with an overview of Canva, what is Canva used for, and why it's gaining popularity. Next, we will discuss some of its best features. Moving forward, we will discuss the pricing of Canva, and then we will end this session by learning how to use Canva. What is Canva? Canva is a simple design tool that allows anyone to create great looking graphics and designs. It is available on the web and as a mobile app. With this tool, you can create social media posts, invitations, websites, presentations, and many more. It is a great for small businesses that cannot afford a graphic designer and don't have the time to learn how to create their own graphics. The best part is that anyone can create a great looking design without needing to download any software or even a design skill. Anyone can create a professional looking design by dragging and dropping. Next, let's discuss what is Canva used for. Canva is not just limited to social media posts, it has other uses as well. With this tool, you can create so many things. Let's discuss some of that. App mockups. Mockups are detailed representations of your app design. This includes all the final UI elements like typography, copy, colors, and visuals. You can also create amazing graphs, mind maps, business proposals, and prototypes. In the later part of the video, we will see how we can get pre-made templates of the following things in Canva. So now that we understand what is Canva and its uses, now let's understand what makes Canva so popular. The platform is free to use to create professional designs. You don't need to spend much money on tools. However, for additional features, you have to pay. You don't need prior experience or to be a graphic designer to use Canva. Best for small business owners, online entrepreneurs, and marketers who want to design things quickly. Now let's discuss the best features of Canva. There are a lot of features available when it comes to creating different designs with Canva, but we will discuss some of its best features. We will also cover a complete guide on how to use Canva in the later part of this video. But before we do, let us discuss some of its best features. Produce different types of content. Canva will give you the liberty to create different types of content like social media posts, videos, PPTs, and many more. The next best feature is pre-made templates. Canva has a pre-made template, so you don't need to create designs from scratch. You can make changes to that template and create amazing designs. The next best feature is drag and drop feature. Canva doesn't require any coding to design. Simply drag and drop to get your work done. Another best feature of Canva is stock images, icons, and fonts. You will get a lot of stock stuff like images, videos, sound effects in the Canva itself. You don't need to go any another website to get stock stuff. This makes it one-stop solution to create amazing visuals. Team feature. You want to work as a team. For example, you have 5 designers. One designer has created a design for your next Facebook ads, and you want another designer to do an addition to that Facebook ad design. You can do this by using a team features. Moreover, if you want advanced features as a team, you can purchase Canva subscription, and again that makes Canva affordable because as a team, the cost of Canva is divided among the team. Let's discuss the last feature in our list, which is video transition. In 2022, many companies are focusing on video advertising. Canva gives you the power to create amazing video ads for your brand. How much does Canva cost? To understand the pricing of Canva, we will go to the website and see what are the different plans available in Canva. To go to Canva website, you just need to simply type on Google canva.com. Once you search this canva.com on Google, you will find the first website as canva.com. Just simply click on it and you will be redirected to the official website of Canva. Here you can see there is a pricing section, plans and pricing. Let's check. So basically there are 3 plans, free, pro and enterprise. What are these 3 plans? Let's have a look by clicking on this compare pricing button. Once you click on this compare pricing button, you will be redirected to the page where they have compared free plan, pro plan and enterprise plan. So basically this free plan can be used by any individuals, companies or anything who wants to use Canva for free. But for the additional features, you have to go for the Canva Pro. And if you are if you want a enterprise, some big company, you have a large team, then you can go with the enterprise plan. Now let's take a look at each of them. So basically this Canva plan is for people from 1 to 5. If you see this free plan gives you 2,50,000 plus free templates, 100 plus design types like social media posts, presentation, letters and more, hundreds of thousands of free photos and graphics. Invite members to your team. So in free plan also you can invite the members and create your own team. You can collaborate and comment in real time. So collaboration is also possible in the free plan. you will get 5 GB of cloud storage. So what are the changes in Pro plan, like why we should go with the Pro plan? If you see, everything free has plus. So this simply means everything you see here is included in the Pro plan. Now let's discuss what additional Pro plan offers. So 100 plus premium stock photos, videos, audios and graphics. So you will get some stock stuff, premium stock stuffs, which is not available in the free plan. Okay, if you see 6,10,000 plus premium and free templates with new designs daily. So every day there will be new designs added and you can say updated. Easily save and apply your brand or campaign's color, logo, font and 100 plus brand kits. There is a very good feature which Pro offers, that is remove image backgrounds. So suppose if you want a PNG image, you want to remove your background. So you just need to click on the remove background button and in just one click your background will be removed. Resize option also it will give, so that also a good option. If you see in the free plan we'll only get 5 GB of cloud storage, but in the Pro plan you will get 100 GB of cloud storage. The last feature of this Canva Pro plan is schedule social media content to 8 platforms. So there are a lot of social media platforms available out there, so you can simply schedule your social media posts. If you see on the enterprise plan, everything Pro has plus. So this simply means everything that you will see in the Pro plan is there in enterprise, and these are the additional things which enterprise offers, like control your team's access to apps, graphics, colors, logos, etc. Control team uploads into Canva. Storage is unlimited. If you see in the Canva Pro, 100 GB storage is there. In free plan 5 GB storage is there, but in enterprise level if you purchase this one, then you will get unlimited storage. That is also a good feature. If you have a good team members, like 25 plus of team in your company who want to use Canva, then it's the best plan for you. You can contact sales. So this, if you click on that, you will be redirected to the salesperson of the Canva and they will offer you a customized price. So summarizing, free plan you will get at 0 rupees. If you are someone who, if you see on monthly basis how much it will charge, so 499 per month is the charges for the Pro plan. Okay, and 2,200 per month per person is the charges for enterprise level. If you see on this Pro plan, this 499 is if you purchase this 499 plan, 5 people can use this one. But if you see on the enterprise, 2,200 per month will cost you for one person. So if you want a detailed comparison, you can scroll down and there is a button compare plans. You can simply compare your plans. This comparison is based on design and publishing, collaboration, brand management, storage, security and support. So that's how you can compare the plans. So as we discussed a lot of things related to Canva in this session, finally let's see how to use Canva. We will go to the Canva website and see how we can create designs in Canva. We will also check out the different categories that are available in Canva. So now as you can see, we are into the Canva website. So let's discuss how we can create different designs on Canva. Simply go to canva.com, and the easiest way to create any piece of content is simply go to the search box and type anything which you want to create. For example, I want to create an Instagram post, right? So I'll just search this and I can select this option. So if you see, there is an option of Instagram post. Simply click on that and you will be able to find different templates which you can use. So there are free templates available as well as premium templates are also available. If you see, that is an icon of Canva Pro. So all the templates which have this particular sign comes under the premium. So you can explore, and whichever template you like, you can simply go into that and create that. So before jumping into creating and editing any piece of content, firstly let's have a look on the different categories that are available on Canva. So I'm going to the home of Canva and we will explore what are the different categories we have at Canva. What are the different types of things we can design in Canva. Simply go to the templates option. If we go on the templates option, you you can get lot of templates of different things. We will see that. So there are categories available: business category, social media, video, marketing, custom prints, cards and invitation, education. So if you click on this business category, you can see there are a lot of things we can design. If you see in this video also, we have discussed the mind map, graph. So all these things you can create. Suppose if you want to create a resume or invoice or some business report, some business proposal, mind map, presentation, all of these things you can get from here. For example, if I click on this presentation option, I can get lot of presentation templates which I can use and edit it. For example, if I click on this one, for example, I like this one, this template, right? So I click on this, I can customize this template, right? And if you see, we have redirected to the Canva editor, right? Here we can simply drag and drop and we can edit anything. We can change the size of the font and everything. So let's design something, right? So suppose if I want to add some element, right? If I want to add some shape, so I can simply click on this, right? And I can create this one. Okay, if I can also change the color of this. I'm just showing you if I want this design, so what I can do, right? So like this we can add a shape. If I can change the shape color as well. So suppose if I want this to be in yellow, so we can get this company profile text background and this particular shape background yellow. We can also increase the font size from here. Okay, so we have, I hope you understand how we can use the shape option. You can check out the different things which are available here. On elements, you will get lot of things like tables. You can add tables, graphics, photos, videos, audios, charts, frames, and collection. So if I want to add some graphic to this particular design, so how I can do this? So I have searched this skill in the search bar, so I'll get the graphics which is related to skills. So let me just choose one image so that we can add it here. I have choose this image, right? So we can add this image anywhere in this particular design. We can resize as well, right? With this option, we can animate as well if you want to animate, right? So like this you can do. So there are multiple options are available, so you can explore this one, right? That's how you can do different element animations you can add. If you want to add page animation, then you can go to this option and you can see page animations also you can do from this. So that's how you will add graphics. You can the same process will be there for adding the videos and for adding the audio files, right? And same thing for the photos as well. Suppose if you want to add some photos from your personal computer, then in that case you need to go to this upload option, and you can also upload images from your own computer or desktop or your laptop, right? So you can upload anything from here. You can also upload any videos and audios, and there is also one option available, you can record yourself as well. So that is also a very good option available in Canva. So if you want to upload something from your own PC or system, then you can select this upload option. Otherwise, if you want some stock stuff, then you can go to the element option and search any keyword which is related to the thing which you want to add in your design, and you will get the results, and you can add anything from this element option. Suppose if you want to add some text, in the text case you can go to this text option. So there are you can add a heading, add a subheading, add a little bit body of text. So all these three types of things you can add on your design. So and there are font combinations available. So that directly you can use. So suppose if I like this one, right? So I can apply this one and I can customize this, right? Suppose I want to write this as a game. I'm just taking it as an example, right? I can also customize this with this option and can move this anywhere. Wherever I want this, I can add. Simply drag and drop you can do. That's how Canva works. So there are different font combinations available which you can use. Some are free. So if you see, these 4 are free, and then these font combination will come in the Pro plan and the Enterprise plan. There are some more options. If you go to this more section, you can find different options available. Simply explore that, then you will get a better idea. But I hope you got a better idea on how we can edit things or edit design in Canva. So these thing we have added on the presentation, right? Let's go back to the home. The same thing you can do for the Instagram post and anything like for LinkedIn post, carousel post, for resume. The same process will be there. I'm going again to this template option so that we will explore the other categories as well. So previously we have taken the exam, we have gone to this business category, and then we have clicked on the presentation and we have see how we edit on Canva, right? The same process will be there for everything, right? You can edit anything. For example, if you click on this mind map, you will find different templates for mind map. You can simply choose any of these templates and you can customize according to your needs. Let's see what are other things available in business. If you see, there are resume, invoice, proposal, reports are available. The next category of Canva is social media. On social media, you will find different templates for Instagram, for Facebook, for TikTok, LinkedIn, for Twitter, right? Then again, there is a video category where you can create video ads as well, or if you want to post somewhere on your social media, then you can create videos with the help of this video section. You will get different templates. Then there is a marketing category. So you can create your logo. Suppose if you want to create a website logo, so you can do that as well. Broker, you can create newsletter, infographics you can create, right? For if you want to use some infographics on your website, that also you can create. Custom prints, so t-shirt, mugs, sticker, photo book, labels, hoodie, banner, certificate. So certificate also you can create, right? If you go to this custom prints, then you can edit certificate as well. Cards and invitation is the next category, in which you can find templates of invitation card, postcard, and the last category is education. On education, you can get educational presentation. In the business category, you will get the business presentation, right? But in the educational category, you will get educational presentation, educational video, educational infographic, online whiteboard. So there are a lot of things available, right? Then there are, after the category, there is a style option on Canva. So you can choose these as well. There are themes available. So for example, in companies, we generally brainstorm on something, right? So if you explore this brainstorm, so you will get these types of themes, right? So you can select the category, right? Whichever you want, right? You can select anything, whichever template you want. Then you can select the style, whichever style you like, you can select that. And then you can select the theme. So according to that, you will get the templates. Then you can also, there is a filter option of free or pro. So suppose if you don't have a pro plan, right? Then I would suggest you or I would recommend you to select this free option so that you will get the free templates. So directly, so all these templates are free. So you can simply click any of them and you can edit. For example, if I like this template, right? I can customize this template. The same procedure will be there. The same thing that we did for the presentation, the same thing will be there for this one as well. The editor will be same, but there is one different, that is the content piece is different. So I can edit this according to my needs, or if I want to add something to this one, then I show you previously as well, on elements, we can add anything, right? On the text, suppose I want to add some text here, so that also I can do. I don't want these font combination, I want some simple, right? So I can select this heading option from here. Once I click on this heading option, I can customize this. For example, I'll just write my name. I just increase the size. And I'll just put it here. So I can change the font of this particular name. It's my name, Tushar. So I can change the font. So for example, I want Open Sans, then I can choose this font. I can increase the size of the font, decrease the size of the font. I can change the color. Okay, if I want this to be in bold, then I can do this by clicking on this. I can change the alignment from this option. I want something in pointers or less, then I can use this. If I want some spacing, suppose there are multiple lines, you have written some paragraph. So on that lines, how much spacing you need. So that also you can do from this option. Effects, this is also a good option. I like this left effect. If you see, there is something change in the design. So if I click on this none option, you see there is a different design, right? And if I click on this left, background will be little bit shadow or something like that. Intensity I can control from here. So suppose I want to increase the intensity, then I can do that as well. So that's how you will edit things on Canva.
Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast.
Greetings everyone, this is Rob Sanders and thank you for joining me. Today we're going to talk about SEO tools. So let's get started. So if you're doing SEO and you're doing on-page and off-page SEO for an organization or a website, you're going to need some tools to help you. So you can't go at it alone, you can't do anything manually. You have to lean on tools to help you work more efficiently, help you gain an advantage. And so if you're doing SEO, you're going to need tools for keyword research. You're going to need tools to help you with the technical aspects related to SEO. You're going to have to use some tools for off-page SEO, including backlink monitoring and analysis. And then there's tools for helping you track where your keywords and pages rank. So there's tools for every element of SEO. And today we're going to take a look at some of the best tools out there on the market to help you do your job better. So let's start with the keyword research. So with keyword research tools, you can do your job a lot more efficiently finding the right relevant keywords. I mean, that's really key to SEO, is finding keywords that are relevant to your business, product, or service that you want to rank for. So you want to be able to choose keywords with high search volume and low competition. So where do you get those numbers? You get those from certain tools. You also want to get forecasts for certain targeted keywords. You want to be able to generate a list of latent semantic indexing type keywords, or keywords close to the keyword you're trying to target. You want to be able to select primary and secondary keywords wisely. So having a list of keywords with certain data points will help you do that. And you want to be able to identify the keywords that your competitors are also ranking for. So good keyword research tool will help you do all of those things. So what are some of the tools out there? Well, look no further than some of the free ones that Google offers, like Google Trends. So Google Trends is a good tool that you can lean on. So if we look at Google Trends, all you need to do is trends.google.com. You could type in a keyword. I can look at the volume or interest of that keyword over time. Here I'm looking at football versus American football, and I could see how it's trending. Then I could see, how it trends in specific regions of, say, the United States as my market. I can also look at other related queries similar to football or American football. And so Google Trends is a good tool, helps you look at the volume, helps you look at what specific regions, helps you look at other keywords. If you want, you can simply just do a keyword search, or you can actually just see what's trending just by looking at the latest stories and insights. So we could see International Women's Day, started to pick up steam, it's picking up more steam, etc. So it's certain keywords that tend to trend well, and you could pick up on what those keywords are using Google Trends. Now, you could also use another Google tool called Google Keyword keyword planner. The only difference is this one's paid. You need a Google Ads account. So if we go into Google Ads, hey, you'll need to go to Tools and you'll need to go to Keyword Planner. But when you're in Keyword Planner, you can find new keywords. So if I type in, for example, online marketing and click get started, what the keyword tool is going to do is give me the data that I need to do appropriate keyword research. It's going to give me my keyword and similar keywords. It's going to give me the average monthly volume. And the great thing here is I can actually see the trend for that keyword over time just by clicking on this little bar graph. So for digital marketing, I could see what the trend is over time. I could see what the competition is. I could see, if I'm going to bid on this keyword, I could see what the bidding range is. So more important, I could see the volume and I could see the competition. Here's my volume for this keyword over the last 12 months on average, and here's my competition. So Google's Keyword Planner gives you the necessary information you need to choose relevant keywords wisely. Now, there are other tools out there that are paid that help you look for relevant keywords like SEMrush or Keyword Finder. That's a freemium tool. So there are plenty of tools available to you. Another tool I use that's not listed here is Moz. So if you just type a keyword, let's just type in the same keyword like online marketing, for example. Okay, so what Moz is going to do is going to give me some volume. It's going to give me some other keyword suggestions. Okay, it's going to tell me how difficult that keyword is, and it's going to tell me who else is ranking for that keyword. So it gives me, again, all the relevant information I need, including competitive information. So you can use these keyword tools. Moz is freemium, some are paid, some are free. There's plenty of tools out there, but these are the ones I would recommend for keyword research. Now let's turn our attention to technical SEO. So for technical SEO, you're going to need to use some tools. There's no getting around that because you want to be able to monitor how your website is performing. I mean, is it loading slow, for example? Does it have a lot of issues with the website in terms of server-side rendering, for example, or server response time? What about 404s and redirects? So you want to be able to gather a lot of the technical information that could aid or prohibit your site from ranking. So you want to be able to also, look at what the bots are seeing and how they're viewing your website. So if Google goes to crawl your site, are they experiencing, a slow server response time? Or are they experiencing pages not found? You also want to see if you have a sitemap. What's the sitemap? Are these bots crawling your site or getting the pages from a sitemap? And again, you want to be able to lean on some of these tools to help you fix errors that you may encounter, like meta tags or 404s or canonicals. So you need a good tool to help you manage all that. And so I'm going to go back to Moz starting out. So if we go back to Moz, Moz is a good tool. It's an all-in-one. It's a great SEO platform. So if I go to Moz and I log into an account, I can just go to site crawl. And so what Moz is going to do, it's going to give me a lot of information about how Moz's bot is seeing my site. Okay, so if I go to the site crawl, I can look at all the particular critical issues that I've experienced. So I could see 404 errors, okay, redirects related to that. I could see meta descriptions, missing meta descriptions, duplicate content. So there's a lot of different issues that Moz is detecting for this particular site. And the great thing about Moz, and this is why I use Moz as my SEO platform, I don't work for Moz, I've just used them a long time, is if you do have issues, then they give you ways to fix it, the how to fix it section. So if I see missing description here, if I just click on review, I can get a more in-depth analysis as to what the issues are here. But I can also click on the why and how to fix, okay? And they're going to give you some information about how this is impacting SEO and what you could do to fix the issue. They lay out the issues pretty prominently here. You can see for all the metadata issues I have 142 total metadata issues. I have 10 title tag too longs. I have 122 missing meta descriptions. So they lay it out nicely here up the top so you can kind of get a sense of what to work on. And again, they prioritize it based on the severity of the issue. And then they break it down into several categories. For example, I just looked at metadata issues. You can see if I click on content issues, I have some duplicate content that Moz is recognizing, or missing or valid H tags. So Moz does a really, really great job laying all the issues out for you to recognize. Okay, there's another tool that I like to use called Screaming Frog. It's a paid tool. So if we go look here, great thing I like about a screaming frog, it will crawl your site and it will give you a list of issues, just like Moz does, of, what it sees in your site. Is it experiencing 404s, broken links? Are there any redirects it's picking up? Duplicate content, sitemaps? Their JavaScript issues, how does it see the site architecture? So it really does take a deep look at everything that could impact your website from ranking. Okay, there are other tools out there like, Deep Crawl or WooRank. They're both paid. And so paid tools are really great as well. It just depends on, your pricing structure, what your budget is. But really, when it comes to all these tools, they all more or less overlap and do the same thing. You just need to rely on one of them to make sure that you're able to see what the issues are. Now, there's nothing wrong with using two of them, just as a second reference point to see if both are picking up the same issue. And of course, I like to use Search Console. I always like to lean on Google Search Console because that is the source. So Search Console will also, give you some feedback on how Google's bot is crawling your site. So that's under the crawl error section here. So you can also, use Search Console to upload a sitemap. So that's a key to SEO. You want Google to be able to find your web pages quickly, so you can simply just signify to Google where your sitemap is located. So the Search Console does a lot more, gives you some HTML improvements, gives you some backlinking, and then the process of updating the Search Console user interface. So there's a new user interface that you can use with Google Search Console. The great thing is it's free and it has everything you need to know about your website and how it's affected by SEO, organic search. The only thing you have to do with Search Console is verify the site. But once you verify it, it has all the relevant information you need. So let's talk about backlink monitoring and analysis. Okay, so this is related to off-page SEO. So you're going to need a good tool to help you monitor your website backlinks. And backlinks are simply just links from external sites pointing to your site. And you need to keep an eye on what sites are linking to yours. Are they spammy related sites? Are they good relevant sites, or anything in between? So you need to really be able to analyze what the good links are and what the bad links are pointing to your website. You want to identify and disavow poor backlinks. Okay, so you want to be able to recognize which sites are linking to yours that's actually hurting you from an SEO standpoint, and you want to be able to do something about that. Okay, you want to measure citation flow and trust flow. You want to check the ratio of link distribution in terms of, is it internal or external, or what kind of sites are linking to my site? Are they social related? Are they pure content related? And then you want to be able to track the number of do follow and no follow links. How many links pointing to our site are actually telling Google and other bots not to follow the link, or how many are actually allowing the bots to follow that link. If a bot follows a link, it's going to pass what we call link juice. So you're going to get credit for the backlink. If it's a no follow, you're not going to get credit for the backlink. And we want to be able to measure that. And so we want to have tools that will help us do that. So what are some of those tools? Well, Ahrefs is a good tool. It's a paying tool. Majestic is a freemium tool. Moz, again, Moz is the tool I use. SEMrush, and then again, I got to mention Google Search Console. So let's take a look at some of these tools in terms of backlink monitoring and analysis. So let's start with Google Search Console. Again, it's free. You just have to verify your site. And so if I go to Google Search Console, I can look at links and I could see what external links I have pointing to my site. Okay, so I could see I have 17,000 in this example pointing to the homepage of this particular site. Okay, so if I click on that, I could see all the top sites pointing to my homepage. Now, from an off-page SEO perspective, do you want every backlink or external link pointing to your homepage? No. So you want links pointing to internal pages. So you want to be able to measure that. So I could see what the top linking sites are, and I could also see what the anchor text is. So do I want my anchor text always to be my brand name? No. I want it to be, keyword we're trying to target. Search Console also gives you some internal links. Okay, what are the top link pages for internal links? So from an SEO perspective, you always want to have a nice balance of internal linking. So this report helps you understand what pages are getting links and are the links evenly spread. So this is Google Search Console. This is the links report. This is totally free. This is provided by Google. All you have to do is verify your site. Now, if we go over to Moz, we type in a domain, any domain. So I just typed in Simplilearn. Okay, Moz has some metrics that are important to off-page SEO, including domain authority. So the higher your domain authority, the better off you are. And so what helps a domain authority grow is how many quality links are pointing to that domain. And so here we could see over 7,500 linking domains to Simplilearn. So what's important is we just don't want any site, we want quality relevant sites pointing. Okay, so we could see how many total inbound links and then how many ranking keywords we have. Okay, so here Moz is going to give me kind of an idea of what my domain authority has been over time. They're going to tell me the top followed links to the site. So they're going to tell me, what are those links pointing to my site and what's the page authority of those sites. Okay, here I can get a nice graphical breakdown of the linking domains by domain authority. So you want pages with high domain authority pointing to your site. So here I could see 69 linking domains between 91 and 100. So that's really good. We want high relevant domains linking to our site. So just like Search Console, I could see the top anchor text being used. Okay, and I can see the top pages that have, good page authority on the site. I could see following versus no follow on internal and external links. So this is just the overview. So Moz really does break down for you, what those pages and linking domains are. So if I just click on linking domains, now I could get a detailed look for my homepage, what domains are pointing to our domain. So I could see Microsoft.com has a domain authority of 100, YouTube 99. And so not only does Moz provide you with the domains, it also provides you with their domain authority score and spam score. So you want to keep an eye on any particular site that has a high spam score. So having a site with a high spam score and a low domain authority will hurt your domain and page authority for that page. So Moz does a great job of breaking it out, and this is for any page. It doesn't necessarily have to be the home page. Okay, if I take a look at another example here, Majestic. So Majestic, again, I can use a free version of the tool. They have their own metrics, citation flow, trust flow. So when they say trust flow, what's the link quality all about? Okay, citation flow, what's the link volume? Okay, they can get an idea of how many external backlinks are pointing to the site and what's the trend on that, referring domains. So Majestic does a really good job. Again, some of the same metrics that we could see here, except they go into detail about languages as well. So this is Majestic, and you got Search Console, you got a lot of other tools. And then I'm going to just revert back to Moz because you want to be able to compare link profiles. If you're in a competitive space and you're doing off-page SEO, Moz will help you compare how your site stands against maybe another competitive site or relevant site. So just doing this analysis, I can compare my domain authority, spam score, how many total links, how many external followed links or external no followed links, a breakdown of linking domains. So it does a nice job of comparing one site versus another. That's going back to Moz, and that's what you want. You want a good tool that's going to help you do that. I mean, there's other tools out there not listed like BrightEdge that will also help you compare linking profiles. So at the end of the day, if you're doing off-page SEO, you want to get a sense of what sites are linking to yours. Are they quality sites? Are they spammy? What anchor text are they using? Are they no follow? Are they do follow? Are they top domains? How do you compare against your competitors? I mean, all these metrics are related to off-page SEO. So you want a good tool that's going to help you measure this. Okay, so let's talk about rank tracking. So when we do keyword research, we're looking for relevant keywords. We find our relevant keywords. We assign primary and secondary keywords to pages. We optimize those pages. We do off-page SEO, and we're doing all this work for SEO. Okay, we want to be able to measure the fruits of our labor. We want to be able to measure how we perform for on and off-page SEO for the keywords we covet and the pages they're related to. And so that's where rank tracking comes into play. So we want to be able to track our website's ranking, and not just our website, all the pages we've optimized. We want to be able to measure our click-through rates and impressions. We want to be able to track the ranking for both desktop and mobile for specific locations. And we want to identify top performing, gaining and losing keywords. So in other words, we want to look at trends. Is a keyword ranking? Is it going up in ranking? Is it going down in ranking? If it's going down in ranking, then you need to take action. So you need a tool, a good tool for rank tracking. So we can look no further than, again, Google Search Console. It's free. It's right from the source. So let's take a look at what Google Search Console has to offer in terms of rank tracking. So if I go to Google Search Console and I put in a URL, what it's going to do is it's going to give me, and this is the search queries report, it's going to give me what queries people have used to actually type into google.com, and it's going to be able to tell me how many times my pages showed up for that query. It could be more than one page, so that's an impression. And if I did receive an impression, meaning did my page show up in the organic listing, then did I get a click as a result? And so in this case, if I got 68 impressions and 10 clicks for keywords somebody typed in, that's a 14.7% click-through rate. And so what Search Console will also do is say, hey, look, for that particular keyword, you appeared on average in position 4.1. So it gives you really good insight as to, what people are typing in and how you're being found for those keywords. It breaks it down by pages, it breaks it down by country, breaks it down by device. So I could see, mobile, I've had 899 impressions over the last 3 months on mobile, and I received 33 clicks as a result. My average position on mobile was 2.6. So Search Console does a really good job. Again, this is free information providing you the actual keywords somebody's using on Google search as a query, and how many impressions you're receiving for that keyword, how many clicks, click-through rate, and then average position. So in theory, the higher you are positioned on Google, the more clicks you're going to receive. So if I'm not positioned properly for a keyword, let's just say page 2, then I'm probably not going to receive as many clicks as I would like. So that's Search Console. There are other tools out there like Ahrefs, again, does a good job of tracking. AMZ Tracker. We look at Voucher. So there's some good tools out there. I'm just going to show you another one again. I'm going to go back to Moz, for example. So Moz has a tool called, so if I go back into the account, so Moz has a rankings tool that you can look at to see where your keywords are ranking. So if you've already chosen keywords and optimized pages for those keywords, then you want to be able to load those keywords into Moz. And so Moz allows you to do that. And so what Moz does is they do a crawl once a week, and they'll be able to tell you where you rank for all your keywords. Are we moving up in the rankings? Are we moving down? How many keywords do we have ranked between positions 1 and 3, 11 through 20, 4 through 10, 21 through 50? So we'll be able to see where our keywords rank. And so it gives you a breakdown here of nationally in the United States where this keyword is ranked, and if it's moved up or down, and for what URL is it ranked for. And so you can label the keywords, and this is what you want to look for in a good tool. You want to be able to organize your keywords and label them. So for all our branded keywords, we want to be able to label them branded, because ideally you don't want to optimize for your brand keywords. So maybe we want to exclude our brand keywords and look at our non-brand keywords in terms of ranking. And so you can certainly add locations and look at specific locations. The whole idea behind a good ranking tool is to be able to measure, if a keyword is trending up or down. Okay, so I can simply look at a particular keyword and I can see the trend of that keyword. And then, if a keyword's not ranking, then we want to wonder why it's not ranking. Well, is it difficult? Is it not ranking because of its difficulty? Or can we do a better job of optimizing for that keyword? And so Moz also has a page optimization tool. So if you're not ranking for a keyword, you can flip over to the page optimization tool, then put in the keyword, put in the URL, and Moz will give you some idea as to what you can further do to optimize the page. Okay, so that's Moz. This is Ahrefs. So you can see Ahrefs does the same thing. They provide you some visibility visibility, average position, how much traffic, where you're ranking in terms of positions 1 through 3, 4 through 10, 11 through 50. And so you want to be able to get a sense of where my track keywords are trending. Are they trending up? Are they trending down? And the whole idea, again, behind a ranking tool is if you're trending down, you want to be able to address why it's trending down. So you want to start with on-page SEO. Can we do a better job of optimizing? Or off-page? Does that page need more backlinks? So that's why you need a backlink tool to support your ranking. And Ahrefs does offer up some competitor information as well. So you can see how your competitors are performing. So these are some good examples of ranking tools that you can take advantage of. Now, there are also a few important SEO tools that can be helpful in different ways. For example, if you're doing video. So there are some tools to help you measure how you're performing via video. For example, vidIQ. So let's take a look at vidIQ. So if I load in, say, video in YouTube, in this example, how to rank YouTube videos, I have a vidIQ extension loaded into my browser in Chrome. And so now I can get a good sense of how many views, the duration, the engagement rate, the like ratio, how many people shared it on Reddit. But further, I can look at how the video was optimized. So they're telling me the title's too long here, maybe shorten it up, but we have tags, we have descriptions, we have cards, we have end screens. It's been shared on Facebook. It hasn't been shared on Twitter. Okay, it is public. We do have pinned comments and we do have hearted comments. And so this gives me an idea of how we did in terms of optimizing this particular video. Okay, so if we wanted to tweak it, we could tweak the title tag, make it a little bit shorter to help it rank better on YouTube. So you want to be able to use a tool like this because if you have videos, then you want those videos to rank. And so you can certainly watch this video on how to rank your YouTube videos. And in that video, we do allude to vidIQ. So you want to be able to use a tool like this because, YouTube, it is a video portal, but it's the second largest search engine behind Google. So if you do have videos, you want to be able to rank for them, and you want a tool that's going to help you measure and help you understand if you are ranking, if you're not ranking, why are you not ranking? Now, for content optimization, there are tools you can use like SEO Site Checkup or Site Analyzer are some good tools. If you already have Moz as an example, just going back to Moz, as you already know, I use Moz a lot. So they have a page optimization so you could check the content and how you're optimized your content. So it's going to give me some good feedback on, is your page title, meta description, are they in line? Okay, so it's going to give you some good feedback on that. You also have, again, I have to allude to Search Console. You can always look at a particular page in Search Console, see if it has any errors as well. So is it duplicated meta description? Is it a duplicated title tag? Is it any pages missing title tags or meta descriptions? So when it comes to content, you can look at Search Console, you can lean on Moz, or you can lean on some of these other paid versions like Site Analyzer. When it comes to traffic and metrics, look no further than Google Analytics. There is a free version of Google Analytics as well as a paid version. So if I go into Google Analytics, it's going to tell me all of my website behavior. Okay, who's coming to my site, how they got to my site, how they behaved once they went to my site, and are they achieving the goals I set out for them to achieve via conversions. And so you want to look at first in Google Analytics how much traffic you're getting. So if I go to Google Analytics, if I go to acquisition, all traffic channels, I should be able to see how much traffic organic search is driving over a period of time. So I could see how many users, how many sessions. Then if I click on landing pages, I could see what landing page they went to. So I could see the home page over a particular time had over 1,000 sessions. I can also see engagement from organic search. Are they bouncing? How many pages are they looking at in the session after they landed on a particular page? Are they staying on the site a long time? What's their duration? Or are they achieving any goals? So analytics will provide me all that information about how organic search as a channel is performing. The other thing about Google Analytics I like, and that goes back to the technical aspect of SEO, and that's site speed. So if you go to behavior and you go to site speed overview, you'll be able to see how my pages are loading. What's the average load time? So they'll break it down for you by browser, by country, and by specific page. So if I look at page timings, I'll be able to see what page is loading slow, what page is loading quick compared to site average. And so the great thing about analytics is if I have a page that's loading slow compared to site average, they'll actually provide me with some suggestions. So if I go to site speed and speed suggestions, what they're going to do is they're going to have a link in the report that's going to allow me to click on it, and I'm going to be able to see what suggestions they can provide. So when this report loads, I'll be able to see what the speed suggestions are for my pages. So here I could see the page, I could see what the average load time is of that page. So for example, this particular page is loading at 6 seconds. Ideally, we want to have, 3 seconds or under maximum. So if I just click on this link here, they're giving me 6 page speed suggestions. So if I click on that, I'm going to go to another Google tool called Page Speed Insights. And then Page Speed Insights is going to run for both mobile and desktop for this particular page. And then this Page Speed Insights report is going to give me feedback as to what I need to do to speed up the load time of that page. So here you can see for desktop and mobile, they're going to give me some suggestions and opportunities.
Ready to get started? Click the link in the description box and embark on your journey to the professional growth and achievement. Hurry up, spots are filling up fast.
In the age of digital marketing, it is very easy to get lost in the sea of information. If you are a beginner, you will probably spend a lot of time reading and researching. Even if you are an expert, you will still need to keep up to date and know what's going on in the marketing world. But how do you find the time to do that? How do you find the time to stay on top of trends and innovations? We have compiled a list of 20 plus digital marketing tools to help you make your life easier. Some of these tools might sound familiar to you and some might sound new and interesting. We believe all of them have some value in your life and can assist you in staying on top of trends. Hey everyone, I am Tushar Badiwal. Welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this video, we will understand 20 plus digital marketing tools to grow your business in 2022. But before we begin, if you enjoy watching tech related content, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel and hitting that bell icon to stay tuned. So without any further delay, let's get started with the plan for today's session. First, we will look at the research part. Next, we will explore tools to build or host a website. Content is king, so next we will have a look at some of the best content creation tools to grow your business. Moving forward, we will discuss designing and graphics tools. Once designing is done, it's time to promote, and hence we will look at the best promotional tools. After that, we will discuss some great email marketing tools, user behavior and competitor analysis tools, and finally we will end the session by understanding the communication tools that will help your business operate smoothly. Research. Research is one of the most essential parts of getting your business to the next level. It's what turns an idea into a real business. However, it is hard to do research without the right tools. Luckily, there are many tools out there that do the job perfectly. Here are just few that you need to know about. Ubersuggest. Ubersuggest is a free tool that produces fresh keyword ideas. It is among the best free tools available on the market. However, it has a premium plan for advanced features, but it is best if you are starting out. And it has some good features like you will get the search volume for free, keyword ideas and content ideas. Keyword Planner. It is one of the best free tools, and the best part is that it's a Google product, so that the data can be trusted. You can use Google Keyword Planner to do keyword research. Google Keyword Planner will show you the monthly search volume of keywords and phrases, the average cost per click in your selected country, and how difficult it is to rank for the keywords. Some of the best features are you will get the custom time-based keyword data and get to know the competition on that keyword. Ahrefs. Ahrefs is one of the most advanced tool available for keyword research. It is also used for competitor analysis, rank tracking, and site auditing. Ahrefs' main features are geared towards marketer, but you can also use it to find keywords for Google, YouTube, and Amazon. The tool is paid but suitable for businesses looking for in-depth information. It has some features like rank tracker that will help you know your existing website ranking.
And the second one is alert. You will get important information or stats by mail. After doing the research part, you need a website for your business. Let's have a look at how to do that. The first step in creating a website is to find a place to host it. There are many options out there, and depending on what your site will be used for, you may need different tools. Web hosting tools have evolved to meet the online community's need better. It can be challenging to select the right one through many options. Here are the few of the best tools available on the market. WordPress. It will help you create your website by just drag and dropping. No coding is required. Also, it has a lot of plugins that can be used according to your website needs. Blogger. You can create a beautiful blog using Blogger for free, and it also has free themes which you can use. Still, it is always recommended that you use tools like WordPress to build your website, because businesses need a website with lot of functionalities, and WordPress makes this process easier. The website requires hosting, as the next tool we have is Hostinger. You need to purchase a domain and hosting to host a website. There are other companies also available that you can use to host your site, such as GoDaddy, HostGator, etc. Hostinger provides automatic backups that will ensure that your website data is secured, and allows you to create unlimited subdomain, which is also necessary for a business website. For free hosting and free domains, you can use Infinity Free. But for a business website, it is always recommended to go with the paid hosting, because this will give your customer a good experience when they visit your website. But for a beginner just wanting to learn how website hosting works, you can use Infinity Free. Every business website and its social media platform need content, and content is the oxygen of the internet. There is no surviving without it. But meeting the demand of a content-hungry world often means that you are forced to pull your hair out, only to throw more into the fire. From research to creation to distribution, content is now 24/7 job, requiring many internal resources or costly outsourced help. If you are looking to cut down the cost and streamline your efforts, here are some content creation tools to take your business to the next level. Headline. It is an AI tool that will create a landing page automatically. No writing, designing, and coding is required. You need to give information about the product, and it also has built-in templates to use. It became famous because of this feature, but now it is upgraded and you will see a lot of other features that will help you create excellent content. It is a paid tool, but you can try its free version. PepperType. It is a one-stop AI solution tool for all content needs, and the best part is you will get 10,000 word limit to try out this fantastic tool. The specialty of this tool is that it allows you to create content for specific social media platforms and long-form content. Grammarly. Grammarly is a free online tool that finds mistakes in your writing and suggests improvements. As you write, Grammarly will underline any mistakes you have made and offer suggestions on how to fix them. Additionally, it has a plagiarism checker and a punctuation checker. However, for additional features, you need to go with Grammarly Premium. The best way to create excellent content is to have good visuals. This is why we have listed the best designing tools that you can use to get stock images and videos. Canva. You can design your website using Canva for free. It is the best tool to make your website content more engaging. It is a simple drag and drop tool that allows you to create beautiful graphics, flyers, infographics, social media posts, and more. You can also use it to create more engaging images for your posts. Furthermore, it gives you free templates and allows you to collaborate with your business team using team functionality. Pixabay. Pixabay is a free website or a creative community that shares copyright-free photos, illustrations, music, and videos. All Pixabay content are licensed under the Pixabay license. You can use them without asking for permission or crediting the artist, even for commercial purposes. You can download these stock images, videos, musics, and illustration without signing up. Shutterstock. Although it also comes with the same feature, the key difference is that it is paid. You might wonder why to use this Shutterstock since we already have a free tool like Pixabay. Well, it depends on your business needs. There are some images and stock footage that you will only find on Shutterstock. In addition, Shutterstock has powerful editing tools and custom size options that attract people. Now we have a better understanding of the content part. In order to attract more visitors, the content needs to be promoted. The following tools will help you promote your business, drive traffic to your website, convert visitors into leads, build brand awareness, etc. Google Ads. Google Ads are a powerful tool that can help you reach your target audience. It is a small but significant step towards online success. Though many people believe that Google Ads are not as effective as they used to be, there are still more benefits than drawbacks. The only thing you need to know how to use it. Your website can be advertised via Google Ads and your product and services can be promoted on YouTube. It has an excellent feature, lead form extension, that allow user to provide their contact details directly through the ad without visiting your landing page. Additionally, live events targeting, for example, graduating from a college, is also a great feature since it helps you reach the correct type of audience. Facebook Ads Manager. It allows you to run Facebook and Instagram ads, and it's an excellent way to promote your business. A feature like Facebook Analytics will give you a good grasp of data. Feature like Audience Insight will better understand who is interested in your product and services. Google Ads and Facebook Ads require you to spend money on ads by setting up a daily or a custom budget. BuzzSumo is a content marketing tool to help you find the best ways of engaging, creating and spreading content across social and search channels. Two of the best features is finding an influencer that will help you to find the right influencer, and a content discovery feature which will help you to discover new content ideas. Email marketing tools are the most effective means to stay in touch with your customers. You can nurture leads, rearrange with your audience, and build a subscriber base through email. Businesses today recognize the importance of email, and marketers are investing heavily in email marketing tools. However, in the overwhelming sea of email marketing tools, finding the right fit can be tricky. We have selected some of the best email marketing tools to help your business get started and grow through 2022. Mailchimp. Mailchimp is a comprehensive marketing platform that lets you keep track of and communicate with your clients, customers, and other interested parties. But it is popular because of its email services. There is a free plan of Mailchimp. The free plan is often more than enough for small businesses. Up to 2,000 subscribers can be added and 12,000 emails can be sent a month. It supports multiple integration to integrate other third-party softwares. And Mailchimp also allows you to update or remove the subscriber profiles, which is also one of the best features of Mailchimp. Sendinblue. It is very similar to Mailchimp. Both have excellent and similar features when it comes to email services. One unique feature of Sendinblue is that it has an option of a drag and drop builder that is accessible by mobile. Analysis and optimization. Businesses need to analyze and optimize their processes to grow. Furthermore, you should analyze the data to develop a solution to the problems in your industry. Several tools can be beneficial here. Let's discuss that. Google Search Console. This tool will help you understand how your website performs on Google searches. By ranking on top, you will have higher chances of attracting more visitors. The index coverage report will help you understand which web page have problems. Moreover, it has a very useful URL inspection tool which gives information about Google's indexed page version. vidIQ. Many YouTubers majorly use it to analyze their performance on YouTube and optimize their channel. If you are looking to rank your video on YouTube, you need to optimize the title, description, and tags. This tool helps you to do that. The tool includes a thumbnail generator that lets you create customized thumbnails that generate good views, and it has trend alerts which will notify you by email of popular content. Google Analytics. Using Google Analytics, you can track the traffic on your website and find out where your visitors are coming from. It also allows you to track your sales performance and traffic sources. Google Analytics is a tool that will let you know if your website is performing well, and also if you need to make some changes to improve its performance. It has outstanding features like funnel analysis and smart goals. A funnel is a method for determining which steps are necessary to achieve the desired outcomes, And with smart goals, you can identify and count the most engaged users on your website. User behavior. User behavior tools help you understand user behavior on the website. User behavior tools are very effective tools used in digital marketing to track the behavior of visitors and make the business more effective. Below are some of the user behavior tools used in digital marketing. Hotjar. Hotjar is an insight tool that lets you analyze your customer behavior and get feedback to understand them better and come up with new business strategies to grow your business. This tool gives you visual feedback, which you won't find in other tools, and it also offers surveys, which is also a unique feature of Hotjar. Smart Look. It is mostly similar to Hotjar, but it has some additional features like customizable dashboard and conversion funnel, which means the visualization of how people follow the path. Competitor analysis. Many businesses start their competitive study when planning their digital marketing strategy and then abandon it. It is essential to make adjustments after competitor analysis and use great tools. Here are some of the best. The tool is completely paid. You can use this tool to improve your PPC campaign as it gives you insight into what your competitors are doing. Keywords can also be imported as well as downloaded. Social Blade. It is used for social media monitoring and influencer tracking. For example, you can get lot of information about the performance of other competitors and how they are doing on YouTube and other social media channels. The best part is that many features are available in the free plan. SimilarWeb. It is also an excellent tool to analyze competitors' website traffic, and you can also get the Google Play and Apple App Store data. Href. We already covered this in the research category, but we wanted to mention it here because Href will also be viewed as one of the best tools for analyzing competitors. Communication. Starting and building a successful business require better communication within your team. We must ensure that our task has been clearly communicated to the team so that we will be able to perform the work as we intended. Thus, one needs a tool to accomplish that. So now let's check out some of the best tools for communication. Slack. The app is a chat room that brings together all of your team's communication in one place, meaning there is no longer a need to use email, Skype, or multi-chat room apps. Slack can be used with both work and personal accounts, and it can benefit businesses in several different ways. Microsoft Teams. It is also similar to Slack, but it offers unlimited app integration and unlimited chat messages. There are free plans for both, but you can upgrade if your business needs aren't met. Here what you have learned so far. Initially we discussed research, then tools to build and host the website. Next we discussed content creation and graphic designing tools. After that we discussed tools that will help in the promotion, and then the email marketing tools. After that, we discussed analysis and optimization tools. Next, we discussed user behavior and competitor analysis tools. And finally, we discussed the communication tools.
So here we wrap up basics in digital marketing. If you like this video, consider subscribing to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates. If you have any question, put down in the comment section. Our experts will be happy to answer your questions. Stay tuned with Simplilearn till we meet again. Thanks for watching.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.